If you caught our show on the Chernobyl nuclear disaster, you'll know all about what happened on April 25, 1986, and how it shook the world. What you might not know is that it could have been much, much worse had it not been for the extremely brave people we're going to talk about today. But first, let's see what happened on that fateful day. Prior to that disaster, there were around 14,000 people living in this Ukrainian city of Chernobyl, which is located around 90 kilometers northeast of the capital, Kiev. You can actually visit there today, but it's somewhat a ghost town, and the few residents that live there stay outside of the Chernobyl exclusion zone. What happened back in the 80s was basically an explosion of one of the reactors at the nuclear plant. It's said around 50 people died as a direct result of the explosion, but the World Health Organization tells us that around 4,000 people died as an indirect result of the Big Bang. We are further told that thousands of people were exposed to high levels of radiation, but millions more were exposed to lower levels of radiation. The full extent of the damage is difficult to say, but the WHO says some people who were exposed to this radiation have a higher risk of getting cancer in their lifetime. How did it happen? We'll answer that first, and then get around to the question of what could have happened if it weren't for our exceptionally valiant trio of heroes, sometimes called the Suicide Squad. We could basically say human error, but as with many disasters, there have been what you might call a perfect storm of things that went wrong. We'll summarize here, as we've done a show on this already. The World Nuclear Association explains that workers at Chernobyl Reactor 4 were doing tests, and to cut a long story short, the power of the reactor plummeted, and so workers tried to increase the power. Then there was a power surge, and all hell was about to break loose. There was a lot of steam, and a huge amount of pressure was building up inside one of the reactors. This eventually blew off a 1,000-ton lid on the reactor, causing radiation to leak while air got into the reactor, which caused a fire, a very big fire. A second explosion ensued when hydrogen was formed by hot water steam contacting zirconium. This was even bigger than the first explosion. Now there was debris flying around, fires breaking out, dust so thick it was hard to see, an electricity blackout, and no working phone lines. It was mayhem. Firefighters did arrive though, but they weren't aware of all that dangerous radiation in the air. Even after they did manage to contain the blaze, the workers as well as the residents of the town did not know what kind of danger they were in. It took hours to totally put that raging fire out, but nothing could stop the spread of radiation that was now traveling far and wide. As we said, some people still live in parts of town today, but not in the areas that were hit most by the radiation. You can even take a tour of the town that was, and it is supposed to be a spooky experience as people just up and left, leaving many of their things behind them. It's now said that wild animals have come from the nearby forests and they're the new inhabitants of the town. Okay, so what could have happened? In the book Chernobyl 12340, the incredible true story of the world's worst nuclear disaster, we're told that under the reactor was a massive pool of water, which was there to act as a coolant. What the workers knew, or some of them, was that they couldn't allow all the hot radioactive metal to reach that pool of water. The author of this book said in an interview, if that happened, it would have triggered a second steam explosion that would have done unimaginable damage and destroyed the entire power station, including the 3 other reactors. He goes as far as to say that such a blast could have denuded Europe of about half of its citizens and would have left part of the continent uninhabitable for many thousands of years due to radiation. He is not alone either in saying that. A former Soviet physicist called Vasily Nestorenko said this: "Our experts studied the possibility and concluded that the explosion would have had a force of 3 to 5 megatons. Minsk, which is 320 kilometers from Chernobyl, would have been razed and Europe rendered uninhabitable." This is where the Suicide Squad comes in. These guys knew that they had to drain the pool, but there was a problem in that the basement was flooded and they couldn't get to the valves to drain it. One story goes that the 3 men on the scene, 2 plant staff and 1 soldier, decided to man up and don wetsuits and swim through the water to get to these valves. It said they had a light, but when their lamp failed to work, they were in total darkness. They were told that this mission was likely a suicide mission, because if they didn't drown, they were probably going to die from such a huge amount of radiation exposure. Yep, it sounds like a Hollywood movie, and we can imagine a tear-jerking crescendo as these brave guys swim in darkness, and there are ample cuts to their distraught wives and wailing children. But this ain't Hollywood. This is real life. While there may have been cheers as those men managed to open the valves and drain the pool, if there was an extended version of the film, it would include 3 men then dying slowly in a hospital from acute radiation syndrome. This is often abbreviated as ARS. Now the movie cuts to 3 guys vomiting all the time, having seizures, terrible headaches, feeling dizzy, perhaps experiencing necrosis of the skin, and ultimately dying a really horrible death. This, we might say, is not so much Hollywood but grim European realism. It might actually work in Russian cinema, but such a movie would be way too depressing to attract Hollywood financiers. This was the story that circulated for a long time, but the author of the book we just mentioned said he spent 5 years researching the disaster and found out that things were a little different. The basement entry, while dangerous, wasn't quite as dramatic as modern myth would have you believe, he said in an interview. He said that firefighters had tried to drain the pool before these 3 guys, all plant workers, and no soldiers came to the scene. He said many people tried to empty that pool and we don't know what happened to them. He also said that it's true that the basement was flooded and it was hard to find the valves, but he said the water was only waist high. Still, radiation was everywhere, and the men, Alexei Ananenko, Valery Bespalov, and Boris Baranov, were at risk as they waited around in search of those valves. It was like finding a needle in a haystack, said the writer, adding that this place was a massive network of valves and pipes, and finding the right one seemed impossible to those men. But they found the right valves in the end. When the searchlight beam fell on the pipe, they were joyous, one of the men later said in an interview with the Soviet media. The pipe led to the valves, he added, and it was a job well done. They then turned the valves and they'd heard the rush of water being emptied from the tank. It said that there was about 5 million gallons of water, which is well over 18 million liters. Then, it did get a bit Hollywood, we're told, as when the men got back to the rest of the people waiting for them to finish their mission, there was a lot of hooting and hugs. But what about the slow, painful death from ARS? Well, we're told that that didn't happen the way it has sometimes been described. It's said one of those guys died some years later from a heart attack, but the other survived. The author of the book said he knew one of them was still working in the same industry, and the other he knew was certainly alive up until 2015 at least. He kind of lost the man after that year. People did die of ARS after the disaster, but not those 3 men, according to him. He said it is quite hard to get to the heart of the matter, as after the event, the Soviet Union tried to downplay the incident, and all the most accurate information has still not been translated from Russian. He did say, though, that these 3 guys likely prevented a bigger disaster happening that could have killed millions of people. In an interview, he said they still went into a pitch-black, badly damaged basement beneath a molten reactor core that was slowly burning its way down to them. We might also say that many people risked their lives during this disaster and during the long cleanup afterwards. These folks are sometimes called the liquidators, and they number in the thousands. According to something called the Chernobyl Union, 25,000 of the Russian liquidators are dead and 70,000 disabled, about the same in Ukraine, and 10,000 dead in Belarus, and 25,000 disabled. We might add, though, that the number of people said to have gotten sick or died because of exposure to large amounts of radiation is a very controversial topic, and many reports differ. Studies have also shown that the millions of people exposed to smaller amounts of radiation should not be at a higher risk of cancer, except perhaps thyroid cancer. We can say with assurance, though, that a lot of brave people put their lives at risk. In an interview, one of the liquidators said he knew the risks, but he just had to do his job. "I'm worried for the future," he said. "I get my blood checked twice a month. I go through the scanners 4 times a day, but the pay is good and someone has to do this." We're told that the areas most exposed to large amounts of radiation won't be safe to live for 20,000 years. Imagine you and some of your best buddies are traveling by plane to what you think will be a weekend to remember. Suddenly, you experience some bad turbulence, but it's nothing you haven't felt before. Then, it gets worse. The plane drops through the sky, luggage falls from above. You grab hold of the seat arm, your knuckles whiten as you do so. The next thing you know, you're freezing cold, still fastened to your chair, in a part of the plane that broke off. You crash into the earth, but miraculously, you're still alive. You don't know it yet, but you've landed in one of the most unforgiving environments known to man. There's nothing but mountains around you. No vegetation, no animals, nothing. You are at least alive, but soon you'll be hungry. It won't be long now until your friend tells you, "I'm gonna eat the pilot." As unbelievable as this sounds, it's exactly what happened. This is the survivor's story that eclipses all others. It's the tale of heroism and sadness, a brutal story, and one we just can't imagine being a part of. Let us start from the beginning. It's October 12th, 1972, a Thursday. Friends who play on the same rugby team from Montevideo, Uruguay, are on their way to a match in Chile. There are 45 of them on board the plane. Not only the young, strong, and fit players, but some of the team's family members as well as some supporters and 5 crew members. It's expensive to fly commercially to Chile, so they opted for the cheapest option, which in this case was chartering an Air Force plane. What they don't know is that this American-made Fairchild FH-227D has the nickname the Lead Sled, owing to its high weight and relatively weak engines. They'll also soon find out why it has such an atrocious safety record. All they know now is it's the cheapest way to fly over the Andes mountain range to play what will be a fun game of rugby in Santiago. That first part of the trip is cut short due to a terrible storm over the Andes, and they're forced to stop over in Mendoza, Argentina. There's a direct route to get them to Santiago from there, but the plane can't fly the 25,000 to 26,000 feet required to get over the mountains. Instead, they'll take a route that looks like a U-turn. This route will skip the highest peaks and instead find a way around them. It's now Friday the 13th and they set off again. The atmosphere is fun. The rugby ball is being thrown around the plane. It's all laughter and games. One of the players, Nando Parado, gives his window seat up for his friend so his buddy can get a better look at the mountains. Nando has no idea that this small gesture will end up saving his life. Not long after, the turbulence starts. At first, no one takes it seriously, but then someone points out that the mountains seem to be very close to the plane, like right outside. What they don't know is the pilot and co-pilot have made a terrible mistake. They told air traffic controllers that they would reach the airport in a minute. They couldn't see much due to the clouds, and they were wrong about that minute. They were actually 11 minutes away. They were still in the mountains and hadn't reached the safe spot where they could turn right toward the airport. They descended anyway and were hit by more turbulence as they were right in the middle of mountains where the winds were chaotic. The plane was thrown around, the clouds parted, and the pilots saw a black ridge directly ahead of them. The plane attempted to pull up and accelerate, and now the passengers knew they were in trouble. The aircraft hit the ridge, tearing off the rear of the plane and sending the plane hurtling forward. They are still about 13,800 feet above sea level when they likely collided with another mountain, causing the wings to come off and leaving just the front part of the fuselage. Those at the back of the plane have been thrown out into the mountain range. Some are alive in the plane, but there is no time to think. Suddenly, what's left of the plane hits a snow-covered mountain. The fact that even this much of the plane survived is incredible, but what's even more incredible is what happens next. The plane begins sliding down the mountain like a sled, but somehow doesn't collide with any rocky outcrops or boulders, sliding down and down the mountain until finally it comes to a stop at 11,710 feet above sea level. Seats have been uprooted and bodies have been bashed against the front of the pilot's cabin. People are strewn everywhere, but many of the passengers have somehow survived. Some are screaming, their limbs twisted, parts of the plane stuck into them. But they're surrounded by glaciers so remote they don't even have a name. No one goes there and there's little hope of being found. It's freezing cold and it's hard to breathe because the air is so thin at this altitude. Of the survivors, those that are least injured begin to help the less fortunate. Some have broken bones, some are almost dead from internal injuries. Nando is in a coma and will remain in one for 3 days. Of the 45 passengers aboard the plane, 12 of them died immediately when the plane hit the mountain or fell out the back of the destroyed aircraft. Some bodies are found still strapped to their chairs covered in snow and not far from the crash site. The first night is brutally cold, with temperatures getting as low as -22 degrees Fahrenheit. The survivors huddle into the fuselage and try to block up the holes with suitcases. They all mistakenly think that a rescue operation will find them, and this will be their only night on the mountain. They could not be more wrong. What they don't realize is that the plane's white coloring means it cannot be seen from the air. 5 more people die from their injuries on that first night. Nando, in his coma, doesn't know that his mother is dead and his sister is dying. Both were only on the flight because Nando was told he could use the empty seats for free. Inviting them would turn out to be the biggest regret of his life. The next day, the injured are attended to, some still screaming because their legs and arms have been broken in many places. The pilot is dead. The co-pilot, who made the terrible mistake, is found crushed under debris but alive. He tells the survivors that he has a handgun and asks them to shoot him and put an end to his pain. They don't kill him, but he dies soon after. But now they need food. At high altitudes and such cold temperatures, the body burns calories extremely fast in an attempt to stay warm. All of the luggage is searched, and while there is an endless stock of cigarettes and lots of booze, there isn't much food. In total, there are 8 chocolate bars, a tin of mussels, 3 jars of jam, a tin of almonds, and some candy and a few bottles of wine. The survivors immediately make a rationing plan. It's next to nothing for so many people, and they have no idea how long it needs to last them. They have water at the very least, being able to melt it and funnel into empty wine bottles. Days pass and more die. On the 10th day, Nando, who's now conscious, holds his sister as she dies in his arms. He would later say that he went to sleep and woke up in hell. And yet, it will get worse, because they then heard on a transistor radio they had found in the wreckage that the search for them was being called off. They knew they were alone, cold, and starving. It was at this point of extreme desperation that Nando had told a friend, "I'm going to eat the pilot." In fact, a few of the survivors had been rolling the same idea over in their minds. One of them later told the media, "Our common goal was to survive, but what we lacked was food. We had long since run out of the meager pickings we'd found on the plane, and there was no vegetation or animal life to be found. After just a few days, we were feeling the sensation of our own bodies consuming themselves just to remain alive." They didn't see it as cannibalism. If they were to survive and see their families again, it was what they had to do. There was no choice, eat your buddies or die. There were 27 people still alive at this point, which is a lot of mouths to feed. They started with the pilots, stripping the bodies of all the possible meat, including the organs, as their starving brains told them, "Eat more, eat everything, don't waste a bit." On day 17, disaster struck again. In the middle of the night, they heard a noise, what one of them later described as sounding like wild horses running at them. It was an avalanche. Snow burst through the hole in the plane, and the entire fuselage was packed tight. Those alive scrambled to dig for air and find their friends. 8 more died, and the rest were in the dark, buried in snow, with little air to breathe for 3 days. In time, the snow would melt, and the fuselage would again be sitting on top of the snow. The days passed and they survived by eating more of the dead. They smoked cigarettes and went out on little exploratory missions, but after just a few hundred meters, they'd be too tired. The snow was too deep and the air too thin for their weakened state. They were also affected by snow blindness, essentially a sunburning of the eyes that comes from the sun reflecting off the snow. To fight back against their surroundings, they made makeshift snowshoes and sunglasses so they could stray farther. Even then, they were surrounded on all sides by dangerous crevasses. One of the survivors would later say, "We felt like insects trapped in the hugest forces of nature." They were right. There's almost no place on Earth where it would be harder for humans to survive. On one sojourn, they found the other part of the fuselage. Inside were batteries for the plane radio, as well as some chocolate, a little candy, and comic books. They stayed there all night, reading the comics by the light of the fire they had built. For a while, they had hoped that they could use the batteries, but it soon became apparent that hooking up a radio with lots of wires was not something any of them possessed the know-how to do. As Nando later said, "We were very depressed." For him, the only option now was to walk right out of the mountains. They were aware that Chile was west and remembered that the pilot had said they weren't far away from their destination, but they had no way of knowing that they were still 37 miles from the nearest road. But that wouldn't be an easy hike. It was 37 miles of glaciers and rough terrain, and they were far from experienced outdoorsmen. But Nando knew they had to walk over the mountain range to Chile. It was their only option. They decided that they would stock up on human meat and only the strongest would go. Nando and 2 others named Roberto Canessa and Antonio Vicentin. On day 61, when the men set off, only 16 survivors remained alive. Some were sick and everyone was malnourished and beaten by the elements. Before they left, a man named Carlitos Paez made them a sleeping bag with parts of the aircraft insulation sewn together with copper wire. Had they not had that, they would have surely frozen to death on their hike to freedom. It took them 3 days to climb the first mountain. Nando expected to see green valleys from the top of that mountain, but what he saw instead were more mountain ranges. Byzantine turned back and gave his food to the others. Nando and Canessa both said, "We'll die, but we'll die trying." They didn't die. They walked for days, almost passing out from exhaustion. But on day 8 of their walk, they found a river. They saw green poking through the melting snow, and most importantly, they saw a person on the other side of the river. Though they were unable to cross to the other side to meet him, they slept there that night, and the next morning the man came back. He had brought with him a piece of paper and a pen. He tied them to a rock and threw it across the river. Nando wrote on the paper, "We are survivors of the plane crash. We have no food. We cannot walk anymore. There are more of us in the mountain. Where are we?" and threw it back. The man went to find help, himself being many hours by horseback from civilization. On day 10, Nando and Canessa were finally picked up by the army, their skinny bodies carried out on the back of horses. Nando said at that point he was ready to embrace life again. Soon, helicopters would take Nando to find his friends, with the pilots asking how they could have possibly walked over such terrain without equipment. It was amazing. Their journey was tracked by professionals years later, and even with the latest equipment, they found it hard and very, very dangerous. On day 71, the first of the team was picked up, and on day 72, the rest were taken. All were suffering from various ailments, but all of those who had still been alive eventually recovered. And in fact, only one of them is not alive today. Once the newspapers had stopped cheering for the survivors, many began to ask just how they had survived so long without food. It was impossible, literally impossible. Then, a photograph taken by the rescuers came to light of a human carcass whose bones had been stripped. The survivors admitted what they had done, and many in the public turned on them, calling them cannibal savages. Nando later said that eating human flesh wasn't an easy decision, it was a last resort. He said, "We tried to eat strips of leather torn from pieces of luggage, though we knew that the chemicals they'd been treated with would do us more harm than good. We ripped open seat cushions hoping to find straw, but found only inedible upholstery foam. It was either feast on dead friends or die, and one survivor that was reluctant to turn to cannibalism actually did die. But 16 of the survivors decided that they would do whatever it took to stay alive, and because of it, they made it down off the mountain." When the chips are down, how do you respond? All of us like to think that we can rise to emergency challenges, but hope to never have a moment where the extreme end of our ability is tested. Unfortunately, during what should have been a routine flight, the crew of United Airlines Flight 232 was suddenly faced with an unimaginable disaster, a scenario considered so improbable there was no formal procedure for addressing it. This is the tragic yet miraculous tale of the crash of UA Flight 232 and how the flight crew rose to the challenge and attempted to do their very best under the circumstances. On Wednesday, July 19, 1989, UA Flight 232 took off at 2:09 p.m. Central Time from Stapleton International Airport in Denver, Colorado. The McDonnell Douglas DC-10 jet airliner was bound for O'Hare International Airport in Chicago, with continuing service to Philadelphia International Airport. The liftoff was picture perfect. The sky was bright, cloudless blue. Soon, the plane was cruising at an altitude of 37,000 feet, with the autopilot engaged. In the cockpit was veteran pilot Captain Al Haynes, with two experienced co-pilots, First Officer William Records and Second Officer Dudley Dvorak. It was a full flight with 296 souls aboard. In addition to the 3 pilots, there were 8 flight attendants and 285 passengers. Due to a Children's Day promotion where children could fly for 1 cent with the purchase of a regular adult ticket, there was an unusually high number of children on the flight, 52 to be exact. 4 of these children were lap children or children under 2 years old, and per American flight regulations could be held in the parents' arms with no seats of their own for the duration of the flight. The first half of the 2-hour flight was uneventful. Then, at 3:16 p.m., while the plane was making a right turn over Iowa, there was a loud bang in the rear. An explosion jolted the plane, causing it to shudder violently. Immediately, several freaked-out passengers wondered if a bomb had gone off. On the flight deck, the pilots were bombarded with warning alarms and flashing lights. The autopilot disengaged and Officer Records took control of his steering column. The flight instruments indicated that engine number 2 on the tail had malfunctioned. So Captain Haynes and Officer Dvorak rapidly shut it down, which stopped the plane shaking. Luckily, DC-10s are equipped with 3 engines. Engine number 1 is mounted in the front of the left wing. Engine number 2 is in tail, and engine number 3 is mounted in the front of the right wing. The plane could still fly with only 2 engines working. Captain Haynes hastily made a reassuring announcement over the PA that engine number 2 had some problems, and as a result, they might be a few minutes late to O'Hare. However, as this was happening, the plane suddenly swerved hard to the right, began to roll over, the nose diving. Officer Records turned his steering column trying to straighten out the plane, but it wouldn't respond to his commands. Captain Haynes also tried turning his steering column, but the plane still wouldn't respond. Officer Dvorak quickly realized that the gauges registering fluids for all 3 hydraulic systems were displaying zeros. The plane had lost all hydraulic fluid, therefore losing all conventional flight controls. The hydraulic systems on the plane control vital functions such as steering and manipulation of the flaps, ailerons, rudders, and braking systems. The DC-10's 3 hydraulic systems are fully independent of each other and are designed to be redundant in case of an emergency, meaning that the plane could fly with just one of the hydraulic systems working. For all 3 hydraulic systems to fail on a DC-10, it's a 1,000,000,000 to 1 chance. In just seconds after the explosion, the plane was more or less simply sailing through the sky on an unmanageable trajectory, much like a thrown paper airplane. A single question dominated Captain Haynes' thoughts: how do we keep this plane in the sky? Thankfully, the number 1 and number 3 engines on each wing appeared to be working properly. To level out the tilted plane, Captain Haynes decided to use the throttles to manipulate the remaining engines. He throttled back the power of the left engine to idle and increases the power to the maximum on the right engine. This caused the plane to yaw left and the air to flow slightly faster over the right wing, generating more lift and forcing the wing down, which leveled out the plane. In the cabin, passengers were panicking. Chief Flight Attendant Jan Brown and the rest of the flight staff have been attempting to keep things as calm as possible. Captain Haynes calls Brown to the deck and informed her of the situation. Back in the cabin, she thought calling a meeting with the flight attendants would scare passengers, so she surreptitiously alerted them one by one as she passed them in the aisle. As it just so happened, seated in first class was Denny Fitch, a United Airlines pilot instructor. Despite crew reassurances, he knew there was something very wrong. He let the flight attendants know his job and stated that he'd be happy to help the flight crew. At 3:29 p.m., about 15 minutes after the explosion and the loss of controls, Captain Fitch joined the flight crew in the cockpit. They explained the issue and have him go look out a cabin window to check if the ailerons are moving when they attempt to steer them. They're not. Captain Haynes has Captain Fitch take over control of the throttle for the 2 working engines. He maintains a white-knuckled grip on the throttle for the rest of the flight, while Captain Haynes and Officer Records continue to manipulate the steering columns in the hopes that they can control the plane. Meanwhile, Officer Dvorak has been communicating with air traffic control, the UA maintenance base in San Francisco, McDonnell Douglas, the maker of the plane, basically anyone they could get a hold of. It's considered virtually impossible that all 3 hydraulic systems would fail on a DC-10, and there's no emergency procedure to deal with the crisis. Furthermore, no one has any real suggestions on what to do. The pilots of UA Flight 232 are on their own. Captain Haynes realizes the best course of action is to make an emergency landing as soon as possible. They decide on the small regional airport of Sioux City, some 65 miles away. Captain Haynes informs Senior Flight Attendant Brown and makes an announcement over the PA, telling passengers to prepare for a crash landing. In addition to the plane constantly skewing right and trying to roll over, the plane's doing what's called in aviation a phugoid cycle. Basically, it's acting like a ship going over heavy waves. It pitches and climbs, then pitches down and descends, while speeding up and slowing down as it goes downhill and uphill. With each iteration of the cycle, the aircraft loses approximately 1,500 feet of altitude. In the cabin, Brown and the other flight attendants go row by row checking seatbelts, making sure that all passengers know what to do. Per United Airlines rules, the parents of lap children are told to place the babies on the floor and when bending in the brace for impact position, hold them in place. In the cockpit, the 4 pilots worriedly discuss whether to try to use the landing gear or land the plane on its belly. Landing gear is controlled by hydraulics. However, on a DC-10, when the landing gear doors are open, gravity will make the landing gear fall out and lock into place. Also, there's a lever for activating the landing gear, which also unlocks the outboard ailerons. They hope that when the landing gear is in place, some residual hydraulic fluid will flow back into the proper system and they'll be able to steer the plane. On the other hand, the pilots have been managing to keep the plane in the air through throttle usage. Trying to utilize the landing gear could cause a whole new set of problems. At around 3:49, some 30 minutes after the initial explosion, the pilots use the lever to open the landing gear doors. Luckily, the landing gear drops, locks into place, and doesn't cause other issues. The landing gear actually somewhat increases the stability of the flight, although it doesn't push any trapped hydraulic fluid to the controls. Meanwhile, in Sioux City, the airport's been preparing for a crash landing with ambulances, fire trucks, and volunteers. Fortuitously, 2 Sioux City hospitals, one of them a regional burn center, are in the midst of a shift change. This means more people are available to treat survivors. For the last 20 minutes or so, Flight 232 has been flying towards Sioux City Airport in wide, awkward loops, trying to dump as much fuel as they can to make the plane, which weighed some 3,600,000 pounds, including passengers and luggage, lighter before attempting to land. The plan is to land on runway number 31, which at 9,000 feet long is the longest runway at the airport. But Flight 232 comes out of a turn lined up with closed runway number 22, which unfortunately is where all the emergency services vehicles have been parked. Worried about keeping the plane in the air, they decide not to make another approach and warn air traffic control that they'd land on the shorter 6,600-foot runway number 22. Just minutes before the plane touches down, emergency services scramble to move their vehicles. Flight 232 would be landing at a high rate of speed. With the loss of hydraulics, the flaps couldn't be extended, which meant flight crew would be unable to control both the airspeed and sink rate. Another huge problem is that hydraulics also control the braking system for the plane. At the edge of runway 22 was a cornfield. They hoped that as the plane touched down, it could roll into the cornfield and that would help slow it. On the final descent, Flight 232 is going 220 knots and falling out of the sky at 1,850 feet per minute, approximately 400 kilometers an hour forward and 34 kilometers an hour downward speed. This is over twice the speed of a normal safe landing. In the cockpit, alarms sound for the ground proximity warning. The cabin is utterly silent as the flight attendants shout for passengers to brace for landing. At 4 p.m., the right wing of the wobbling plane struck the ground, spilling 10,000 pounds of kerosene and bursting into flame on impact. The clang of steel hitting the runway reverberated through the cabin as the plane bounced and skidded forward. The plane broke into 3 main pieces as it careened down the runway and skidded into the cornfield. The cockpit went one way, the tail another, and the main center of the aircraft slid sideways, rolled over onto its back, and came to a stop upside down in the cornfield. Passengers are tossed about, some still strapped in their seats. Due to a ruptured fuel tank, a huge orange fireball rolls through the cabin. Survivors help each other out of the burning plane as first responders rush to the chaotic scene. It took rescuers almost 30 minutes to identify the debris that was the remains of the cockpit. It had burrowed into the ground due to force. It took a forklift and cutting equipment to free the 4 alive but injured pilots. Captain Haynes was knocked out upon impact. He had a severe concussion and received 90 stitches. The wreck of Flight 232 burned for 2 hours. 34 ambulances and 9 helicopters transported the injured. Of the 296 people on board, 111 died, while 185 or 62.5% of the passengers survived. 125 passengers suffered only minor injuries, and 13 actually walked away unharmed. 11 children, including 1 lap child, died. 35 passengers survived the crash, only to pass away of smoke inhalation while trying to escape from the wreckage. Only a single crew member died, flight attendant Renee LeBeau. The tragedy was the 5th deadliest crash involving the DC-10. A long and complex investigation by the National Transportation Safety Board, or NTSB, eventually revealed the cause of the tragedy. An infinitesimal flaw was created when the titanium fan disc for the plane tail engine was manufactured due to impurities in the metal melting process. Over 18 years of plane usage, stress on the flaw in the fan disc caused it to form a crack. Slowly, the crack grew larger and larger, and on Flight 232, at 3:16 p.m., the fan disc fractured, causing engine number 2 to explosively disintegrate. In a stroke of pure bad luck, shrapnel perforated the lines to all 3 hydraulic systems, which ran through the horizontal stabilizer in the tail, causing them to leak all the hydraulic fluid. Though the plane had undergone regular maintenance, the crack in the fan disc wasn't noted, although it had eventually grown big enough to be seen with the naked eye. Despite the loss of life, Flight 232 is held up as a model of CRM, or crew resource management, and studied in flight school. The number of deaths could have been far greater. Both the cockpit and flight attendant crews communicated well with one another and tried to keep cool under pressure. Though Captain Haynes was in charge, he actively listened to his co-pilots. In addition to expertise, cooperation and teamwork played a vital role in troubleshooting the unfolding problem and landing the plane. Once recuperated and cleared of any blame, the 4 pilots returned to work for United Airlines. In May of 2012, Captain Denny Fitch lost his battle with brain cancer. Captain Haynes flew for United Airlines for 35 years until his retirement in 1991. He also became a public speaker on aviation safety. Captain Al Haynes passed away in August of 2019 at the age of 87. Haunted by guilt over the death of Evan Tsao, the lap child killed during the crash, Senior Flight Attendant Jan Brown began lobbying Congress and the FAA to introduce child safety seats on board planes across the USA. Even after retiring in 1998, Jan Brown has continued her campaign. Unfortunately, despite some industry support, to this day airlines in the United States are still not required to provide infants under the age of 2 traveling as lap children with any forms of restraint. As a result of the crash, the manufacturing process for making titanium fan discs for planes was improved. Also, new aircraft designs have incorporated hydraulic fuses to insulate a punctured section to prevent total loss of hydraulic fluid. Though many people called Captain Haynes a hero, he didn't consider himself to be one. He praised his co-workers, saying he felt that they all simply just tried to do the best they could. Sometimes you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, but it seems Lady Luck has your back. we might take the case of Dutch cyclist Martin de Jonge, who is said to have cheated death twice after being scheduled to travel on the two doomed flights Malaysia Airlines MH17 and MH370, but he didn't end up getting on either plane. But what about the Croatian man, Fran Selak? It's said he's escaped death no less than 7 times, including being on a train that flipped off the tracks and hurtled into a river. 17 died, but not him. It's said on his first plane trip he was blown out the door, fell to the earth, and landed on a haystack. He was okay, but 19 people died that day. He survived more deadly events and then won over $1 million in the lottery in 2003. But today, we have a special case for you concerning the few human beings that have been on the right side of fortune. He's special because no one that ever existed has been in his shoes. Many people have been lone survivors of catastrophe, but there's no person on record that has survived 2 nuclear bombs. We're of course talking about the 2 bombs the USA dropped on Japan at the end of the Second World War. The first of those 2 bombs was dropped on the Japanese city of Hiroshima on August 6, 1945, and the second bomb was dropped on the city of Nagasaki 3 days later. Just before we introduce you to the man of the day, we should probably look at just how lucky he was. At the time of the Hiroshima bombing, it's thought that the population of the city was around 340 to 350,000. Many of these people recounted later that they heard an explosion and saw a very bright light. Many others saw the same, but were unable to later recount their experience because they were dead. It's said that of the entire city population, around 70,000 or 80,000 people either died instantly or died soon after due to severe burns. So that's a rather large chunk of the population, and we should say that many more people died later from injury or radiation exposure. You can try and find total deaths in historical resources, but no one seems to agree to the number. Many resources say that just months after the bomb was dropped, the death toll was around 140,000, not much less than half of the city's residents. The U.S. Department of Energy tells us after 5 years, the number could have been as high as 200,000, while some Japanese resources say even higher. While these deaths were from long-term effects, the man in today's show sailed through decades after the bombs were dropped. On top of that, the Japanese later said that around 70% of the city's buildings were totally destroyed, and quite a few more were damaged. Getting out of this almost unscathed was not easy by any means. But as we know, the Allies weren't finished just yet. Over the industrial city of Nagasaki, the population at the time of the bombing was said to be in the region of 260,000. These people were about to get their version of a Big Bang in a very bright light. The star of today's show was about to experience this for the second time in 3 days. Many of the city's factory workers, families, and students were instantly killed. But again, the exact number varies and you can find wide estimates. The number given for immediate deaths after the bomb is usually 40,000 to 75,000, but most agree that by the end of 1945, the number was around 80,000. The U.S. Department of Energy tells us that just after 5 years, you could probably double that number, so that's around 160,000. Let's just say that at the time of the bombing, maybe close to a third of Nagasaki's residents and also non-residents such as POWs died. No doubt the focus of our show today was asking himself if dropping the second bomb was overkill. Many people today say there was really no need to hit a second city, but we won't get into that. Okay, so it's about time we introduce you to our man. His name was Tsutomu Yamaguchi. He was born in 1916 and lived until 2010, making him a natural survivor as well as someone who's dodged a rather large bullet a couple of times. Just so you know, while others may have survived both bombs, he is the only person who the Japanese government recognized as doing so. Okay, so Mr. Yamaguchi in his 30s actually lived in Nagasaki, but he made the unfortunate decision, or was told, to go to Hiroshima on a business trip the month of August 1945. At the time, he was working for Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, and it said business wasn't exactly booming as Japan was suffering in its war effort. In fact, Yamaguchi, who never thought Japan would go to war, said later in interviews that he had considered killing his entire family with pills if Japan lost. He also explained what happened on the big day. When the blast occurred in Hiroshima, he said he had just gotten off a tram. What's surprising is that this tram was a mere 2 miles from ground zero. In an interview in 2005, he said this of the moment it all happened. "It was very clear, a really fine day, nothing unusual about it at all. I was in good spirits. As I was walking along, I heard the sound of a plane, just one. I looked up into the sky and saw the B-29, and it dropped 2 parachutes. I was looking up at them, and suddenly it was like a flash of magnesium, a great flash in the sky, and I was blown over. 3 miles away is certainly close enough to be one of those immediate fatalities we talked about. He didn't exactly take it on the chin though, explaining that he was temporarily blinded. He had his eardrums popped and suffered burns to the top half of his body. He later said this: "When the noise and the blast had subsided, I saw a huge mushroom-shaped pillar of fire rising high up into the sky. It was like a tornado." In another interview, he said, "I don't know what had happened. I think I fainted for a while. When I opened my eyes, everything was dark, and I couldn't see much. It was like the start of a film at the cinema, before the picture has begun, when the blank frames are just flashing up without any sound." Believe it or not, he told the press years later he decided the best thing to do was to go back home to Nagasaki and report for work. Covered in bandages, he made his way the next day to the train station, looking at the devastation around him, risking radiation poisoning. He didn't know that, to find a way back to his presumably safe city. He said he encountered dead bodies strewn around. It was mayhem. Bodies floated in the river like blocks of wood, he said. He had to cross that river since the bridge was destroyed, saying he trod on the bodies of women and children and men, what he has called his human raft. Walking through the streets, he described what he saw. People, bodies, their skin had peeled, their flesh was wet and mushy, and they had no faces. Their eyes, noses, and mouths had been burned away, and it looked like their ears had melted off. He managed to get back to Nagasaki and was relieved to find his wife and 6-month-old son alive and well. News didn't travel too fast back in those days, and Yamaguchi told his bosses of the devastation a bomb had caused in Hiroshima. He said they didn't believe him, that just one bomb could flatten a whole city, and they questioned his sanity. They would soon know exactly what he was talking about, because their city was next. This is what he said in a translated interview with the American media many years later. "I was telling my company's supervisor in Nagasaki that one bomb had destroyed all of Hiroshima. He told me I was crazy." Just as he said that, the bomb fell on Nagasaki. He also said just before that happened, his boss had said to him, "You're an engineer, calculated. How could one bomb destroy a whole city?" Boom. That's how might have been the answer. On the day of the bombing, yet again Yamaguchi was about 3 miles from ground zero. Again, he was knocked to the ground, but he managed to get to his feet and had no idea what was going on. You must remember that the world had no idea something so powerful existed. It wasn't as if Yamaguchi had watched infomercials that people in the West saw years later, talking about the deadly destruction of an atomic bomb. Yamaguchi later said in an interview, "I thought the mushroom cloud had followed me from Hiroshima. This time his family weren't so safe, and while they weren't as close to ground zero as the patriarch, they felt the bomb." In a strange twist of fate, his wife that day had been out looking to buy ointment that could help with her husband's burns. Her house was much closer to ground zero than the place she was at the time of the explosion. Yamaguchi later said that the fact that he'd been hit by the first bomb might have saved his wife from the second bomb. Even so, Yamaguchi's daughter said years later in an interview that her mother had told her she was soaked in black rain and was poisoned. She lived until 88 but did die of liver and kidney cancer. Her brother would also succumb to cancer in his 50s, and her older sister said she had been chronically ill her entire life. She even said that she believes her mother passed the poison she had been engulfed with to them. During life after the bombings, Yamaguchi was quiet and very rarely spoke about his experience. But later he said he felt compelled to talk about the horror of nuclear war. "My double radiation exposure is now an official government record. It can tell the younger generation the horrifying history of the atomic bombings even after I die," he said. In a separate interview, he also said, "Having been granted this miracle, it is my responsibility to pass on the truth to the people of the world." One day, Yamaguchi said, he hoped there would be no bombs that destructive in the world, that countries would agree not to chase such technology that could almost destroy every person on the planet and undo civilization as we know it. In one of his final interviews, he said, "Japan can't rid the world of nuclear weapons by itself. The whole world needs to hold hands and prevent this type of war. Mr. Obama is now the US president, and I listened to his speech. Maybe there is hope." He died in January 2010 from stomach cancer. Just outside the front window of the spacecraft, suspended in the black, hung the jewel-like blue-green marble of the Earth. The view was beautiful, amazing, awe-inspiring. But Mission Commander Neil Armstrong didn't have the time to enjoy the view. He was sharply focused on landing the Apollo 11 lunar module, the Eagle, on the moon. There were no second chances. They'd either land, crash, or abort the lunar landing. The Eagle was only 30,000 feet and rapidly descending toward the surface of the moon when suddenly a master alarm rang and the onboard navigational computer flashed error code 1202. On July 16, 1969, Apollo 11 launched from Cape Kennedy, Florida, carrying 3 astronauts: Commander Neil Armstrong, Commander Module Pilot Michael Collins, and Lunar Module Pilot Edwin Buzz Aldrin on a mission to the Moon. Once Apollo 11 reached the Moon and entered lunar orbit, the lunar module, named the Eagle, undocked from the command and service modules, which formed the Columbia. The spacecraft then made a carefully controlled descent to land on the Moon. After the Eagle touched down at 2017 UTC on July 20, 1969, 650 million people worldwide watched their TVs in awe as Commander Armstrong took humanity's first step on the Moon. The moon landing has become the stuff of legend, immortalized in photographs and movies. To many, it seemed like the trip to the moon was an amazing success, carried out by brave astronauts with ease. However, behind the scenes, Mission Control in Houston and the astronaut crew had to troubleshoot various hazards in real time throughout the historic mission. Here are 7 different ways the astronauts of the Apollo 11 mission almost didn't make it home. Number 1. Imagine being crammed into a tiny spacecraft with only 160 cubic feet of livable space, 7.5 minutes from the surface of the moon, and your navigational computer throws up an unknown error code. That's exactly what happened. Armstrong was preparing to land the Eagle on the moon when the Apollo guidance computer, the AGC, suddenly displayed error code 1202. The AGC was a technological marvel for its time. It was fairly compact, weighing only 70.1 pounds and requiring 70 watts at 28 volts DC. The computer was central to the mission, especially landing. Among other tasks, it managed navigation, velocity, altitude, and engine performance data. It also constantly adjusted the abort trajectory, prepared to shoot the crew back into orbit should something force an abort. Neither Armstrong nor his co-astronaut Aldrin knew what error code 1202 was. He had never even seen it during the many simulated moon landings he had done during training. Armstrong alerted Houston and they told him to ignore the error code and proceed with the mission. The computer system ended up triggering error code 1202 a nerve-wracking 4 times and 1201 once. As it turns out, the computer was being overloaded with too many commands from a radar system and was running out of memory. Number 2. Around the same time that the navigational computer was flashing overload error codes, the astronauts had another serious problem on their hands. About 9 minutes before the Eagle was set to touch down on the surface of the moon, Armstrong realized that they were going to overshoot their carefully chosen landing site. He estimated they'd miss by approximately 3 miles, which was a good guess. They actually missed it by 4. When the Eagle undocked from the Columbia, unvented residual pressure inside the tunnel that connected the 2 spacecrafts gave the Eagle an additional boost as it separated. Though slight, the extra push put the Eagle out of range of the desired landing site. The moon is covered with craters and rocks, and the planned landing site was relatively smooth. Worse yet, the lunar module was burning fuel quicker than expected. Soon, Houston alerted the Eagle that they only had 60 seconds of fuel left before they'd have to abort the mission. The spacecraft careened, skimming over the lunar terrain at 34 miles per hour. The descent engine kicked up dust from the surface, making it hard to see. With less than 30 seconds of fuel left in the tank, Armstrong landed the Eagle into a fairly smooth-looking area. The blue contact light on the console came on. Then Armstrong said the phrase that's now been committed to history: "Houston, Tranquility Base here, the Eagle has landed." Number 3. Not long after the Eagle landed on the moon, another problem began to develop. Though the landing engine fuel line had been shut down, sensors were detecting a pressure buildup. This meant that ice had plugged the descent fuel helium heat exchanger, and there was some fuel vapor caught in the line between the exchanger and the valves. The vapor was being heated by the Eagle's hot engine, building pressure which could cause an explosion. NASA rapidly drew up plans to vent the system. However, before Houston could relay instructions to Armstrong and Aldrin, the ice plug thawed and the gas dispersed on its own, remedying the problem. Number 4. Another hazard that could have prevented the astronauts from successfully completing their mission to the moon and returning home was simply an unknown. NASA didn't know how stable the surface of the moon was. The Eagle being able to land firmly on Tranquility Bay was a good sign. However, did a thin layer of moon dust cover jagged shards of rock that could cause an injury to the lander or astronauts? Although the Surveyor landers and other previous robotic missions had studied the lunar surface, it wasn't until Armstrong's iconic footstep onto the gray moon dust that NASA was sure the surface would support EVA or extravehicular activity. As it turns out, lunar dust is dangerous, mainly due to its abrasiveness. Lunar dust has been created over billions of years by meteorite impacts. However, the moon lacks processes that would grind down these tiny particles into smoother shapes. Astronauts from various missions report tiny shards of rock permeating lunar module interiors, jamming zippers, and even penetrating layers of protective spacesuit material. Lunar dust travels ballistically because there's no atmosphere on the moon, and it will stick to anything. Number 5. A broken switch almost trapped the astronauts on the moon. No one knows exactly how the switch broke, but Aldrin is fairly certain that it happened after he and Armstrong re-entered the Eagle following their 2.5-hour walk on the moon. The flight plan instructed the astronauts to seal the lunar module's hatch, repressurize the cabin, disconnect their backpacks, and connect their spacesuit hoses to the spacecraft's life support systems. After that, they would vent the cabin once more, open up the hatch, and throw the backpacks and other unneeded equipment onto the moon's surface, thereby reducing the weight of the craft for liftoff. Though Armstrong and Aldrin had practiced the routine many times during training, somehow, during execution, one of them banged something or stumbled against Aldrin's side of the instrument panel, snapping off a small switch. Settling on the floor to rest, Aldrin happened to notice a little black switch lying in the lunar dust which had permeated the cabin. To their dismay, the astronauts realized that the broken piece was a small circuit breaker arm that controlled the power running to the ascent engine. If it was broken off, it couldn't be pressed in on the console to complete the circuit. The ascent engine wouldn't be able to power up, and the Eagle couldn't blast off the moon. The astronauts alerted Houston to the problem. While the astronauts tried to nap, NASA engineers scrambled to find a workaround that would reroute power to the engine without the switch. Unfortunately, after several hours, they still hadn't found a solution. The broken end of the switch was still visible deep inside its small hole on the console. Sadly, it was too small of a hole for a finger. However, Aldrin was able to use a felt-tipped pen to depress the circuit breaker and close the circuit, allowing the ascent engine to power back up. Basically, Aldrin pulled a MacGyver move to help get the Eagle back into the Columbia. Number 6. The command module carrying the astronauts back to Earth was almost hit by burning, disintegrating chunks of the surface module during re-entry to the Earth's atmosphere. To return to Earth, the flight plan was that the Columbia would separate into 2 parts. The astronauts would stay inside the command module, while the service module was jettisoned. Once safely away, the command module would position itself so the heat shield was facing towards Earth's atmosphere. As the command module descended to the lower atmosphere, the parachute would deploy, slowing the spacecraft and leading to a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean approximately 5 minutes later. Meanwhile, the service module would break apart and burn up while entering Earth's atmosphere. To prevent any debris from the service module accidentally colliding with the command module and injuring or even killing the astronauts, the service module was supposed to perform a series of thrust maneuvers to move it away from the re-entry path of the command module. In fact, by shifting the service module to a significantly different trajectory, its orbit would change and it wouldn't even re-enter the Earth's atmosphere at the same time as the command module. However, the thrust maneuvers of the service module failed, and both modules from the Apollo 11 mission followed the same re-entry trajectory. Luckily, no debris from the disintegrating service module hit the command module, and the astronauts were able to splash down safely. Later, it was realized that there was an error in how the service module was configured to jettison its remaining fuel. Number 7. A final issue that may have prevented the astronauts returning home was the possibility of alien infections. In 1969, only a few robotic landers had been to the moon. Their studies confirmed that the moon's surface was rocky, dusty, covered in craters, and devoid of complex life forms. However, NASA still took precautions in case the astronauts were possibly exposed to and infected by alien microbes. After the command module successfully splashed down in the Pacific Ocean on July 24, 1969, the USS Hornet recovered astronauts Neil Armstrong, Michael Collins, and Buzz Aldrin. They were immediately placed in a mobile quarantine facility and transported to the NASA Lunar Receiving Laboratory at the Johnson Space Center. There, the astronauts were moved to a larger quarantine facility. After determining that the astronauts hadn't been infected by any nasty space germs, they were released on August 10, 1969, just shy of 3 weeks after they had returned to Earth. In 1996, some 30 years after the Apollo 11 mission, A draft of the speech President Richard Nixon would have given to the nation in the event of a mission failure was released. Considering all the issues that went wrong and all the issues that could have gone wrong during Apollo 11, it's amazing that the mission was successful and the astronauts made it home. To quote the beautiful yet poignant speech that President Nixon never had to give, "In ancient days, men looked at the stars and saw their heroes in the constellations. In modern times, we do much the same, but our heroes are epic men of flesh and blood. Others will follow and surely find their way home. Man's search will not be denied. But these men were first, and they will remain the foremost in our hearts." In the 2011 movie Captain America: The First Avenger, the moment they realize that Steve Rogers has the makings of a superhero is when he jumps on a dummy grenade to save his comrades. To sacrifice yourself for your fellow soldiers in a combat situation is one of the most honorable things a military serviceman can do, even earning you the coveted Medal of Honor, an award given for exceptional feats of bravery and personal sacrifice. Only 103 Medal of Honor recipients are alive today. Jumping on a live grenade will probably net you a Medal of Honor, but it's also a pretty surefire way to die in action. So imagine the kind of person it takes to do this at the age of 17 with 2 grenades, miraculously survive, and then go on to defy death once again. That person is who we're talking about today on this episode of the Infographics Show. This is the story of a war hero and an almost indestructible man, Jacqueline H. Lucas, aka Mr. Immortal. Jacqueline, who more commonly went by Jack, was born on Valentine's Day in 1928. These were truly humble beginnings, growing up in the town of Plymouth, North Carolina, along the Roanoke River. Growing up with the more traditionally feminine name, Jacqueline, Jack learned to be extra tough to compensate, enhancing his natural athletic abilities from a young age and learning to beat up anyone who made fun of him. However, in spite of his drive and toughness, life didn't always come easy to young Jack. When he was 11 years old, his father, local tobacco farmer Lewis Harold Lucas, died tragically at the young age of 45. Jack loved his father and so took his death particularly hard. Like a lot of adolescents struggling with feelings of grief, Jack began to misbehave and act out. His mother, who never remarried despite living to the truly impressive age of 96, was still grieving herself in the aftermath of her husband's death. Feeling like she was unable to control young Jack, she enrolled him at the Edwards Military Institute in the local town of Salemburg. For a lot of people, being abruptly enrolled into a military school after your father's untimely death would be a nightmare. For Jack, however, it was when he really came into his own. As we mentioned before, Jack was a naturally big and athletic kid. By age 14, while most people his age are still in braces, Jack was 5'8" and 180 pounds of solid muscle. In the regimented macho environment of military school, Jack put his physical aptitude to the test and excelled in an insane variety of sports. These included hunting, trap and skeet shooting, horseback riding, wrestling, boxing, basketball, softball, and the American pastime, baseball. He quickly rose through the ranks at Edwards Military Institute, gaining the rank of cadet captain. During his time there, he even earned the coveted position of captain of the football team. If everything kept progressing in this direction, it's very likely Jack would have left the institute and became a superstar athlete. However, wider circumstances unfolding across the globe dramatically changed the course of Jack's life. Europe was experiencing what would later be known as World War II, as Hitler's expansionist Nazi forces, with the help of Mussolini's fascist Italian regime, wreaked havoc on neighboring countries. The United States under President Franklin Roosevelt had vowed to stay out of this messy European conflict. However, everything changed for the US and for Jack Lucas on December 7, 1941. Pearl Harbor, the surprise bombing and kamikaze attack by the Japanese military on an American naval base in Honolulu, Hawaii, that left over 2,300 American soldiers dead. This event sparked uproar across the nation, but it particularly resonated with young Jack Lucas. At 14, he was still 3 years below the legal enlistment age, and he didn't have his mother's permission, but that didn't matter to him. He was feeling that same rage and grief he felt after his father's death, but this time, there was an enemy to fight, and you better believe that Jack Lucas was going to join that fight. But there were still those two pesky issues of his age and his lack of parental permission. However, Jack had his own methods for getting around this. Namely, in August of 1942, he broke out of military school, where they declared him AWOL, and crossed the state line to Virginia. There, he bribed a public official to forge documents saying he was 17. His next stop was the Marine Corps Recruitment Center in Norfolk, Virginia. There, he forged his mother's signature and fully enlisted in the United States military, all before the age of 15, when most of us are too afraid to ask our crushes to prom. He was sent for recruitment training at the Parris Island Marine Corps Training Depot in South Carolina. Much like his time in military school, Jack excelled in his training. His years of hunting, trap, and skeet shooting in Edwards Military Institute had paid off, as he was declared a sharpshooter in rifle qualification. He was a full-fledged Marine by age 14. Jack was already eager to jump straight into the action, but the US military had different ideas. They gave him a post in the Paris Island Training Battalion, doing largely manual labor for them. It was a far cry from the action Jack was expecting when he enlisted. Luckily for him, Jack had never been the kind of guy to just sit around and complain. Instead, much like his days in military school, Jack abandoned his post to follow more exciting prospects. Namely, he got a ride to the military base at Pearl Harbor, telling a USMC officer that his assignment to the training battalion was the result of a clerical error and that he was supposed to have been given a more active combat position. However, this clever plan didn't quite work out because he was given a military trucking job. Driving supplies from place to place didn't exactly make him feel like a valuable soldier. Over time, the frustration of inaction was starting to drive Jack a little stir-crazy. Once again, he began acting out, like any teenager who feels he's being treated unfairly. Jack was disciplined by his superiors for once again going AWOL, this time to head into Honolulu proper and meet girls. He was also arrested for getting hammered and instigating a bar fight. In one instance that feels like something straight out of Animal House, Jack was reprimanded for bringing a crate of beer into his barracks. Jack responded in the only way he could, punching the military policeman who reprimanded him square in the jaw. He was court-martialed and spent 5 brutal months in the stockade. Unluckily for his superiors, 5 months of eating bread and breaking rocks did nothing to dull his rebellious warrior spirit. Getting tired of causing trouble in Hawaii, Jack figured that if the military wouldn't deploy him in combat, he'd just deploy himself. A short trip down to the local docks later, Jack had become a stowaway on board the USS Duell, a transport ship bound for the front lines out in the Pacific. Being a natural-born survivor, Jack was able to remain hidden from the crew for a solid month during the journey. He survived off of scraps, motivated by knowing that in a matter of weeks and then days, he'd be able to join the heat of the battle. And soon enough, Jack got his wish. His time to truly shine came on February 20th, 1945, just less than a week after his birthday. He was a private in the 1st Battalion, 26th Marines, 5th Marine Division. While the other soldiers were armed with M1 Garand rifles, Jack, who wasn't even meant to be there, was going in with bare hands. When the bullets started flying and his comrades started dropping around him, Jack grabbed a rifle of one of the dead soldiers and charged into the fray. Nothing would stand in his way. Jack ran across the beach, which was being torn up by machine gun fire and artillery. He didn't care. Eventually, he hit the tree line and he teamed up with a group of 4 other surviving soldiers. They grouped together and pushed deeper into the jungle, preparing to take on the Japanese forces embedded in machine gun dugouts and complex military tunnel networks. Jack and the 4 soldiers launched an attack on a heavily fortified Japanese machine gun nest, but upon actually reaching the nest, they found it empty. This was because the 11 Japanese soldiers manning the nest had already escaped through one of the tunnels and were climbing out of the ground behind them. Jack and his new comrades whipped around and opened fire. Jack's first shot tore through the head of a Japanese combatant, killing him instantly. Great start. Then his second shot jammed. Not so great. Shots were exchanged in a brief but intense firefight until a live Type 97 fragmentation grenade landed at Jack's feet. Without a second's hesitation, Jack threw his body down onto the grenade and yelled for his comrades to take cover. A second grenade landed near him before the first one had even had a chance to explode. He immediately grabbed that one too and held it against his chest. Then, one of the grenades exploded, releasing not only the blast force, but the deadly shrapnel directly into his body. Luckily for him and his team, the second grenade didn't explode. His surviving Marine comrades, inspired by Jack's act of great courage and heroism, managed to fight off the Japanese soldiers and turn the tide of the fight. Afterwards, they were shocked to find that Jack was both alive and conscious, something that seemed utterly impossible at the time. Well, impossible if you aren't Jack Lucas, a man who later earned the incredible nicknames Mr. Immortal and the Indestructible Man for his death-defying feats. Navy corpsmen ran to the rescue, grabbing Jack and taking him back to their hospital ship on a stretcher. On the way, they had to repel relentless Japanese banzai attacks with their trusty .45 pistols, but they were able to get him back safely. There, Jack had to receive 21 life-saving surgeries, where they removed over 250 pieces of shrapnel from his body. It pierced every single major organ in young Jack's body, but against all odds, he made a full recovery as well as successfully saving his 4 fellow soldiers. Not bad for his first time on the battlefield. 7 months later, he became one of the handful of people to collect his own Medal of Honor alive and in person. It was given to him by President Harry S. Truman at age 17, making him the youngest recipient of the Medal of Honor in American history. Having gotten the rage-fueled adrenaline out of his system, Jack returned home to complete his schooling. He'd be the only 9th grader in the U.S. with extensive war wounds and a congressional medal. Even in civilian life, Jack Lucas never had a dull moment. He got a college degree, went on a speaking tour, and appropriately for a man whose birthday was on Valentine's Day, he got married 3 times, including, according to his autobiography appropriately named Indestructible, one who hired a hitman in an attempt to kill him. Said hitman was unable to finish what the Japanese grenades started. But Jack's days of service and insane death-defying luck weren't over. To get over his fear of heights, like a truly crazed individual, he joined the 82nd Airborne at the age of 40 as a paratrooper. However, during one of his training jumps, tragedy struck and his parachute didn't open. He fell 3,500 feet, and for anyone else, this would be a certain death sentence. They'd be cleaned out of cracks in the sidewalk with a toothbrush. But Jack, who seemed to be an action movie protagonist in the flesh, saved himself by falling into a commando role. He got up and walked away unscathed. By the time his work with the 82nd Airborne was over, he'd achieved the rank of captain for the 3rd and final time in his life. After finally and fully returning to civilian life, Jack sold beer in Washington for a living. He got to meet with presidents up until the end of President Clinton's time in office, and also finally got to experience some well-earned rest and relaxation. He passed away in 2008 at the ripe old age of 80 from cancer. That's a heck of a lot longer than most people who get blown up by grenades and fall out of planes without a parachute, but Jacqueline H. Lucas was never most people. You'll probably never have to jump on a grenade. January 26, 1991, night, the Iraqi desert. 2 SUVs barrel across the moon-bright desert toward Chris. He crouches low, getting into position. His body shakes from the wild pounding of his heart. He breathes deep and thinks of his 2-year-old daughter. His hand steadies. The vehicles are closer now, 55 yards away, then 40 yards, 30 yards. At 20 yards, he pulls the trigger. A rocket whooshes from the launcher. The first SUV explodes with a heavy bang, thick smoke billowing up. Chris launches a grenade at the second SUV, nailing its hood. Then he pops up and charges toward the vehicles, spraying bullets in case there's anyone still alive in the wreckage. Satisfied that he won't be chased anymore, Chris turns and runs until it feels like his heart is going to burst. For now, he's escaped the enemy. He doesn't know if anyone else in his patrol is alive or dead. His only chance for survival is to walk across the desert and cross into Syria. It was supposed to be a straightforward mission. During build-up to the ground invasion of Iraq, B Squadron of the 22nd SAS is stationed at a forward operating base in Al Juf, Saudi Arabia. 3 8-man patrols, Bravo 10, Bravo 20, and Bravo 30, are to infiltrate deep into Iraqi territory on intelligence-gathering missions. The main task of Bravo 2 is to find a good lying-up position and set up an observation post to monitor the main supply route, or MSR, that runs between the town of Hatida and 3 airfields. It's thought that the Iraqi army is moving Scud missile launchers along this route. The patrol is to report on enemy movements via radio or SATCOM. After 10 days, a chopper will resupply them or move them to a new location. Bravo 2 consists of Patrol Commander Sergeant Andy McNabb, Sergeant Vince Phillips, Corporal Chris Ryan, Lance Corporal Dinger Pring, and troops Bob Concilio, Legs Lane, Stan McGowan, and Mark Cover. On the night of January 22nd, an RAF Chinook drops the soldiers into the Iraqi desert. Unlike the other 2 patrols, Bravo 2 opts to travel on foot instead of bringing vehicles. It's a decision they'll soon regret. The mission gets off to a rough start. The desert's colder than expected. It's hard work moving their heavy equipment. They'd misjudged the terrain from poor, outdated maps. Bravo 2 soon realizes that the spot they're in is hot. There's an anti-aircraft encampment less than a quarter of a mile away. Legs, the patrol's radio man, has trouble contacting command on the radio. The day after their insertion, Bravo 2 is compromised when a young goat herder stumbles upon them and then alerts other people. In the afternoon, the patrol finds themselves hunkered down in a wadi, or a dry river channel. From about 219 yards away on a bluff, 2 Iraqi men watch them. It's a tense moment, and then Chris makes a bad mistake. He waves. It's meant to be a disarming gesture, but he waves with his left hand, which is offensive in Arab culture. The men instantly begin firing their weapons. Bravo 2 returns fire and the situation rapidly deteriorates. The Iraqis are quickly joined by a dump truck full of men with AK-47s. As the firefight rages on, the patrol retreats further down the riverbed, struggling under the weight of their heavy haversacks while shooting and trying to evade getting shot. Chris activates his Tactical Rescue Beacon, or TACB, and yells that they're under attack. Andy also activates his TACB. Though their beacons are set to different frequencies to alert both the US and SAS forces, neither gets a response. Bravo 2 ditches their biggest packs so they move faster. Legs leaves behind radio equipment. At the last minute, Chris runs almost 20 yards back to get a hip flask his wife had given him as a present out of his discarded pack. Miraculously, the patrol escapes the Iraqi fighters. They regroup some distance away. Amazingly, no one had been hit, but they lost a lot of their gear. Not sure if their communications have gone through, they decide not to wait for a rescue to show up and head for the Syrian border. As dusk falls, Bravo 2 detours and doubles back through the rough, rocky terrain in case they're being followed. Then they walk south. Periodically, Mark switches on his GPS to get a fix on a satellite. They then check their maps to determine which way to go. After walking for several hours, Stan collapses. He has on thermal underwear and the fast pace has caused him to sweat hard. He's dehydrated. Chris, who's trained as a medic, gives him rehydrate powder mixed into water. Some of the others want to find a safe hiding spot and leave Stan behind, but Chris won't allow it. He cajoles and threatens the semi-conscious Stan into continuing to walk. When they venture near the MSR, fearing discovery, Chris sets an even more punishing walking pace. Stan and Vince keep up with the rest of them. After about an hour, they pause to consult which way to go and discover that the rest of the patrol, Andy, Bob, Mark, Legs, and Dinger, are missing. From higher ground, they pause to look out over the desert floor, but don't see the missing soldiers. Chris turns on his TACB, and to see if by chance Andy has his on, they'd be able to communicate. Unfortunately, there's no answer. The patrol is down to 3 soldiers. Chris, Stan, and Vince walk on, occasionally trying to contact Andy on the TACB. At around 5 a.m., having hiked some 43 miles through the night, they take shelter in a ditch. They take turns sleeping and keeping watch. As the day wears on, it grows colder and begins to snow. After resting, Stan seems better. Chris's feet are beginning to grow blisters due to his rough wool socks. The 3 snuggle together in the muddy, snowy ditch until dark. At night, they set out, trying to navigate toward the border via compass. They walk for hours in the freezing cold. Vince gets belligerent and loses his grip on reality due to hypothermia. Eventually, he falls behind. Chris and Stan briefly retrace their steps, but they can't find him. Chris makes the difficult decision to press on, and Stan agrees. The patrol is now down to 2. After walking for hours, near morning, Chris and Stan cuddle for warmth in a wadi and sip whiskey from Chris's flask. Thankfully, it's a sunny day and they're able to dry out some. Chris eats 2 biscuits, the last of his food. They've lost track of time, but they think it's Saturday, January 26th. Midday, they hear the jingling of bells. Goats. Along with the goats comes the threat of them being discovered again. Chris wants to ambush and kill the herder, but Stan doesn't want to kill a civilian. Against Chris's wishes, Stan steps out of their hiding places and tries to communicate with the herder. Unfortunately, the surprised herder doesn't speak English and they don't speak Arabic. Stan decides to go to the nearby village with the herder. Chris begs him not to go, but Stan's adamant. Chris tells him he'll wait until 6:30 p.m. for Stan to come back. As promised, Chris waits until dusk for Stan to return before checking his compass and walking north. He's walked for about 15 minutes when he sees the lights of an approaching SUV. Thinking that it's Stan, he runs toward the SUV, and that's when he notices a second set of headlights. Stan would never send 2 vehicles. Chris turns and runs from the SUVs, and that's when they begin to chase him across the desert. After Chris destroys the SUVs with his rocket launcher, he continues his trek toward Syria. Now out of water, he keeps thinking that he should reach the Euphrates River soon, but doesn't. Eventually, he sees a small village with crops. Surely they're near the river. Chris stealthily skirts the village as the dogs start barking. At the river, he tries to fill his water bottle, but discovers that the water is shallow over a layer of silt, so he wades out further and ends up getting sucked down by quicksand. Luckily, Chris is able to struggle free. He carefully fills his water bottle, and the water is murky, foul-smelling, but it tastes good. Chris realizes he can't cross the river, it's cold, and the middle current is too strong and unpredictable. He has to go another way. Chris spends the next few nights hiking through the desert, occasionally zigzagging miles out of his way to avoid villages, vehicles, and goat herders. He sips a little whiskey when he needs a pick-me-up. With each step, his blistered feet grow more painful. During the days, he hides in the wadis or culverts and rests. Sometimes he turns on his TACB, but there's never any answer. He consults its map, but has trouble lining up landmarks with it. Chris crosses the MSR again and becomes demoralized by a highway sign, which announces that Al-Qaim is 50 kilometers, which means that the Syrian border is 80 to 90 kilometers away. He thought he was much closer. The lack of water becomes an urgent problem again. Starting to get careless Breathless from exhaustion, Chris stumbles into a signal base, but manages to avoid the soldiers, at times crawling and shimmying across the ground. He finds a clear spring and fills his water bottles. Then Chris accidentally wanders into the large compound of a local politician. A huge portrait of Saddam Hussein is painted on one of the buildings. As the day approaches, Chris is deciding where to hide when he realizes that two men are headed in his direction. There's no way they won't see him when they pass. Despite his exhaustion, Chris's training takes over. He ambushes the men, stabbing one in the throat with his knife. He wrestles the other man to the ground and, using a judo hold, snaps his neck. He drags the bodies into the tall grass by the riverbank to hide them. Chris takes refuge in a stinky sewer culvert full of rotting trash and feces. He can barely maneuver his stiff fingers to open his water bottle. Finally, he gets it open and takes a sip. The water tastes metallic and seems to burn Chris's mouth. He spits it out and uses his flashlight and compass mirror to check his tongue. Everything looks okay. He tries a second mouthful of water with the same reaction. Clearly, the water's bad. Chris dumps it out, very disappointed. It's been 8 days since he had a proper meal and 2 days since he's run out of water. Chris's feet continuously ache, but he doesn't dare take his boots off because he doesn't know if he'll be able to get them back on. Furthermore, he's lost feeling in the tips of his fingers, and due to the dirt stuck under his fingernails, infection has set in. Chris dozes uncomfortably in the culvert, waiting for dark. At night, Chris is finally able to escape the compound area. He limps toward the town of Krabi but can't find it. Later, he'd learn that Krabi was blacked out due to war and he'd gone right past it. Eventually, Chris comes to a big barbed wire fence. Finally, is this the border? He manages to cross it with only minor injuries and staggers on. Suddenly, there's a blinding light, and Chris wakes up sometime later. He drags himself to his feet and keeps going. He has several random blackouts. Chris sees a dwelling in the distance and makes for it. He turns on his TACB. If need be, he'll kill someone for water. The goatherd family, although surprised and rather suspicious, helps Chris. He manages to ask where he is, and they can confirm that he's in Syria. They give him water, sweet tea, and flatbread, but he can't swallow it. For the first time in days, he takes off his boots. His feet are rotting, the toenails falling off. An older woman washes his feet. For a while, he's able to lay by a fire, warming his feet and letting them breathe. Through sounds and sign language, Chris communicates that he wants to go to the police. He gives the family a gold coin for their help. That actually makes things grow tense. They want more money and threaten him with an ancient rifle, but he mimes that he's out of money. The young man is aggressive about taking Chris to town, so Chris carefully eases his feet back into his boots, and he and the young man stand on the side of the MSR and hitch a ride. The camel farmer driver who picks them up speaks a little English. Chris lies to him, saying that he's a crashed airline pilot. Halfway through the ride, the driver kicks the young man out and sends him back home. Chris starts to worry. In the tiny town, they stop for gas. The farmer gets belligerent. Chris tries to bargain with him. The farmer whips up a crowd of people. Chased by a mob, Chris runs into a police station. The police take away his kit and open it. It's a tense moment when they find his .203 automatic rifle grenade launcher. Luckily, an official who speaks English shows up and asks for information. Chris provides his correct name and birth date, but lies about his regiment and repeats the crashed pilot story. Strip searched, blindfolded, and 2 wild car rides later, Chris ends up in Damascus. He's delivered to the head of the Mukhabarat, the Syrian secret police. The secret police allow him to finally get properly cleaned up. For the first time in several days, Chris sees himself in a mirror. He's gaunt. He's dropped from 176 to 140 pounds, losing 36 pounds in 10 days. Though the authorities provide him with a feast, he can't eat. He can only drink water. Per Chris's request, they take him to the British embassy. He's questioned by embassy brass and writes down his whole story. They work out the route he took, and chances are the spring he drank from was contaminated with nuclear effluent. After a few days of government red tape, Chris flies into a base in Cyprus. From there, he ends up in Riyadh, where he's interviewed multiple times by the brigadier and colonel in command of the special forces. The rest of Chris's patrol is still missing. No one knows what happened to them. The other patrols, Bravo 1 and Bravo 3, had declared their areas too dangerous upon arrival and had been extracted shortly thereafter. As it turns out, legs had been given the wrong radio frequencies, and the base only received 3 garbled messages on January 24th. The Army waited 2 days before mounting a search, which had to be aborted due to bad weather. Another search was mounted on the 27th with the focus on the most likely escape route, but they didn't find the patrol. A third search was also aborted, this time due to an ill pilot. On February 24th, the ground war launched and was over in 5 days. As it turns out, 5 members of Bravo 2, Stan, Dinger, Mark, and Andy, were separately taken as POWs, ultimately ending up in the same prison. Eventually, they were handed over to the Red Crescent and released after the war. Legs died from hypothermia while trying to cross the Euphrates. Bob died after being caught in a firefight, and Vince died of exposure in the desert. The patrol originally broke into two because Andy heard a jet and stopped to use his tac beam. Bob, Legs, Mike, and Dinger had been behind Andy, so they stopped with him. After trying to contact the jet, the men saw movement ahead and thought it was an Iraqi patrol, so they stayed put until the patrol moved on, and by that time, Chris, Vince, and Stan had vanished. Chris physically recovered in about 6 weeks. The dentist had to remove some loose teeth, and Chris's gums had receded due to malnutrition. He also had a blood disorder from drinking dirty water and a high level of enzymes in his liver produced in reaction to the nuclear effluents. Thankfully, he didn't have radiation poisoning. It took Chris much longer to overcome the recurrent nightmares and psychological scars the mission caused. In all, he walked just under 200 miles in 10 days. It's here. The zombie apocalypse. The dead roam the streets, and whether it was a plague, an ancient curse, fungus spores, or mutated rabies, none of that matters now. What matters is survival. But how are you going to survive in a world where you're now the main course for billions of flesh-eating zombies? As usual, the Infographic Show has your back, and today we're going to teach you how to keep from being the main course with our top 10 zombie survival life hacks. Number 10. Go north. No, even further north. Our first life hack is not really a hack, it's just more a general survive this nightmare and don't get eaten tip. When the zombie apocalypse hits, you're going to be joining millions of survivors all trying to figure out their next move. Some guy is always going to suggest you go to a government safe zone because, like, he totally hears they've been working on a cure there. Don't listen to him, he's just going to send you on a pointless side plot and probably get a person or two killed while he's at it. Forget the government, because you're on your own. Now obviously you're going to want to get out of the cities, seeing as that's where most people live, and those people are now zombies. Staying put in a city will be like rolling up to a fresh lion kill and wrapping yourself up with a carcass. So while you may be tempted to be near places you can scavenge for supplies, don't. You're going to want to find a place with abundant natural resources because from now on, your meals are coming straight from Mother Nature herself, and she doesn't deliver on Uber Eats. More importantly, you want to go somewhere that zombies are going to have a difficult time finding you, or at least eating you. Flesh of any kind has a pretty hard time dealing with the cold. It tends to freeze and become very rigid and inflexible. And with no blood circulating through their dead limbs, zombies that freeze are going to become undead statues in no time at all. That's why you want to be going north. Really, really far north. Like literally as far north as you can get. If you've hit polar bears, then you're on the right track. Sure, survival will be a bit difficult in those extreme latitudes, but you know what else makes survival hard? Being eaten alive by zombies. In the far north of Alaska or Canada, you'll only be dealing with approximately 3 months of mild temperatures before that thermostat starts dropping. And once it does, any zombie that's followed you up there is going to turn into a frozen popsicle. And at that point, it'll be as simple as leisurely knocking heads off one at a time. Number 9. Learn to get clean drinking water. Okay, so you've taken our advice and decided to head north into the wilderness. Now you're going to have to deal with one of the basic necessities of life, clean drinking water. Obviously, if you can hit up any local army surplus or survival gear store, then you absolutely should do that and get yourself some handy water filtration systems. But if you missed out or if man-made filters are just like too mainstream for you, then fret not. We're going to teach you how to make a basic water filter with nothing more than a plastic bag and a bunch of rocks and dirt. First, you want to cut a very small hole at the bottom of the bag. Then line the entire bottom with a layer of rocks. Above that, make a layer of sand, and then a rock layer again. Repeat 2 more times to make a total of 4 layers alternating between rocks and sand, and voila! You have your own homemade Brita filter. Sort of. It won't get rid of microscopic contaminants like bacteria, viruses, and polar bear pee, but it'll do a great job of filtering out larger particles and make water mostly safe to drink. Number 8. Don't hit up an army surplus or survival store. You remember how, like 30 seconds ago, we told you to hit up a surplus or survival gear store? That was a test, and you failed, and now you're dead. In fact, you should be doing any zombie prepping now, before the actual zombies hit, because trying to do so after the fact is probably only going to get you killed. See, it's like when you visit an online forum and see posts by hundreds of people all proclaiming how they would hit up their local gun shop first thing and become some sort of badass zombie-killing vigilante, except literally everybody else is going to have the exact same idea. Not to mention, you know, the gun shop owners themselves, who by virtue of owning a gun shop are probably pretty heavily armed. Rather than heading to a place full of desperate, terrified people who are now heavily armed, just use that time to get away. You're going to have a pretty narrow window of time to actually use highways and city streets before they become a congested mess, and it's far better to use that time to get out of Dodge while all the internet tough guys fight each other at the gun store. Besides, you'll probably be able to hit up similar shops in much smaller population towns long after the initial wave of panic has hit and most of your competition is, well, dead. Number 7. Stop aiming for the head. Everyone knows that the golden rule of zombie survival is to aim for the head, for some very weird reason. I mean, we're dealing with the living dead. The brain at this point is just a bunch of dead tissue. And yet the golden rule is zombies can't die unless you destroy the head. Well, we'll leave that for the hardcore zombie lore fans to figure out, but for the rest of us, we're worried about two things in our zombie apocalypse: survival and conserving resources. Aiming for the head is a notoriously difficult thing to do. You may be a whiz in PUBG, but firing a weapon in real life is quite a bit more difficult than video games make it out to be. There's a reason why police officers and soldiers are taught to aim center mass instead of to take sweet headshots, and that's because center mass is far easier to hit and will seriously ruin somebody's day. Now, a zombie may not have vital organs functioning anymore and can't bleed out, but they do still have to obey the laws of physics, and if you manage to destroy a vertebrae or blow out a kneecap, that zombie isn't walking anywhere. Our skeletal system is easy to overlook. It's on our inside and literally just sits there your entire life doing a whole lot of nothing. But one of the things it does do is provide structural support for your muscles, and without that support, we'd all basically be fleshy beanbags. For zombies, destroying that support is going to drop them faster than Taylor Swift drops #1 hits about ex-boyfriends. And while it may not be a killing blow, that doesn't really matter if the zombie can't move around anymore. Number 6. Learn first aid. You're gonna get hurt in the zombie apocalypse, it's pretty much inevitable. Now, there's no hospitals to take care of you and no 911 to call and get an ambulance. On the one hand, it's kind of nice that you won't be shelling out your life savings just because you had to visit the hospital once. On the other, you're probably going to die now from totally preventable causes. We've largely forgotten our ancient past, and the modern wonders of civilization have insulated us from just how terrible life is in the wild, but also just how terrible our bodies are for living in the wild. We're pretty much the slowest and weakest of animals amongst our weight class, and our bodies are just lousy at surviving in the wild. Our bones are basically made out of glass, in comparison to thick, tough cow or bear bones, and ridiculously thin skin has no thick fur to protect us from the cold or cuts or scrapes. And it's gonna be pretty important to learn how to take care of yourself and others. So learning some first aid now before your neighbors are trying to eat your brains is going to do wonders for your survival. Number 5. If nothing else, learn tourniquets. Every American soldier receives some basic first aid training, but the one thing that every soldier learns how to use and apply to themselves or others is the tourniquet. Our bodies are not only weak and pathetic in comparison to the other animals, but they have a lousy habit of gushing blood everywhere that really should stay inside your body. For minor to moderate cuts and wounds, applying direct pressure with makeshift bandages and perhaps elevating an affected limb will do. When the wound is serious enough though and your body won't stop pumping all its blood out onto the floor, no matter how much you ask it not to, you're gonna have to take some drastic measures. In these circumstances, you're gonna want to shut the flow off as soon as possible, and the best way to do that is a tourniquet. Simply tear a shirt into a long strip and tie it around your limb with a knot. Then place a stick over the knot and tie a second knot over the stick. Now, you're gonna crank that stick in a circular motion, tightening the strip of the shirt tied around your limb. You're gonna want to really crank that thing, because your goal is to shut off blood flow. But you need to ensure that you're shutting off the flow from deeply embedded arteries, so you're going to require a great deal of pressure. Once the blood has stopped doing its best to vacate your body, you're going to want to secure the stick with a second strip of cloth and tie that as tightly as you can as well so that the stick doesn't unwind and loosen the tourniquet. Number 4. Store up fuel, but only if you plan on using it within a year. In every zombie apocalypse show or movie, there's always the scene of survivors hot-wiring cars and making a last-minute escape from a horde of angry zombies. In the real world, depending on how long ago the apocalypse began, trying to do that will only leave you trapped in a very much dead car, surrounded by, well, the dead. That's because gasoline can and does break down over time, and trying to store it for later use is going to prove difficult under the best of circumstances. circumstances. You can use some commercially available stabilizers to extend the lifetime of gasoline, but the best you're going to get is maybe a year and 2 or 3 months. Same goes for diesel fuel. So if you're hoarding up fuel, then good job because you're becoming proactive about your survival, but also make sure you use it as soon as possible before it becomes useless sludge. Number 3. Learn to make fire without matches or a lighter. Yep, the fuel inside a lighter will eventually break down too, and matches, well, they can get ruined by the weather or zombie attack victims rudely bleeding all over them. Your best bet will be to learn how to make a fire the way our ancestors did, and if a bunch of prehistoric cavemen could make a fire, then come on, how hard can it be? Well, actually, it's ridiculously difficult to make fire the old-fashioned way, as many people who have to pass a military survival course have learned the hard way. Even if you know how to create a bow and a stick contraption to start the fire, and happen to have great kindling, it can still take a very, very long time to get even a tiny ember going. Instead, get your hands on a magnifying glass, which should be easy enough to find at any science classroom. You can also use a highly polished crystal, which you can find in any new-agey mystical mumbo-jumbo store. As long as the crystal can focus light the way a magnifying glass does, you'll be able to get fire started in no time with nothing more than the sun. While this won't work very well on cloudy days, even with just a little bit of sun, you'll very quickly be setting fire to everything and anything you desire. Just remember, forest fires are still a thing, and this time there's no fire department coming to put it out. Be ashamed to survive The Walking Dead only to roast yourself alive because you didn't listen to Smokey the Bear. Number 2. Turn 2-liter soda bottles into cordage. There's few things in the world more useful than rope. And in a world gone all zombie, having rope can be a literal lifesaver. You can use it for everything from harnesses, securing doors, making leashes for pet zombies, and tying off limbs that refuse to stop bleeding. In the survival community, rope is known as cordage, and you're going to definitely want to get your hands on some. Typically, you can make a pretty decent cordage from tough, stringy plant fibers, pulling them off in long strands and wrapping them together to make a thicker single rope. This can be time-consuming and, depending on where you are geographically, impossible. While it won't make a rope, though, you can get a decent length of cordage that you can use for a variety of things, from something that, thanks to mankind's refusal to actually put trash in the trash bin, is now a part of every natural environment. 2-liter soda bottles. Simply take your trusty knife, you did pack a knife into your survival kit, right? And then cut off the bottom of the soda bottle so that you're left with what's essentially a giant funnel. Then cut down into the plastic on one side of the bottle for a thickness of cordage that you want. And after that, it's as simple as cutting the plastic into a long, unbroken strip. The trick is to keep the thickness even, but with a little practice, you'll easily get the hang of it. Besides, it's not like discarded plastic bottles are uncommon or anything. There's literally millions of them in the ocean alone, keeping all the sea turtles company. Number 1. Build a shelter. So by now, if you've taken our advice, you've left the cities behind, and you're headed up north like you got Klondike fever. Civilization tends to get a bit sparse the further north you go, but because we're turning you into a bona fide zombie apocalypse surviving badass, you don't need no home, you'll make your own. While wild animals can sleep perfectly fine in the elements, we're pathetic, weak creatures who can't even survive one rainy night in the wilderness without the hides of other animals to protect us from the cold. Pretty high on your list of priorities, somewhere between don't get eaten by zombies and find food and water, you're going to want to put build a shelter. Your shelter should be tailored to your environment, and you'll need to learn how to make shelter suitable for the season you find yourself in. If you've headed up north, then during winter, shelter will actually be pretty easy. Simple snow caves can be deceptively warm and comfortable, as snow is a fantastic insulator, and the chill of the snow outside your inner chamber will help keep the snow on the inside from melting due to your heating the place up with your body. You can even make small fires inside snow caves, though of course, you want to ensure that you have proper ventilation. To create a snow cave, simply dig into a deep snowbank about 3 feet down, and then level off a foot or two and make a sharp right or left turn, followed by one more sharp turn. The U-bend you create will help keep out chill winds and trap heat. On the ceiling, you'll want to bore out a small ventilation shaft just a few inches wide, because even if you don't light a fire, snow caves can get lousy with CO2 from all your breathing. In the warmer months, building a mound-type stick hut is quick and easy, plus surprisingly sturdy and good at keeping out rain and wind if built correctly. Start by finding large, sturdy branches to act as the foundation, and then lay them against each other so they form a large dome. The weight of the branches leaning against each other should be sufficient to keep them propped up, so your initial foundation is probably going to require a lot of large, thick branches. After this layer, you'll want to find smaller, leafy branches to cover up the first layer thoroughly. Then simply repeat for at least 3 more layers to create multiple layers of leafy branches over your foundation of thick, strong branches. Once that's done, add a final layer of thick, strong branches to make sure that strong wind doesn't blow your thinner leafy branches away. In essence, what you've done is create a multi-layered structure that will be very effective at keeping the wind and even rain out, though you may have a few small leaks in places. If you want to take your shelter building game to a whole new level though, fill buckets with fresh, wet river mud and smear a layer of mud in between the leafy layers and the final layer of thick branches. Once the mud dries and hardens, you'll have waterproofed your makeshift house, and you'll be riding out the apocalypse in true hobo fashion. The room contains 3 men and a bed. One of the men is drunk, flailing about with little control of his body, and the other 2 are stone cold sober. Then things turn violent. One man grabs the drunkard and pins him down, in such a state he can hardly put up a fight. The other sober man starts fiddling with something by the bed, and a few moments later he unhooks the tube from a gas light and shoves it into the mouth of the drunk man. He switches it on. Carbon monoxide floods into his mouth, and he remains pinned down until his body goes limp. The mission was nearly complete. After at least 9 attempts, it was finally time for Iron Mike Malloy to die. How had things come to such a sorry state? 2 words: the Great Depression. Oh wait, that's 3 words, but never mind. Desperate times called for desperate measures, and few points in history have been more desperate than the period after 1929. Unemployment was soaring, and you'd struggle to meet someone who wasn't looking for money. A certain 5 men sat in a New York speakeasy in 1933 were no exception. They were Tony Marino, Joseph Murray, Francis Pasqua, Hershey Green, and Daniel Kreisberg. The one thing binding them together was the need to make some quick dough, and that's exactly what they were discussing one night in the bar. Jobs were almost out of the question. None of them were morally opposed to a life of criminality, but they knew they had to be smart about it. A bit of petty thievery here or there just wasn't going to cut it. They had to think big. That's when a eureka moment hit. Life insurance. They'd all heard the tales of people doing themselves in or doing their loved ones in to cash in on a good policy, but there had to be a better way to do it. What about if you knew someone who was already really ill? You could persuade them to sign up for a life insurance policy and cash out when they tragically met their end a few weeks down the line. The perfect crime. There was just one problem. Nobody could think of anyone who was dying. Luckily, one man had a better idea. What if someone took out a life insurance policy and later died in a tragic and very accidental accident? Straight away, they thought of just the guy, Mike Malloy, the tragic Irish immigrant who'd lost his job and now spent all of his time drinking. He was in this bar almost every night. It would be easy to try some funny business. Besides, he didn't have much life left in him anyway. If they cut his life short artificially by a few months, then so what? There is no way they could have known that the man they selected would turn out to be almost entirely indestructible. But the 5 of them agreed. They'd take out a life insurance policy in a fake name and make a fake identity card in the same name. As long as Mike had the fake identity in his pocket when he died, they'd be able to make a claim on the life insurance. One of the other men would take out a fake identity to pose as his brother, and it would require a bit of an upfront investment, of course, but it'd all be well worth it in the end, or so they thought. So off they went to the insurer, spending almost every last penny the 5 men could pool together. They took out one policy from Metropolitan Life and another from Prudential. Mike Malloy became Nicholas Mellery, and Joseph Murphy became Joseph Mellery. To be alive in the times when scamming people was that easy. In total, Mike's life would be worth just under $3,500 or 65 grand in today's money. Not bad for a total wash-up. What could go wrong? The only thing at stake was their lives if they got found out and accused of murder, but no need to worry about that. Hundreds of people were already dying in New York from alcohol poisoning each year, which is pretty impressive considering alcohol was illegal there at the time. That was why Mike Malloy was the perfect victim. It seemed perfectly plausible that a known alcoholic with little to live for would join the hordes of men passing away at the hands of their favorite vice, shortly after taking out 2 life insurance policies. Soon enough, the fateful night rolled around. Mike, or should we say Nicholas, wink wink, entered the speakeasy like he did most other evenings. There was just one crucial difference. This time, he was given copious amounts of alcohol for free. The 5 men greeted Mike as if he was some kind of legend, royalty, or a long-lost brother. Instead of him waiting in the corner of the establishment until someone got drunk enough to buy him a drink, tonight the booze was flowing as if money was no object. A beer here, a shot there, the plan that he'd gradually get drunker and drunker until eventually he succumbed to alcohol poisoning. But somehow, it wasn't working. Mike downed 1, 2, 10, 20 drinks until the men were unable to keep count anymore. Yet he never reached that pitiful state of drunkenness where you lose all sense of reality and become helpless. In fact, he kept coming back for more. He didn't even look tipsy. How could someone with no money for alcohol build up such a huge tolerance? The gang realized they'd have to play dirty. This man might be able to stomach endless quantities of beer, but there was no way he'd be able to defy actual poison. Well, that was what you'd think, but Mike was no normal man. Unfortunately, there was no arsenic on hand. That was too expensive. But barman Tony did have some methanol. You know, the byproduct of wood alcohol and coal that destroys the optic nerve and poisons the central nervous system of regular people, but not Mike. He continued to laugh and joke like he was on cloud nine. He might have had a stomach of iron, but his social intelligence was lacking. The men gathered behind the bar, plotting their next move. Maybe the alcohol and the methanol didn't kill him, but there was one thing that couldn't possibly fail: denatured alcohol. The definition of denatured alcohol is literally alcohol that's unfit for drinking. And why is it unfit for drinking, I hear you ask? It contains toxic additional chemicals. It doesn't even taste like regular alcohol. It's completely disgusting. So let's see how our good friend Mike fared this time. You'd think he'd spit it out in disgust at least, but there was nothing, no reaction. He downed it like it was whiskey. Eventually, it came to closing time for the speakeasy, and Mike departed in great spirits, thanking everyone for the free drinks. He even had the nerve to walk in a straight line as he left. In a moment of last-ditch hope, you wondered if maybe he'd die in his sleep. Instead, he was back again the next night. What had happened defied everything you could have predicted. How was this man still alive? But still, there had to be another way. One man proposed using food as poison instead. Everyone conceded it was at least worth a go, so someone sourced a tin of who knows how old sardines that smelled like death and prepared them in a sandwich for Mike, who was once again drunk. I can't imagine he was thrilled to be presented with a sardine sandwich, but this was a man who enjoyed drinking denatured alcohol after all. The five men waited anxiously as Mike wolfed down the sandwich, and nothing happened. In fact, he asked for another one. This was ridiculous. Did he have no sense of taste at all? Was he just challenging them and playing along? But still, the men weren't about to give up so easily. Not after shelling out so much money on life insurance. This time, the men filled out the sandwich with as many ridiculous and toxic yet cheap things as they could think of. Bits of broken glass, carpet tacks, finely ground bits of metal tin. Joseph tried oysters marinated with denatured alcohol, knowing oysters and hard spirits formed a deadly combination that should pickle the stomach. Can you guess what happened? Nothing. Once again, Mike waltzed out in high spirits. And if you thought any of the previous attempts on Mike's life were savage, you'd seen nothing yet. The next night, the men suggested that everyone go for a walk together. Nothing like a bit of fresh air in a freezing winter night. Once they reached a park, they encouraged Mike to sit down on a bench and hung around waiting until the alcohol took hold and he fell asleep. And then they did what all good friends would do in such a situation: left him there to die. Few people can survive a winter night in New York City with no protection from the elements. But this wasn't just anyone, it was Mike. So they had to be sure. They ripped open his clothes, poured water over him, and left. So would that be it? Would that finally be the end? Of course not. The next morning, Mike returned to the speakeasy in perfect health, but with an interesting tale explaining the cold had shaken him awake, allowing him to leave before he reached a bitter end. Meanwhile, one of the men who had walked him to the park had come down with a bad cold, and they say karma isn't real. That night served as a kind of turning point. Although the men had been trying to murder Mike, they'd at least been doing it in a nice way. They hadn't tried to strangle or hang him or anything too cold-blooded. They had just been preparing him dodgy sandwiches and suggesting questionable activities. Now things were about to change. One of the men, Harry Hershey Green, was a cab driver, and he reckoned he could orchestrate a car crash. At first, Hershey tried to bribe some of his acquaintances into doing the dirty work for him, but it turns out that even during the Great Depression, some people have either morals or a sensible risk management approach. So he resolved to do it himself. A few days later, the fatal car crash happened. Mike took a harsh battering and was admitted to the hospital. Everyone thought he'd be dead within hours. They were wrong. Once again, Mike lived. He'd broken his shoulder and suffered a concussion, but he was still very much alive. In fact, a week later, he was back at the speakeasy looking for some free booze. Oh, Mike, if you only knew what was good for you. You'd need to find some real friends. That night, things turned violent. The men had thought of one thing that no man could possibly survive: carbon monoxide poisoning. Rewind back to the scene at the start of the video. Joseph Murray and Daniel Kreisberg had pinned a drunk Mike down on the bed as they used a gaslight tube to poison him with carbon monoxide. You might doubt that the man who died was really Mike, but come on, you really didn't think he would survive this one, didn't you? It took 20 minutes to finish the job, which is surprisingly long, but eventually his body had to give in. So what happened next? Did they cash in their life insurance premium, wander off into the sunset, and live happily ever after? Not quite. They did succeed in getting the money. At first, they paid a doctor to sign a death certificate, citing lobar pneumonia as the cause. It was a downright lie. The doctor falsely claimed Mike had visited the doctor complaining of flu twice before dying. There was just one problem. A few months later, there was a murder at the Speakeasy and Joseph Murphy was taken into custody as a witness. Meanwhile, one of the life insurance agents became suspicious after failing to track down the non-existent Nicholas Mellery. There were already rumors going around about the plot to kill Mike, and eventually the police caught wind of it. Everything was going to pot. The police decided to give Mike's body an autopsy. The murdering fivesome hadn't bothered to embalm the body, which would have removed all the traces of what had happened. Rookie mistake. It soon became clear that Mike hadn't died because of his lobar pneumonia or flu. It didn't exactly take a forensic pathologist to figure it out. There was a cherry red discoloration all over the corpse, a clear sign of what had really happened. All 5 men plus the doctor who signed the fake death note were arrested. All in all, the gang had blown almost $2,000 trying to earn the $3,500 life premium. If only I'd been there with them. I would have suggested they use that as a bribe to a journalist to report a fake death. The power of hindsight, I suppose. Brock Meister was a typical 22-year-old guy who loved hanging out with family and friends, spending days at the lake, and chicken wings. But Brock's story is anything but typical. In fact, the Plymouth, Indiana native shouldn't even be alive after an insane internal decapitation. Brock's life was turned upside down in an instant when the car he was in lost control on an icy road, crashed, and rolled. You couldn't tell just by looking at him, but Brock's head was no longer attached to his body. Brock had been internally decapitated, an incredible rare injury that's almost always instantly fatal. But Brock was awake, aware, and even able to move. The doctors were shocked. How was he not paralyzed? How had he cheated death? And how on earth would they keep him alive? This wouldn't be the first time that Brock faced health struggles. When Brock was first born, he wasn't breathing. He had suffered 2 strokes and had bleeding on the brain, and he spent the first 2 weeks of his life in the NICU at the very same hospital where he'd later be treated after the crash. Unfortunately, that wasn't the end of Brock's childhood time in the hospital. In 2012, when Brock was just a teenager, he started having trouble with his eyes. He was finding it hard to focus on the blackboard and take notes in school, so his mother took him to the doctor to get checked out. That's when she got the news that no parent ever wants to hear. Her son had a tumor growing in his brain. An MRI revealed that Brock had a large mass on his pineal gland, and a biopsy confirmed that it was malignant. Brock developed moderate hydrocephalus, swelling of the brain. He needed surgery to put in a shunt and relieve the pressure, but the doctors were dismayed to realize that they wouldn't be able to remove the tumor because of its delicate location in the center of Brock's brain. Brock underwent 4 cycles of chemotherapy over 12 weeks, which shrunk the tumor to the size of a grape, followed by proton radiation therapy, which finally killed the tumor. Brock and his family were overjoyed. He had beaten the odds and survived brain cancer. Brock's mother said that throughout his whole ordeal, Brock never once complained, and he never let cancer slow him down. He rarely missed school even while going through treatment, and he always had a smile on his face. This attitude would go on to serve him well later in life. After all Brock had been through already in his short life, his family was hopeful that he'd recover from the accident, but they were understandably worried. Was it really possible that Brock could beat the odds and cheat death for a 3rd time? The day that changed Brock's life forever started out like any other typical day. Brock had just finished up dinner with some friends and was already looking forward to digging into the takeout container of leftover chicken wings when he got home as he climbed into the passenger seat of his friend's truck. It was only a 10-minute drive to Brock's grandparents' home, and he and his friends had driven these quiet Indiana roads countless times. Their familiarity with the Indiana roads was no match for Mother Nature, though. The truck hit a patch of glare ice and spun out of control at 40 miles an hour. The back of the truck swung out and into the ditch, causing the whole truck to flip over onto the passenger side and rolled over before landing back on its wheels facing the opposite direction. Another friend who had been driving ahead of them noticed that their headlights had disappeared, so he turned around to check on them. When he arrived at the truck, at first he thought everything was all right. The truck was right side up after all. That's until he saw Brock's face covered with blood. He tried opening Brock's door, but it was stuck. In a rush of adrenaline, he ripped the mangled door open as he frantically called 911. As the 3 friends waited for the paramedics, the friend who had been driving described what he saw during the accident. As the truck rolled, Brock had been thrown sideways toward the passenger door. His head smashed through the window, shattering it, and he was momentarily airborne. Brock's friend quickly grabbed him, saving him from flying out the broken window. "My neck!" Brock was screaming as he kept trying to get out of the truck. His friends put their hands on his chest to keep him in the seat and kept him still until paramedics arrived. They didn't know it at this time, but their quick thinking very likely saved Brock's life. After they'd called 911, Brock's friends also called his mother, and she arrived on the scene just after the paramedics. That's small towns for you. She was terrified but relieved to learn that Brock could feel and move his limbs, but he was in a tremendous amount of pain. He complained that the back of his neck hurt and that he was cold. Brock's mom was able to talk to him before he was transported to the hospital, and she was comforted when he asked if she knew what had happened to his chicken wings. That was the Brock she knew. Brock was transported to the hospital. His friends and family were worried, but they were comforted by the fact that he was awake, and that had to be a good sign. Little did they know that Brock had sustained a terrible injury, one that's almost always fatal. Brock's head was no longer attached to his body. When Brock arrived at the hospital, the seriousness of his injuries finally started to become clear. Initial imaging revealed that his skull was no longer attached to his spine. Brock had been internally decapitated, and the staff and his friends and family were shocked. The condition was so rare that Brock was just the second ever patient to arrive at Memorial Hospital of South Bend with an internal decapitation, and the injury was almost always fatal. Brock had already defied the odds by surviving the initial accident and the ambulance ride to the hospital, but he wasn't in the clear yet. The medical term for internal decapitation is atlanto-occipital dislocation. The atlas is the top vertebral bone in your spine, and the occipital bone is the lower part of the back of your skull. Actually, the term decapitation is a bit of a misnomer since the head is still technically attached to the body. Traumatic hyperextension of the neck backwards can sever the ligaments in your neck that attach to the skull, which leaves the head free to move around more than it should. Any swift or sudden movements, especially sideways twisting, can exacerbate the injury and even lead to death if the brainstem is damaged. The injury can result in damage to the brainstem's medulla oblongata, the part of your brainstem that controls your heart and lungs, resulting in cardiopulmonary arrest. In plain English, your lungs stop breathing and your heart stops beating. There can also be damage to your blood vessels, which can cause neurological defects. Paralysis and loss of consciousness are common, but in a few rare cases like Brock's, the only symptoms of an internal decapitation are stiffness and neck pain. It's impossible to tell if an internal decapitation has occurred without an MRI or a CT scan, so survival depends on quickly and carefully immobilizing the head and neck to prevent any movements from causing further misalignment. Brock's neurosurgeon would later praise his first responders, saying, "As the surgeon, I have the luxury of seeing all the images before I touch or move the patient. First responders have no imaging to go off and have to act quickly." Somehow, they were able to get him out of the vehicle, onto a cart, into the ambulance, and ultimately into the emergency room without losing his spinal alignment at all. It was really perfect work. The medical team at Memorial Hospital found Brock's case so shocking because 70% of patients who suffer an atlanto-occipital dislocation die instantly or on the way to the hospital. Sadly, internal decapitation is 3 times more common in kids than adults. That's because compared to adults, kids' heads are large and heavy for their body size, and their ligaments are more lax. Shortly after arriving at the hospital, Brock started having trouble breathing. A hematoma in his neck was slowly enlarging, compressing his airway. He desperately needed a breathing tube, but the normal head movements required to insert one were out of the question in Brock's condition. Instead, medical staff did a tracheotomy to help him breathe. Brock couldn't speak with the tube at first, and he used hand signals and whiteboard to communicate until a speaking valve was added. As soon as he could speak again in typical Brock fashion, he immediately asked for a hamburger and fries. Dr. Kashif Sheikh, the hospital's neurosurgeon, was at home late in the evening when he got the call about Brock. When he saw the images and learned that Brock was still alive, he couldn't believe it. He knew he had to act quickly if he wanted to keep Brock alive and give him any chance at recovery. Memorial Hospital is a small, local hospital, and it was not the ideal place to handle such a complex, serious injury. Dr. Sheikh considered moving Brock to a bigger hospital to do the surgery, but he realized that moving Brock in his condition would be risky and possibly even fatal. He called around to other hospitals and colleagues to gather the specialized equipment and tools he would need for the complicated surgery, even having a medical equipment rep drive through the night to deliver an essential tool. At 3 a.m. on a Saturday, Dr. Sheikh called in a favor from a friend so that he would have another neurosurgeon on hand to assist him. Finally, by noon the day after the crash, Dr. Sheikh was ready to operate on Brock. It took the 2 neurosurgeons an hour and a half just to position Brock for surgery. One surgeon held his head and the other held his body as they used very slight movements to slowly realign his spine, using live fluoroscopy and spinal cord monitoring to guide them. After hours of painstakingly slow and steady work, they were able to reestablish a near normal alignment, and finally the surgery could begin in earnest. Dr. Sheikh made a long incision in the back of Brock's neck to expose his spinal cord and the back of his skull. Next, he carefully attached a skull plate with screws above and below the fracture and connected them with a rod on each side of his spine. Finally, after a very tense few hours, the surgery was a success. Brock's spine was secure, but his healing journey had really just begun. It wasn't until after the surgery was over that Dr. Sheikh had a moment to think, and he realized that this miracle patient's name was familiar. After talking with Brock's mother, Dr. Sheikh realized he'd been a resident working under Brock's doctor 6 years ago when he was undergoing his cancer treatment. He couldn't believe that his patient had cheated death not once but twice, and that he'd been part of both recoveries. Brock made it through the surgery, but he wasn't out of the woods yet. He had intensive daily therapy first to be able to sit up again, and then a few days later he was able to take his first tentative steps down the hospital hallways. Brock spent a few more weeks in an inpatient rehab facility working to regain his mobility before he was finally able to go home 2 months after his accident. Even then, he wasn't fully recovered. He had to wear a neck brace for months and continues to do physical therapy twice a week. The American General William Tecumseh Sherman is often quoted as saying that war is hell. Few members of the military have more of a right to believe that than the subject of today's video, Lieutenant General Sir Adrian Carton de Wiart. This hard-as-nails officer of the British Army served in the Second Boer War in South Africa, World War I, and World War II. He sustained horrific injuries in the line of duty and was brought to the edge of death more times than a person could count. However, war was definitely not hell for this borderline deranged military hero, Adrian Carton de Wiart. For this unkillable soldier, it was more like home. While de Wiart has been held up by the English as a legendary example of courage and national pride, he was actually half Belgian, half Irish. He was born in Brussels, Belgium on the 5th of May 1880. His father was a Belgian aristocrat, lawyer, and diplomat, Léon Carton de Wiart. Léon was a man of high international regard, as Grand Cross of the Egyptian Orders of Osmandia and Medjidie, and a Knight of the Belgian Order. Needless to say, having a father with two such prestigious titles could have easily set Adrian up for a charmed life. His mother was Ernestine Zephyrine Emily, an Irish woman who would die quite early in Adrian's life. The same can also sadly be said of 3 of Adrian's young sisters. Even from a young age, Adrian Carton de Wiart's life played out like fiction. Growing up, his reputation was marred by rumors that he was secretly the illegitimate son of Belgian King Leopold II. Much of Adrian's childhood was split between Belgium, England, and Egypt. Due to his father's business dealings in the Middle East, young Adrian became fluent in Arabic. When Adrian's father remarried, this time to the English woman Mary James, Adrian was shipped off to a Catholic boarding school in Birmingham, UK. He attended the Oratory, where he was trained to become the quintessential British gentleman and also an avid sportsman. Adrian was being groomed to follow his father's path into business and law, but Adrian had other ideas. The founder of his boarding school, John Henry Newman, was famous for saying, "Fear not that thy life shall come to an end, but rather fear that it shall never have a beginning." Even if Adrian had never heard this quote, its sentiment clearly resonated deeply with him. The courtroom held no satisfaction for Adrian Carton de Wiart. For as long as he could remember, he yearned for the excitement of battle, the thrill of war, and he knew that as soon as he got an opportunity, he would eagerly enlist. That opportunity presented itself with the beginning of the Second Boer War in 1899. At the time, Adrian was attending Balliol College in Oxford, trying to earn a law degree. He was an unimpressive student, underperforming in exams and being dispassionate toward his studies. When Adrian heard about the war, he immediately fled Oxford and found his way to the nearest enlistment center. Adrian knew he needed to be involved in the war somehow, saying later in his memoirs, "At that moment, I knew once and for all that war was in my blood. If the British didn't fancy me, I would offer myself to the Boers." The enlistment center was where Adrian ran into his first obstacle. He was 19 at the time and the enlistment age was 20. This didn't do much to stop him though, as Adrian lied about his age, his parental permission, his citizenship, and enlisted under the name Trooper Carton. Before he knew it, he was off to war. Adrian's long and illustrious life as a military serviceman was about to begin. The Second Boer War was a conflict between Imperial Britain and the local forces of South Africa, the Orange Free State and South African Republic, also known as the Boer States. Adrian became a member of the Middlesex Yeomanry, a volunteer cavalry regiment. He served alongside Paget's Horse, an elite British cavalry unit that acted as the backbone of Britain's ground offensive in the Boer conflicts. However, while he was serving in the Orange River Colony, he was struck down. not by enemy soldiers, but by a sudden fever. He was hospitalized for a brief period before re-enlisting with the local military corps. Adrian experienced his first of many injuries while attempting to cross a river in South Africa, where Boer commandos ambushed him and shot him in the stomach and groin. He was no older than 20 at the time. When he was found injured by his superiors, they asked him if there were many Boers in the area. Adrian's reply, no, but the few were very good shots. Adrian survived and was shipped back to England for treatment, where his furious father chastised him for skipping school. But Adrian didn't care. He may have been shot, but he survived, and now he'd truly gotten a taste for the thrill of battle, a thrill he didn't intend on giving up. When Adrian fully recovered with his father's begrudging approval, he quit college and decided to pursue a military career full-time. He took an extravagant first-class plane trip back to Cape Town, handing out huge tips to the air hostesses and landing almost completely broke as a result. But Adrian didn't mind. He was a soldier again, and that made him feel alive. In South Africa, Adrian began to act out. He was promoted from trooper to corporal before being immediately demoted for threatening to punch a sergeant. While he managed to reach the rank of second lieutenant during his service in South Africa, he saw practically no combat, which Adrian found extremely frustrating. He was a fighter and a playboy with a love of gambling, drinking, socializing, and hunting. The one thing Adrian couldn't abide by was boredom. So when the Second Boer War came to an end, he applied to be sent to British Somaliland. There, British Imperial forces were fighting against a guerrilla warfare campaign led by Mohammed bin Abdullah, known to the colonialist authorities by his nickname, the Mad Mullah. However, instead of immediately getting his combat wishes, he was instead stationed in Mutra, India. There, his boredom drove him to create more trouble. Mounted pig hunting became his favorite pastime because it was the closest thing to real combat he could get. Even this caused him injuries, as after falling from a horse, his horse also fell on him, cracking his ribs and ankle. Adrian's frustration grew so great that he even shot an Indian servant in the butt after a petty squabble. His superiors jailed him for his act of wanton violence. He'd spend the next several years killing time, but not enemy soldiers, in various British and Allied territories across the globe. Adrian used his oodles of downtime to practice physical fitness, getting so strong he was capable of ripping apart decks of playing cards with his bare hands. Though that skill probably didn't make him popular with fellow soldiers in the barracks who just wanted to play some poker. In this time, he swore allegiance to the king and officially became a British citizen. During his deployment in Europe, he also married an Austrian countess with a ridiculously long name. Friederike Maria Carolina Henrietta Rosa Sabina Franziska Fugger von Babenhausen. He was doing pretty much everything except fighting. When World War I broke out, Adrian was ecstatic and finally deployed to British Somaliland to join the war against the Mad Mullah. Adrian was assigned a squadron of the Somaliland Camel Corps, tasked with hunting down the dervishes, followers of the Mad Mullah. During a daring attack on one of the Mullah's fortresses, Adrian, wrapped up in the adrenaline of the fight, decided to charge in head first. Unsurprisingly, the dervishes shot Adrian 3 times in the face, taking out his eye and blowing off half of his ear. Because Adrian seemed to be borderline immortal, this didn't kill him. He lost that eye forever and was sent back to England for treatment and redeployment. When describing this conflict later on, Adrian said, "It had all been the most exhilarating fun." The British Army conceded to Adrian's wishes to be assigned to the Western Front, on the condition that he wore a glass eye. However, because he found the glass eye to be uncomfortable, he tore it out in the cab taking him to the airport. Adrian was more of an eye patch guy. Later, biographers would even describe him as looking like a gentleman pirate. Adrian joined the 4th Royal Irish Dragoon Guards, a cavalry regiment stationed along the Western Front in February of 1915. During the Second Battle of Ypres, while attempting to relieve an infantry unit, Adrian's regiment was fired upon by a German artillery unit. Shell fragments and exploded parts of his own wristwatch utterly mutilated Adrian's hand. It only left part of his palm, and his 2 remaining fingers were hanging on by some thin tendons. When a field medic refused to amputate the fingers, Adrian just tore them off at the stump and carried on. Adrian then fought in the Battle of Soma and was once again a hard-as-nails lunatic. Other soldiers reported seeing Adrian tearing the pins out of grenades with his teeth and throwing them into enemy territory with the hand that still had fingers. During the assault on the occupied village of La Boisselle, after the sudden deaths of 3 unit commanders, Adrian took command of all 3 units and led them to victory across no man's land. He was awarded the prestigious Victoria Cross for his act of valor in battle. Like any adrenaline junkie, Adrian wanted to maintain the high. He continued charging ahead in battle after battle, until another near-death experience in the Delville Wood trenches, a series of trenches so treacherous they earned the nickname the Devil's Wood. There, a sniper blasted him straight through the back of his skull. Predictably, he didn't care, nor did he care in subsequent battles when he was shot once again in the ear, hip, leg, and ankle. Whenever Adrian was released from the hospital, he ran straight back to the front line, having the time of his life. In the aftermath of World War I, he remarked that he really quite enjoyed the war. In the interim between World War I and II, Adrian couldn't bear to remain out of conflict. He took part in battles across Eastern Europe, assisting Poland in its wars against Lithuania, Czechoslovakia, the Ukraine, and Soviet Russia. In classic De Weert style, he achieved numerous feats of daring high-octane action. He survived several plane crashes, nonchalantly brushing off the resulting injuries. He also fought off an onslaught of Cossack cavalrymen with a single revolver when they attempted to hijack a train he was protecting. Even when he fell off said train while it was moving, he was quick to jump back on and continue the battle. After victory in the Polish Wars, Adrian remained in Poland for 18 years. However, when World War II began, Adrian didn't hesitate to jump back into the battle. Using a fake passport, he returned to the UK and re-enlisted. By this point, Adrian was 61 years old, with one eye and one hand. It didn't stop him, because as you've probably gathered by this point, basically nothing could stop Adrian Carton de Weert. Initially, Adrian narrowly survived taking part in a few disastrous operations to drive the Nazis out of Northern Europe, all of which failed. In 1941, British Prime Minister Winston Churchill gave Adrian a secret envoy mission to offer assistance to Tito in Yugoslavia. However, during this mission, the Wellington bomber transporting Adrian and his comrades crashed into the Mediterranean Sea. Adrian, despite being an elderly half-blind amputee, still managed to swim himself and a wounded fellow soldier back to the shoreline. He was then taken to a POW camp for British officers in Vinciliata Castle near Florence by Mussolini's forces. Was this the end of Adrian's story? Of course not. He and 5 other prisoners, all of whom were in their 50s, built a 60-foot tunnel under the castle and escaped. They posed as Italian villagers despite not speaking a lick of Italian, and managed to evade capture for over a week before getting found and taken back to the castle. When Mussolini was deposed and killed, Adrian and the other prisoners were freed and returned to the UK. This would be Adrian's final war, but not the last of his experience in international relations. He was sent on a diplomatic mission to China, and while he didn't kill anyone, he still managed to exercise his trademark brand of foolhardy bravery. He told Chairman Mao Zedong to his face that he hated communism. Mao apparently took it in good humor, and just because he was a creature of habit, he survived another plane crash during his stay in China. Adrian finally passed away not from war but from natural causes at age 83. He died in his County Cork home in Ireland, survived by his wife and 4 children, none of whom were mentioned in his memoirs. Though, in Adrian Carton de Weert's defense, he had a lot of ground to cover. 1st Special Forces Operational Detachment Delta, Task Force Green, and the Unit. These are just a few names given to the Delta Force, an elite U.S. Special Operations unit only deployed for the most complicated, high-risk, and top-secret missions. Many details of Delta Force's operations are highly classified. Even details such as the current size of the unit and its current commander are kept shrouded in secrecy. Even the Pentagon refuses to officially acknowledge their existence. Today, we're cracking open the files and taking a look at everything we know about the origins and operations of the mysterious Delta Force, and what makes them America's most elite counter-terrorist special operations task force. Extensive involvement in the last 3 decades of Middle Eastern conflict have put these hardcore super soldiers on the map, though very few people could really point them out. Delta Force soldiers are the best of the best and only work with that same standard of equipment and weaponry. If Delta Force wants you dead, we hope you've got your affairs in order, because these human bloodhounds always get their mark. But with one of the largest and most well-funded militaries in the world, why does the US Army feel the need for such a terrifyingly specialized unit of elite warriors? Let's go back to the 1970s for a moment, a decade of change that saw Richard Nixon impeached from his role as president after the Watergate scandal. Rock bands like Queen and the Rolling Stones dominated the radio airwaves, and King of Rock and Roll Elvis Presley dies at the age of 42 in his Graceland home. The 1970s also saw the birth of what some refer to as contemporary terrorism. Incidents involving violent attacks on innocent people by terrorist groups skyrocketed, with 9,845 recorded terrorist incidents occurring across the world during the decade. Of this number, 1,470 took place on U.S. soil, costing the lives of 184 innocent people. The tactics being employed by terrorists during the 70s were expanding, with methods of attack ranging from bombings, kidnappings, and armed assaults to hijacking airlines, assassinations, and hostage situations. By the mid-70s, the number of U.S. bombings orchestrated by terrorists were averaging between 50 and 60 per year. It was also at this time that airline hijackings and bombings were taking place at least once a month worldwide. Like we said before, it was a decade of change. But what does this have to do with Delta Force, you may ask? Well, everything. In 1977, the U.S. government established Delta Force as a direct response to the rampant acts of terrorism that were occurring during the 70s. Charles Beckwith, an officer with the U.S. Green Berets and Vietnam War veteran, is the man remembered for founding Delta Force. Beckwith had served for a time as an exchange officer with Britain's Special Air Service, better known as the SAS. An exchange officer is exactly what you might expect. Think of an exchange student briefly visiting a school in another country. Except instead of a school, it's a highly trained, specialized branch of another country's military. Upon returning to America after his time with the SAS, Beckwith compiled a highly detailed report that emphasized the need for a similar SAS-style unit within the U.S. Army, stating that their army was potentially vulnerable without a unit of this nature. He spoke to key government and military figures, pushing the need for not only teachers but doers. However, the idea was frowned upon and ultimately rejected. That was until the rising threat of terrorism that presented itself during the 1970s. The Pentagon and U.S. Army tasked Charles Beckwith with the formation of the unit in the mid-70s, when terrorist attacks were on an unprecedented rise. Inspired by the work of the SAS, Beckwith envisioned small teams of highly skilled and totally adaptable troops that possessed a vast array of specialized skills that would make them ideal for carrying out counterterrorism missions. His ultimate goal was for his unit to be what the SAS were to the British Army, but instead carrying out their operations on behalf of the U.S. Army and government. According to Beckwith, the proposed unit would have provided a high specialized force, rich in rank structure built upon small teams which contain mature, professionally trained, psychologically prepared individuals capable of making on-the-spot judgments. He was a 1970s Nick Fury, given the resources and mandate to assemble his own team of military Avengers. In 1979, after Beckwith had spent time rigorously screening and training volunteers for his new unit, Delta Force was certified mission-ready just before the infamous Iran hostage crisis that took place that same year. On November 4th, in the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, Iran, a number of United States diplomats were trapped when supporters of the Iranian Revolution had laid siege to the embassy. This incident will sound familiar to any of you that have watched the 2012 Academy Award-winning movie Argo, starring Ben Affleck, as this is the event that the movie derives its plot from, although it was criticized for a number of historical inaccuracies. Saving the hostages trapped in Iran was set to be Delta Force's first-ever high-profile engagement, codenamed Operation Eagle Claw. However, the mission, which would have involved Delta Force storming the embassy and securing the hostages by force, was aborted due to technical problems with the team's helicopters. In hindsight, the mission's cancellation may have been for the best, as Delta Force kicking down the doors of the embassy during a time of high political tension in Iran might have exacerbated matters, and ultimately the hostages were returned safely to the U.S., so there was still a happy ending. However, it forced the U.S. Army to reconsider a few things before they started deploying Delta Force on its missions. After some reshuffling, the U.S. Army established various units that would specialize in missions with specific requirements to take some of the pressure off Delta Force. For example, the Night Stalkers, designed for missions involving air support, and the famous SEAL Team 6, created to handle counterterrorism operations for the U.S. Navy. All these units were overseen by the Joint Special Operations Command, or JSOC, which was created by the U.S. military to take control of these various counterterrorism units. Almost all of Delta Force's missions since have been kept highly classified. Members of the public may never know just how many operations they've been involved in since the late 70s. However, information pertaining to a select few have been made available to the public, albeit with somewhat limited details. In fact, Delta Force's operations are so secretive that any former or retired member of the unit faces a prison sentence if they are ever to speak openly about its operations. That being said, let's look at some of the ones we do know about. Operation Desert Storm, which took place in the early months of 1991, was the combat phase of the Gulf War in Iraq. This conflict involved a US-led coalition of 35 countries battling the forces of Iraqi President Saddam Hussein. During Desert Storm, Delta Force was deployed to the region to offer support for coalition forces. They also provided security detail to General Norman Schwarzkopf, who was the commander of the US Central Command at the time, meaning he was charged with leading all forces of the huge coalition against Saddam Hussein. Additionally, Delta Force worked in conjunction with the fellow Special Forces unit that had inspired their foundation, the SAS. Together, the SAS and Delta Forces hunted for Scuds, a type of tactical ballistic missile that was created during the years of the Cold War by the Soviet Union, then exported to numerous countries. Eventually, Delta Force sniper teams uncovered 26 Scud missiles in western Iraq that Saddam had intended to launch at Israel. Using 50 caliber sniper rifles from 3,000 yards away, that's the same distance as 30 football fields, Delta Force operatives shot at the fuel tanks beneath the missiles, killing the crews manning these deadly weapons. If these Scuds had been launched, Saddam Hussein would have lured Israel into conflict and caused an untold number of deaths. Even worse, it would have destroyed the coalition set against them, as other Arab nations would have never accepted Israel as a partner. More recently, the Delta Force took part in Operation Caleb Mueller in October of 2019. This raid that took place in Syria resulted in the death of Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, known terrorist and leader of the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, also known as the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, but perhaps best known as ISIS or ISIL. Baghdadi played a hand in a number of the atrocities and violations of human rights committed by the ISIL group, and Delta Force played a pivotal role in his death, acting alongside fellow U.S. Special Forces units such as the 75th Ranger Regiment and the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment under the command of the JSOC. The raid was carried out based on intelligence gathered by the CIA's Special Activities Division. 8 helicopters were launched well after midnight on a course for a compound located in the Idlib province of Syria, close to the Turkish border, where Baghdadi was said to be housed. Delta Force teams, along with their fellow Special Forces counterparts, arrived on the scene and attempted to convince the ISIS leader to surrender. However, Baghdadi was unwilling to compromise with U.S. forces. Delta Force entered the compound by detonating a large hole on one side, gaining access. The forces inside either surrendered or were shot and killed by Delta Force. After 2 hours, Baghdadi fled to a nearby tunnel. However, it led to a literal dead end, as shortly afterwards he detonated a suicide vest, killing himself as well as 2 of his own children. As a result of their highly secretive but vitally important missions, Delta Force maintains a natural rivalry with the other well-known U.S. Special Forces unit, the United States Navy SEALs, specifically the widely known SEAL Team 6. Both have been instrumental in large-scale conflicts over the past few years, with Delta Force playing its key role in Iraq and SEAL Team 6 being heavily involved in the war in Afghanistan. Both units are also responsible for missions that have involved high-value targets. In Iraq, Delta Force captured and is rumored to have also assassinated Saddam Hussein, while the Navy SEALs famously eliminated Osama bin Laden, leader of al-Qaeda, in May of 2011. However, it was surrounding this particular operation that some of the rivalry between Delta Force and SEAL Team 6 began to arise. Naturally, both units were eager to be granted the mission to go after bin Laden, given that he was the most wanted man in the world at the time. As it turned out, the mission was given to SEAL Team 6, which caused complaints among the members of Delta Force. They believed that the Navy SEALs had been favored for the mission to eliminate bin Laden due to the naval officers that had formed the command of the JSOC that oversees both Delta Force and the SEALs. Shortly after Operation Neptune Spear and the death of bin Laden, a top-secret, highly classified list was leaked to the press. While it was never published, this list was believed to have included names of all the soldiers who had been involved in the raid on the compound in Abbottabad, where bin Laden was found. While it seemed like a member of Delta Force may have done this out of spite, Delta Force themselves believed the leak was the result of SEAL Team 6 attempting to bask in the spotlight and attract media attention for the mission, out of spite for their Delta rivals. Like a lot of issues surrounding this clandestine group of elite soldiers, to say anything more would be pure speculation. One of the rare times that Delta Force has been caught on video was during the 2013 abduction of al-Qaeda leader Nazi Abdul Ahmed al-Rakai. In the video, Nazi Abdul Ahmed al-Rakai is seen pulling up to his home after morning prayers, only to be immediately snatched by Delta Force operatives. This is Delta Force's version of Gone in 60 Seconds. Something else the Delta Force is known for is their use of state-of-the-art equipment when carrying out their secret operations. During Operation Caleb Mueller, a photo surfaced of a team of Delta Force operatives with their faces redacted to maintain their secrecy and showcase some of their arsenal. The Delta Force favors the ENVG-3 model of night vision goggles when locating threats in the dark, which are designed to be connected with the weapon's optical sights, allowing for soldiers to aim at targets without having to shoulder their rifle, and can switch between night vision and thermal imaging when necessary. In addition to the ENVG-3s and Kevlar-plated body armor to protect against bullets at close range, Delta Force troops also carried the deadly HK-416 carbine rifles, a weapon designed by Heckler & Koch that can utilize a wide array of attachments, including grenade launchers. As well as those mean rifles, Delta Force members carry a sidearm, most commonly favoring Glock's Colt M1911s or Beretta M9 pistols. None of us know all that much about Delta Force because when the military really wants to keep something secret, it tends to remain secret. Perhaps we should all just be glad they're there, helping us from the shadows with high-tech equipment and battle-honed combat techniques. If ever you happen to end up seeing these guys in action up close and personal, one thing is clear: you're either a hostage or a very dangerous individual. Just as in the case of figures like Saddam Hussein or Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, not as dangerous as them. You've taken up a job as a New York City window washer. Congratulations, it's an honorable profession. Sure, you can be performing death-defying feats of cleaning for a starting wage as little as $12 an hour. But underappreciated as you are, you have a vital job, and you're more committed to maintaining transparency than most world governments. On your first day, you faced a daunting challenge: cleaning the windows on the 47th floor of a New York City skyscraper. I hope you're not afraid of heights. But while you're busy with the thin Windex line between cleanliness and grime, disaster strikes. You'll lose your footing and tumble 472 feet to the unforgiving concrete below. You probably assume your next step is being scraped up and power washed into a gutter, but nope, you survived. You will live to wash windows another day. Seems far-fetched, right? But this actually happened to 37-year-old veteran New York window washer Alcides Moreno in 2017. We're going to tell you the incredible story of how he survived the seemingly unsurvivable today. First, let's talk about Moreno. He arrived from the US from Ecuador in the 1990s with his wife Rosario and his 3 children. This is a man who's truly committed to his job, and more than that, he downright loves it. When interviewed about his profession after his life-defining accident, he said, "I love to see the windows really clean. I liked the water and the soap, how you press the squeegee. We'd start at the top and clean all the way to the bottom. I loved it." It was with this intensely positive mindset that he and his younger brother, 30-year-old Edgar Moreno, took on the Solo Tower apartment block in Manhattan's Upper East Side. At 50 stories and 689 feet, it's a formidable structure, although still only the 71st tallest building in New York. The Moreno brothers took the elevator to the top floor with all their equipment. The roof was dizzyingly high, even for those experienced window washers. The temperature was freezing, the air was thin, but this was nothing unusual for this line of work, so they just got on with it. Alcides and Edgar Moreno climbed into their 16-foot-wide, 1,250-pound cleaning platform and prepared for another honest day's work. But this wasn't just any other day. A nightmarish disaster was about to strike. When the 2 brothers climbed onto the platform, forgetting to first put on and fasten their safety harnesses, the powerful cables that held the whole operation in place came dangerously loose. First, the cable on the left side, the side where Edgar Moreno was standing, came free, causing the entire platform to droop on one side and fling Edgar off the platform entirely. Sadly, this isn't the inspiring tale of how 2 brothers survived the terrifying situation. Edgar fell 472 feet, reaching speeds of around 120 miles per hour, before landing in a narrow alley. He landed on a wooden fence, severing his body in 2 and killing him instantly. Edgar's death is one of the 420,000 deaths that occur through falling every single year. It's one of the most common accidental ways to die. But Alcides didn't have time to think about this. His mind was more focused on his own seemingly imminent mortality. His side of the scaffolding came loose and began to hurtle down toward the ground like a screaming comet. However, unlike the tragic end of his brother, firefighters found Alcides alive in the hunk of twisted metal that was once the window washing platform. Crouched down, fingers twisted in a death grip around the platform, having survived by virtue of not striking his head during the fall. According to witness reports, Alcides even attempted to stand. The first responders were amazed as they were baffled to find him alive, but Alcides was still in grave danger. He may have survived the fall, but it wasn't by much. While he was certainly luckier than Edgar, his injuries were nonetheless extensive and life-threatening. Alcides had suffered a traumatic head injury that left him with brain damage, as well as damage to his neck, spinal column, chest, and abdomen. He also had fractures to his right arm, ribs, and both legs. Alcides was practically on the edge of death. The firefighters slowly and gently handled him into the vehicle for transport to a nearby hospital 4 blocks away. When Alcides arrived at the hospital, he was given extensive treatment for his injuries. He was put into an induced coma, and he had a catheter inserted into his brain to reduce dangerous swelling. The doctors cut open his abdomen in order to relieve the pressure on his organs. He was also transfused 24 pints of donated blood, which is around twice his entire blood volume. But the treatments didn't stop there. He was also given 19 pints of plasma, platelets, and a drug to stimulate blood clotting in order to reduce his life-threatening hemorrhaging. He was also given a tracheotomy surgery and a ventilator in his throat, as well as 9 different orthopedic surgeries. Alcides' condition was so fragile throughout most of this process that the doctors couldn't even move him onto the operating theater. When later discussing the nature of Alcides' recovery, Dr. Herbert Pardes, who was president and CEO of New York Presbyterian Hospital at the time, said, "If you're looking for a medical miracle, this certainly qualifies." And Dr. Pardes wasn't exaggerating there either. According to the chief surgeon of New York Presbyterian, Dr. Philip Barry, the death rate from falling 3 stories is around 50%. At 10 stories, the amount of people who survive are statistically insignificant. Alcides was a complete statistical outlier. Alcides Moreno remained in his medically induced coma for 3 weeks. He finally spoke on December 7th of 2007 to Rosario, who'd remained in his room and kept him company throughout the recovery process. Because of the head trauma Alcides experienced, he didn't even remember the accident happening. He did, however, deduce that his brother had died. Still, in spite of his brother's tragic death, Alcides Moreno was lucky enough to be alive after the whole ordeal. After a few more spinal surgeries and another surgery to help reconstruct his abdominal wall, he'd almost fully recovered. Naturally, the authorities looked into what might have caused the accident in the first place. The investigations into the circumstances of the incident found that the platform and cables hadn't been properly maintained over time, and the new motorized cables responsible for lowering the platform down the side of the building hadn't been properly anchored to the top of the building. It was a perfect recipe for the worst-case scenario. Initially, the investigators also placed some of the responsibility for the accident on Alcides and Edgar, claiming that the fact that they weren't wearing their harnesses during the accident made them at least somewhat culpable for what happened. However, this line of reasoning was later dropped because the investigators couldn't prove that the brothers weren't just testing the platform before applying their harnesses and getting back on. Anyway, back to the story. The real question on everyone's mind right now is how Alcides Moreno survived falling 472 feet from the 47th floor of the Solo building. The answer is honestly still unclear. Many doctors and first responders believe that by all rights Alcides should be absolutely dead right now. But some possibilities can be found in science and in Moreno's basic window washer training. When asked about why he thought he was able to survive the ordeal, he credited the fact that he was trained to lay flat to the platform and cling onto it during his sudden descent toward the New York City streets below. The much larger surface area of the platform Alcides was clinging to likely offered air resistance that slowed the speed of his descent, compared to his brother. Edgar's relatively small surface area had him fire down toward the earth like a bullet with little resistance. The physics of air resistance gave Alcides a fighting chance against the forces of gravity. Some speculated that perhaps the platform bounced against one of the surrounding buildings, slowing the fall, though this was never conclusively proved. The platform itself may have also acted as a kind of buffer between the force of the crash and Alcides' body, both dampening the overall force and distributing it evenly across his body. Edgar, on the other hand, took the full force of the fall himself on the razor edge of a fence, essentially assuring catastrophic physical damage. Alcides and Edgar essentially provide perfect examples of ideal and nightmare scenarios for falling from a great height without a parachute. We could look at a few similar examples to see if they provide any answers for how someone could survive such an insane fall. Joshua Hansen, a bar owner from Wisconsin, drunkenly crashed out of the window of a Minneapolis hotel's 17th floor. Hansen suffered a broken leg and a collapsed lung but walked away fine from the hospital a week later. This is still a miraculous feat of survival, but Alcides fell 30 floors more, so it's a little difficult to compare the two. Likewise, Tim Stillwell is thankfully still well after falling from the roof of his apartment building in 2013. His fall was broken by the roof of a nearby building, allowing him to survive with some broken bones. While having a more solid scientific answer would certainly be more satisfying than maintaining the mystery, the fact is the greatest factor in surviving any insane fall is pure luck. There's no one solid logical reason that Alcides Morena was able to survive his 47-story fall, baffling everyone from scientists to doctors to first responders. Alcides and Rosario attribute a lot of his tremendous luck to the grace of God, owing to the fact that Alcides, in the words of Rosario, has never wished anything bad on anyone. In the aftermath of the incident, Edgar Morena was buried in the brothers' home country of Ecuador. In the few years following, Alcides struggled greatly with survivor's guilt. He'd been close with his brother his whole life, the two of them having lived together in New Jersey and worked as a team since the early 90s. Alcides said, "Losing him was a big deal for me. I believe I felt melancholic for about 3 years. That's how long it took me to recover and accept his death. It was like losing a child because he was younger than me." While nothing could bring back Alcides' brother, he did at least achieve some financial justice for the company that caused his death. Rather than implicating Alcides and Edgar in their own tragedy, a Manhattan Supreme Court judge ruled in their favor, finding Tractel, the company responsible for installing the safety features on the window washing platform, liable for poorly installing the motorized cables. They also found that the Solo building was liable for its inadequate safety features. As a result, the two entities settled the matter with Alcides out of court for a large sum of money. Alcides Morena has since moved to Phoenix, Arizona, and had a fourth child with Rosario. Morena said that the warm, dry air in Arizona is better for his bones, but he still misses the people of New York City. He no longer works for health reasons, but has maintained that he doesn't have a fear of heights because of the incident. Looking back on his experience, Alcides said, "I have all the scars on my body, and because of the back injuries, I can't run, only walk. I'm not like I used to be, but thank God I can walk. That's amazing for me." And Alcides has put his life and ability to walk to good use. In the years since his accident, he supported his children in going to college and taken part in 5K runs for charity. While he said that life could never truly be the same, he's regained around 80% of the person he used to be. And for someone who fell to what seemed like certain death from the top of a 50-story building, 80% is honestly pretty darn good. This had been his dream for so long. Today was the day. He had spent weeks prepping and mapping out a route, and now bunches of helium-filled weather balloons floated overhead, tugging on the lawn chair. Larry strapped on his parachute and sat down. His ground crew watched, recording with a video camera. This was it. He cut the first rope and slowly rose to hover over the roof of the house. Perfect. Liftoff was progressing exactly like he'd planned. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind whipped past, rocking Larry and snapping the second line, tethering the lawn chair to the ground. Whoops! Larry shot up into the sky like he was being launched out of a cannon. Uh-oh, this wasn't part of the plan. Larry Walters had always dreamed of flying. At 13, he went to an Army-Navy surplus store and saw weather balloons on display. This inspired his idea of filling a bunch of weather balloons with helium, attaching them to a chair, and floating off into the sky. Unable to afford flight lessons, teenage Larry spent a lot of time hanging out at the local airport doing odd jobs. As a young man, Larry joined the Air Force, planning to become a pilot, but was rejected due to his poor eyesight. In the spring of 1982, 33-year-old Larry was living in Los Angeles, California, and working as a truck driver for a television commercial production company. He had never forgotten his weather balloon idea from some 20 years earlier. Now was the time to do it, he decided. Larry came up with a plan. He would launch from his girlfriend Carol Van Dusen's house in San Pedro, rise to an altitude of around 6,000 or 7,000 feet, drift northeast, heading over the San Gabriel Mountains, and eventually land in the Mojave Desert around 120 miles away. Larry and Carol spent over $4,000 to purchase 45 weather balloons, 55 helium tanks, a lawn chair, a CB radio set, and a BB pellet gun. To purchase the unusually large number of balloons and helium cylinders, Larry falsified documents from his employer saying the balloons were for a television commercial. During the planning stage, several weeks before his fateful trip, Larry's pal Ron Richland talked him into taking a skydiving class. After the class, Larry ended up buying a parachute. Though Carol and Ron tried to talk Larry out of what they felt was a dangerous, wacky plan many times, they agreed to be his flight crew. The night before his planned flight was spent inflating 42 8-foot weather balloons one by one. Around midnight, the curious police noticed the huge clusters of balloons hovering over the house and dropped by to inquire what was happening. Once again, Larry claimed they were preparing to shoot a commercial. Friday, July 2nd, 1982. Dawn's hot, sunny, and clear, perfect for a balloon ride. Larry dubs his trusty lawn chair Inspiration 1. The weather balloons are tethered to the lawn chair with nylon cables in 6 tiers, rising almost 180 feet high. Over 21-gallon jugs of water are attached to either side of the lawn chair to serve as a ballast. almost. There is no seatbelt, but the chair is positioned so Larry sits in it leaning back at an angle, making it hard to tip forward and fall out. The whole contraption is tethered to the ground via guide wires wrapped around Larry's Jeep. On board, Larry plans to carry several items to aid in his trip, including an altimeter, a compass, a 35mm camera, a BB gun, a map, and a small emergency kit. He even has some jerky, sandwiches, and a 2-liter bottle of Coke for snacks. Just before takeoff, Larry ends up delaying his flight by 45 minutes so his friend can go buy him a life jacket just in case he drifts near the ocean. Around 10:30 a.m., after putting on his parachute and getting comfortable in the chair, Larry cuts the first rope. He rises, hovering over the roof of Carol's house. Perfect. The first part of his plan is to float 100 feet over the house for half an hour, while his ground crew notifies the Federal Aviation Administration or FAA and local airports, and then drift off toward the mountains. But a sudden rush of wind prematurely snaps the second tether, jolting Larry and sending the lawn chair skyrocketing upwards so fast Larry's glasses slide off his face. Larry is ascending somewhere between 800 and 1,000 feet a minute. He contacts Carol on the CB and tells her that he lost his glasses. Nearly hysterical, she yells for him to come down since he can't see. But Larry is prepared and has brought a second pair of glasses. He let Carol know and also tells her that he's headed into a small fog bank. Luckily, he comes through the other side without issue. As Larry rises, the view is fantastic. In the distance, over the houses, streets, and freeways, he can see the famed ship, the Queen Mary, at the port. As he continues to soar, he can see the curve of the California coastline, the Pacific Ocean, and then eventually Catalina Island in the distance. He watches a private plane fly past beneath him. He enjoys the view, but forgets to take pictures. In fact, for the duration of his voyage, Larry totally forgets to use his camera. To put in perspective how quickly Larry is ascending, in less than a minute, Larry has reached 500 feet and officially entered into federal airspace. In less than 2 minutes, Larry has risen higher than the 1,250-foot Empire State Building. In about 10 minutes, he's almost at 10,000 feet, or 1/3 the way up Mount Everest. All the while, an agitated Carol talks to Larry on the CB. She says that they found his dropped glasses and pleads for him to come down. Larry tries to reassure her, but he's been dreaming of this day for so long to give up so easy. Around 15,000 feet, Larry starts to worry. How high can he float? Later, the FAA will tell him that he could have reached 50,000 feet and turned into a popsicle. A concerned Larry carefully begins shooting balloons with his BB gun. Finally, the Inspiration 1 levels out at around 16,500 feet, just over 3 miles off the ground, far higher than Larry originally intended to float. Along with this amazing view, Larry now has several problems. For humans, altitude sickness typically begins around 8,000 feet. At twice that altitude, Larry is experiencing oxygen levels comparable to a climber on a high mountain peak. He grows dizzy and his thinking is affected. Furthermore, it's really cold. The average temperature at 16,000 feet is 5 degrees Fahrenheit. Yet, though his extremities are beginning to grow numb with cold since he's closer to the sun with no shade, Larry is also working on a sunburn. However, most dangerously, Larry is at an altitude commercial planes pass through. Even worse, the Inspiration 1 begins to drift west toward the open ocean and directly into the flight corridor of the nearby Los Angeles International Airport. Larry calls in a mayday on his CB radio. His distress call is picked up by the Crest Radio Emergency Associated Communication Team, or Crest React, in Corona, California. The operator is puzzled and skeptical of Larry's claim that he's floating over 16,000 feet in the sky via weather balloons. Nevertheless, members of Crest React continue to communicate by CB with Larry for the duration of his flight, eventually becoming convinced that it isn't a hoax. Meanwhile, Larry is spotted by pilots of 2 different TWA and Delta flights, who radio the LAX tower and FAA. At first, the tower is incredulous, but then they plot a radar fix on Larry and begin tracking him. By this time, Larry has shot out 7 balloons and is planning to shoot more when a gust of wind pushes the chair sideways. The BB gun, which has been resting on Larry's lap, slips. Larry watches in disbelief as the gun falls, growing smaller and smaller until it's completely out of sight. Just like that, Larry has lost his main method for descending. Luckily, the loss of helium from the popped balloons is enough to cause Larry to begin to descend. Over about an hour, he slowly floats back to Earth. At about 2,000 feet, Larry begins to pick up speed and falls more quickly. To lighten the load, he uses a penknife to slash his ballast jugs and sends several gallons of water cascading down. As Larry gets closer to the ground, for the first time he really gets scared. He's afraid he'll land on a power line and get electrocuted or crash through someone's roof. He tries to steer the chair toward toward a wide open space, a golf course at a country club, but he can't change direction. All this time, Larry's periodically been in touch with his ground crew. They call 911 and local police begin tracking Larry. Larry's worst fears are realized when Inspiration 1 crashes into and gets entangled in high-voltage power lines in someone's yard. Luckily, the plastic cord Larry's using saved him from being electrocuted. Larry has to wait, dangling only 5 feet off the ground while firemen and utility crews cut the electricity to the lines. This blacks out a Long Beach neighborhood for 20 minutes. Ultimately, Larry's flight lasts a few hours, takes him 3 miles into the sky, but only carries him from San Pedro to Long Beach, the next city over from its launch site, a distance of around 10 miles, before returning him safely to Earth. As Larry finally climbs down, he's swarmed by excited children from the neighborhood. Everyone's coming out to see what the big commotion is about. Larry autographs a few pieces of balloon and impulsively gives away his lawn chair to a boy, a move he later regrets when the Smithsonian asks him about donating his lawn chair. Some years later, the lawn chair is found and in 2014 loaned for an exhibition to the San Diego Air and Space Museum. Just after landing, Larry's arrested by waiting officers of the Long Beach Police Department. As he's placed in the squad car in handcuffs, a reporter asks him why he's done it. Larry casually says, "A man can't just sit around." Eventually, the police let Larry go. There's nothing they can hold him for. Larry makes the rounds in the media, having struck a chord with the public. Everyone is eager to interview the man who's fulfilled a crazy dream. Larry appears on popular late-night talk shows, The Tonight Show, where he's interviewed by Johnny Carson. He's also flown to New York to be on Late Night with David Letterman. Larry finds out that he's broken the altitude record for gas-filled clustered balloons, though his distinction is unofficial since he was unlicensed and unsanctioned. The FAA fines Larry $4,000 for violations under U.S. federal aviation regulations, including operating an aircraft within an airport traffic area without establishing and maintaining two-way communications with the control tower. Larry appeals, and ultimately the fine is reduced to $1,500. Larry has inspired several copycats around the world who have embarked on wild flights using homemade airships of their own. Of this trip, Larry said, "It was something I had to do. I had this dream for 20 years, and if I hadn't done it, I think I would have ended up in the funny farm." Claustrophobia, the fear of tight, enclosed spaces, is one of the most common phobias in the world. Studies have shown that from 7 to 10% of the world population experiences it. That's an average of 616 million people. And if you're one of those people, then the horrifying ordeal of Colleen Stan, also known as the girl in the box case, would probably be your worst nightmare. Though the story of kidnapping, confinement, brainwashing, manipulation, and sexual abuse you're about to hear would quite literally be anyone's idea of a living hell. This is the story of a woman who was kidnapped and forced to live in a coffin-sized box for 7 years. Warning, this video is definitely not for the faint of heart. We're in Redding, California. The year is 1977. 20-year-old Colleen Stan has spent days hitchhiking down Interstate 5 from her home in Eugene, Oregon, to reach a friend's birthday party in Northern California. Colleen didn't know it yet, but she would never reach that party. It was May 19th, a pleasant but slightly overcast day. Nothing in the air that day gave Colleen any indication of the horrors yet to come. Colleen described herself as an experienced hitchhiker, and she had already turned down 2 rides before accepting the ride that would change her life forever. A seemingly innocent blue van pulled up next to her, with a friendly-looking young man in the driver's seat and his young wife riding shotgun. In the back seat, the couple's baby was fastened safely in its baby chair. To Colleen Stan, these seemed like the least sketchy people she'd seen all day. This couple were Cameron and Janice Hooker, a pair of honest, working-class lovebirds from Red Bluff, California. They were a young couple. Cameron was only 23 at the time of their meeting, and Janice was 19, even younger than Colleen herself. Seeing these friendly young parents put her at ease, so she accepted their offer and climbed into the car. The couple drove. What Colleen didn't know was that she just walked into one of the most dangerous cars in the state, because Cameron Hooker was a sexually sadistic psychopath with some truly terrifying fantasies. What's more, Janice Hooker was ready to help her twisted husband make those fantasies a reality. For years, Cameron, a lumber worker, had been physically and sexually abusing his wife with whippings, beatings, electrical shocks, and even near drownings. Janice loved Cameron in spite of the horrific violence and wanted to have a baby with him. That's why this couple from hell made a dark compromise to keep their marriage afloat. Cameron would let Janice have her baby if she allowed him to kidnap a young girl to be his slave. On the condition that Janice would never have penetrative sex with the girl, she agreed to help him find his perfect slave girl. It's even believed that the couple had previously been responsible for the disappearance and murder of a 19-year-old Marie Elizabeth Spanky, whom they'd allegedly imprisoned, tortured, raped, and eventually killed. Little did Colleen Stan know, they had the exact same fate planned for her. At first, things seemed innocent. There was no immediate aggression, though Colleen did feel slightly uncomfortable with the way Cameron was looking at her during the drive. They stopped at a gas station and allowed Colleen to go get snacks and visit the restroom. It was while she was standing in the restroom that Colleen felt a strange chill pass over her, and some small part of her told her to just run, jump out a window, and never turn back. Sadly for Colleen, she didn't follow that instinct, and she instead returned to the car to resume her journey to her friend's birthday party in Northern California. That peaceful drive didn't last long. Cameron soon veered off the road and pulled out a knife that he held up to Colleen's throat. He told her not to move or scream or he'd kill her. He then forced a homemade 20-pound wooden soundproof head box onto Colleen Stan and bound her to the chair with the help of Janice. When she was finally bound in place, they drove her 31 miles back to their home in Red Bluff, stopping once to grab some fast food during the journey. This was almost 350 miles from her hometown of Eugene, Oregon, making it even less likely the police would search for her there. Back at the hooker's Red Bluff home, Colleen Stan's 7 years of hell would begin. The head box she'd been forced to wear during the drive was tight, confining, blocked out all the light, and most of the flow of fresh air. In hindsight, it was probably the first terrifying experience that prepared Colleen for the horrors to come. When the hookers returned home with their new victim, they wasted no time in dragging Colleen down to the cellar for the first battery of brutal assaults. She was stripped naked and suspended from the ceiling by her wrists and tortured by Cameron, who whipped and beat her mercilessly while Janice watched. It was important for Cameron's fantasy that his victims remained silent, and so he threatened Colleen with violence if she made a sound during the beatings. Janice even alleged that during the previous murder of Marie Elizabeth Spanky, Cameron had slashed her vocal cords to keep her quiet, though this fact was never confirmed. Colleen's torture continued for several hours, while the hooker's infant daughter sat upstairs, totally unaware of her parents' monstrous behavior. Once Cameron had his fill of violence for the night, he and Janice had celebratory intercourse right underneath Colleen's suspended body. Recounting the incident, Colleen said, "I was terrified. Janice watched as Cameron tortured me, and then they had sex in front of me. I was convinced they were going to kill me." But perhaps even worse than this being a reality, Cameron and Janice had no interest in killing her. They just wanted to dehumanize, objectify, manipulate, and torture her for years to come. After the hookers were done with their first night of sick games, Colleen was chained up and hogtied inside a crate-like box for storage. The more coffin-like box that made this case famous would come a few years later, though in many ways the conditions of this cramped, sweaty crate were no better, and Colleen was forced to spend 23 hours of the day trapped inside it. The couple would only drag Colleen out of the box in order to use her in their depraved sex games. While Cameron was clearly the most enthused in the violence, exactly how much pleasure Janice derived from all this is still unclear today. It's extremely possible that Janice was, in many ways, a victim of Cameron's violent and manipulative behavior too. While it doesn't excuse the 7 years Janice was complicit in the kidnapping and torture of Colleen Stan, it's clear that Cameron Hooker was a mastermind of games. Early on in the process, he established a twisted power structure between himself and Colleen. He conditioned her into silence using the head box and straps across her chest that constricted her breathing. When just breathing became a challenge, screaming started to feel pointless. Cameron had spent some time meticulously constructing boxes and planning his manipulation tactics in advance. His addiction to violent pornography had given him plenty of ideas in terms of confinement and control. Cameron selectively starved Colleen over time, giving her occasional meals of water and potatoes. She was forced to urinate and defecate in a bedpan. He made sure that Colleen would fear his presence, and his tortures grew even more painful and elaborate. Colleen was stretched on a medieval-style rack and left there for hours. She was then fed water and an egg salad sandwich, then tortured for being perceived as ungrateful for the meal. This was the routine Cameron established: isolation, fear, starvation, one meal a day, and torture. Colleen was beginning to feel like she was losing her sanity as the days turned to weeks and months. On the outside, nobody suspected a thing. The hookers' neighbors always thought of them as the quiet types, as is often the case with murderers and maniacs, and never even imagined they'd be doing the things they were doing now. Meanwhile, back in Colleen's hometown of Eugene, Oregon, the Stan family had reported Colleen's disappearance to the local sheriff's department, but any attempts at finding her were hopeless. The police thought that Colleen had been kidnapped or killed by someone in Oregon, not a couple almost 400 miles away in Red Bluff, California. Tom Smith, a man who Colleen had impulsively married at 17 before breaking it off, was considered a prime suspect. Back in Red Bluff, Colleen was being kept on the rack for hours at a time, punctuated by occasional torture and sexual assault from Cameron. It was during this time that Cameron built the infamous coffin-sized box that would act as Colleen's prison for years to come. Fitted with a sleeping bag, earplugs, and a rudimentary ventilation system, the box became Colleen's world. She wasn't allowed to bathe. She lost over 20 pounds. She stopped menstruating. Her faith, memories, and will to survive were the only things keeping her around. Cameron had total physical control over Colleen, but he wanted total mental and legal control too. 8 months into her confinement, Cameron presented the young and terrified Colleen with a slave contract that appeared to be legally binding. According to the contract, she forfeited all rights to freedom and personhood, only going by the name Kay and referring to Cameron as her master. She was forced to sign the contract under threat of violence. He also convinced her that he had paid to register them with a shadowy agency referred to as the Slave Company, or just the company. Cameron told Colleen that if she ever escaped, the company would kill not only her, but her family. Of course, because Colleen was young, disoriented, and afraid. Cameron was a charismatic psychopath and she believed him. Over the years of her confinement, torture, and time in the coffin-sized box under Cameron's bed, Colleen was molded into the perfect obedient slave. Feeling compliance was the only way to secure the safety of herself and her family. She was forced to do chores around the house while wearing a slave collar. The level of control Cameron had over Colleen's life was truly terrifying. He forced her to go out and get a job, knowing she was too scared of him to run away. He made her put the barrel of a gun she believed was loaded down on her own throat and pull the trigger, just to show the extent of his power. Years into her confinement, he even allowed her to visit her family, once alone and once with him as her new boyfriend. Cameron had developed such a psychological stranglehold on Colleen through literal years of abuse. Even without the binding, she was locked up in his chains. Colleen would say and do nothing, fearing what the company would do to her and her loved ones if she rebelled. While her family was suspicious about their daughter's new living conditions, they ultimately said nothing, just feeling happy to know she was alive. After giving Colleen a little freedom for around a year, it was back in the box. Cameron thought he was invincible. However, what he didn't account for was Janice. She may have been afraid of him, but with her growing resentment over his broken promises, Cameron had sworn not to have sex with Colleen but had raped her countless times, and guilt over her part in the crimes drove her to action. After consulting with her church, one day in 1984 she decided enough was enough. On August 9th of that year, 7 years after Colleen's initial capture, Janice told her the truth. The contract was bogus and there had never been a company. Janice helped Colleen plan her escape from captivity. She bought a bus ticket out of town with money sent by her father and left the next day while Cameron was at work. She called him one last time from the bus stop and told him she was leaving and that his lies had no power over her anymore. Cameron cried and begged her to reconsider, but it was too late. She was gone. Colleen returned to her family and her life, and with Janice's testimony, which she gave in return for legal immunity, Cameron was found guilty of his horrific crimes and sentenced to over 100 years in prison. Colleen had undergone the fate many people would consider worse than death, but through sheer willpower she was able to survive. Though her life since then hasn't been easy. The trauma from her ordeal manifested in PTSD and a string of failed marriages. She still made a positive impact, now working as a social worker and mental health professional. She and Janice both live in California, though unsurprisingly, the two do not speak. Cameron had his latest request for parole denied in 2015 and will be eligible to apply for parole again in 2030. It's likely he knows a thing or two about confinement now, too. When we think of hostage situations, most people think of fast and furious negotiations. We've all seen the news footage of bank robberies gone wrong, with heroic police negotiators making a deal with the captors while the hostages cower on the ground. If you're a fan of military dramas, you've probably seen a few heroic operations as Navy SEALs drop in to liberate Americans held abroad. But for many people kidnapped for ransom abroad, the reality of being a hostage is much slower and uncertain. For journalists Nigel Brennan and Amanda Lindhout, a journey into Somali territory turned into a 15-month ordeal at the hands of modern-day pirates. The Somali coast is considered one of the most dangerous places on the planet due to the loose government structure in the country and its struggling economy. The mostly agrarian economy has left the country one of Africa's poorest, and many young citizens have little choice but to turn to crime to survive. The waters off Somalia's eastern coast are a common shipping route for smaller vessels, and that makes the route a haven for pirates seeking to capture cargo or hostages. The most famous Somali pirate attack was the seizing of the merchant ship of Captain Richard Phillips, dramatized in the film Captain Phillips. But most operations by pirates are on a smaller scale, and that makes covering the area highly dangerous for journalists. In 2008, Nigel Brennan was a 36-year-old photojournalist from Australia covering conflict zones around the world. He traveled to Mogadishu with Canadian freelance journalist Amanda Lindhout to interview people at the country's IDP, or internally displaced person camps. Only 3 days after their arrival, their car was stopped by gunmen and they were captured. Other, more famous journalists in the area had beefed up their security due to increased pirate activity, so the pirates from the Hizbul Islam parliamentary group turned their sights to the new visitors. Brennan and Lindhout were about to become two of the world's most famous journalists, but for the last reason they would want. Brennan and Lindhout were taken along with their Somali translator Abdi Fattah Mohammed Elmi, their driver, and a driver from a nearby hotel, and blindfolded. Their teenage captors began driving them around the city to various locations, keeping them from getting their bearings. There was no initial announcement of their capture, and their friends, family, and employers back home were left to slowly realize that their trip to Somalia had gone very wrong. The captives were eventually taken to a rundown house where they were separated and kept in small rooms, mostly in the dark. The Australian government contacted Somali authorities and a manhunt began, but came up empty. At first, a spokesman for the pirates denied any involvement with the kidnapping, claiming a fringe sect was behind it. Reporters Without Borders was able to get confirmation that the reporters were alive and unharmed, but the kidnappers had not made any demands. It wasn't until over 2 weeks after the kidnapping that the pirates were heard from, speaking through a third-party liaison. They demanded $3 million Australian dollars for the captives' release and allowed Brennan and Lindhout to speak briefly. Brennan was forced to issue a statement claiming, "We are very well now mentally and physically," while Elmi and the two drivers were released several months into their captivity after negotiation with tribal chiefs. The families of Brennan and Lindhout had little hope of raising money on their own. The Australian and Canadian government have a policy of not paying ransoms or negotiating with kidnappers, so the two captives were on their own as the months of isolation wore on. Brennan was kept separately from Lindhout, and both were treated roughly by their captors. Beatings were frequent, food was scarce, and Brennan knew that death could come at any time if the pirates believed no money was coming. They converted to Islam, hoping to ingratiate themselves to their captors, but the kidnappers were only interested in them for the potential payoff. Losing faith that he would be released or that his country would be coming to his aid, Brennan began to hatch a plan to escape. He was able to briefly communicate with Lindhout when their captors weren't watching by leaving tiny notes in the small bathroom they were allowed access to. When he developed dysentery, Nigel knew his time was running out. Living in the squalid conditions was wearing his body down, and escaping would become harder as he grew weaker. The pirates took Amanda to the desert and let her call her mother. What seemed like a kindness turned out to be anything but, as they reduced the ransom to $1 million but added a new condition. If it wasn't paid in a week, she would be killed. They both knew the time to escape was now. Nigel had been examining the bricks in his room and the bars on the wall for weeks, and they knew every inch of the place. The weak point was in the bathroom, in the slightly loose bars of the window. Nigel and Amanda waited for an opportunity, snuck off to the bathroom at the same time when their captors weren't watching, and worked together to loosen the bars until they were far enough apart. They carefully squeezed out the window, helped by the weight they lost in their long captivity, and snuck out. It was a 12-foot drop to the ground, but they landed safely. Freedom was within sight. Out of captivity for the first time in months, Nigel and Amanda ran. They spoke some basic Somali, enough to shout, "Help me, I am Muslim." They asked people on the street for help, but everyone turned away. The people in the streets of Mogadishu knew to fear the kidnappers and refused to intervene. Brennan knew the one place they might find help was in a local mosque, where they would be seen as fellow Muslims and find sanctuary. Their escape had been discovered, and their captors were hot on their trail wielding AK-47s. Nigel burst through the doors, yelling for safety, and the congregation of worshippers froze in fear. The one woman present embraced Amanda, and a worshipper handed Nigel a gun. Nigel stood frozen in terror as their captors burst through the door. The pirates demanded their captives back. Nigel stood trying to bring himself to fire, but he was a journalist and not a soldier. He couldn't kill anyone and surrendered his gun. The pirates threatened the mosque unless they were allowed to leave with their hostages, but some of the worshippers wanted to defend them. The mosque is a sacred place, and although they were scared, they were ready to defend their Muslim guests. They said an imam should be called to determine Nigel and Amanda's fate. The pirates were not willing to wait and roughly fended the worshippers off with threats of firing. They grabbed Nigel and Amanda and dragged them back to captivity. Nigel and Amanda's Somali nightmare was about to get much worse. Nigel and Amanda were brutally beaten in public by their captors as an example to anyone who would help them escape again. Blindfolded again, they were taken to a new safe house, chained in separate rooms, and kept in total darkness. The new rooms were like coffins, only 3 feet by 7. Nigel was forced to compete with large and aggressive rats for the little food they were given. Their captors went silent. Nigel and Amanda were no longer allowed to make calls to encourage their families to pay the ransom. Nigel began to sink into despair, sure that death was around the corner. But behind the scenes, their families were working to find them. Nigel and Amanda's families had been stonewalled by the government, who had come up empty in their search. Neither government was willing to pay the ransom, so the families hired private security firms who specialized in hostage negotiations. Although the families didn't get along and both blamed the other for their loved one getting kidnapped, they put their differences aside for the mutual goal. Nigel's sister, desperate to attain her brother's release, flew to Somalia to transfer money to a third party who knew the kidnappers. This was illegal and risked arrest, as well as putting her at risk of kidnapping herself. The families, with the help of rich private backers in both Australia and Canada, were able to raise over $500,000 for the release of the captives. The kidnappers, sensing a payoff could be close, loosened security on the captives and allowed them to make phone calls. This opened Nigel to another danger, being betrayed by his fellow captive. As their possible release got closer, both got paranoid, and a desperate Amanda used her phone to call to beg her mother to use the money to get her release even if Nigel would be left behind. Because the bank account is held in Nigel's native Australia, this attempt failed, and the release of the two hostages remained a package deal. With hope of the full ransom being raised dwindling, the pirates decided to take what they could get. After almost 460 days as hostages, Nigel and Amanda's release was close at hand. On November 25, 2009, Amanda and Nigel are dragged out of their cells and taken into a van. They're driven to the side of the road, where they're handed off to a third party. But they're not taken to another safe house. Instead, they're driven to Somalia's most secure hotel, where they go from the depths of squalor to the lap of luxury. They barely have time to process what's happening before they're taken to their plane the next morning and flown out of Somalia to Kenya, where they would be reunited with their families. Their hostage ordeal is over, but both will be recovering from their captivity for a long time. The secret behind the ransom wouldn't be revealed for some time. Both Nigel and Amanda's families were cash poor and had no hope of raising an exorbitant payment, but powerful private citizens in both countries worked together to bring their citizens home. Australian parliamentary leader Bob Brown and businessman Dick Smith, both active in Australian charity work, kicked in for Nigel's ransom. Calgary businessman Alan Markin was key in attaining Amanda's release. Although Nigel and Amanda were partners in captivity and in their daring escape attempt, the time as hostages had taken their toll on them and wore down their trust in each other. After being released, they went their separate ways and have not spoken since their ordeal. Nigel returned to Australia, where he recovered from his 15 months in captivity and parlayed his ordeal into a new career as an author. He co-wrote a memoir, The Price of Life, a true story of kidnap and ransom, with his sister Nikki and his sister-in-law Kelly, who were instrumental in campaigning for his release. His story was adapted into an episode of the TV series Locked Up Abroad, where he was portrayed by Tom Oakley. Nigel stayed close to home for several years, but made his triumphant return to the water when he participated in the Clipper Round the World yacht race in 2013. He spoke about the toll his ordeal had on him, and how traveling the world again was a big step in his recovery. While Nigel and Amanda were free, with Amanda going on to an acclaimed career as a motivational speaker, the masterminds behind their ordeal were still on the loose, and the governments wanted to make sure this wasn't repeated. Canadian police staged an elaborate undercover operation to lure one of the captors out of hiding. Al Omar Adair, one of the kidnappers and hostage negotiators, took the bait and visited Canada for what he thought was an opportunity, but was actually a sting. He faced Canadian justice and was sentenced to 15 years in prison for the kidnapping of Nigel and Amanda. The other kidnappers remain at large in Somalia, and authorities have no leads. Nigel Brennan and Amanda Lindhout survived an ordeal that would break many people. The average length of a kidnapping by Somali pirates is less than 90 days. They survived 5 times that, including beatings, starvation, disease, and a failed escape attempt that nearly led to their murder. The mighty ship the Titanic is sinking into the icy waters of the North Atlantic Ocean in the early morning of April 12, 1912. Of the 2,224 people on board, more than half of them will die. They will drown or freeze in the ocean away off the course of Newfoundland. Still on board, though, there is a hero, the second officer of the ship. He's shouting to the passengers, "Women and children first," as he ushers them into lifeboats. He is acutely aware that there are not enough boats and many people will perish that frosty morning. He was right about that, but his heart would go on. His own survival was nothing short of miraculous. His name was Charles Lightler, and this is his story. A moody German philosopher once said, "What doesn't kill us makes us stronger," or something to that effect. Quite a few people that have lived in this world personify that saying, and one of them was the man we're talking about today. He was born in 1874 in the industrial north of England. Moments after he entered into this world, as the black smog from the abundant textile mills obscured the blue skies, his mother died. His father took off to the country of New Zealand when Charles was just 10, leaving the young man parentless. Extended family took care of the young lad after that. Looking around him in that mostly poor part of England, Charles didn't see many options for himself. When he was 13 years old, he witnessed most of the other kids his age leave school and get jobs in the textile industry, spinning cotton, dyeing wool, doing some kind of hard labor in those satanic mills. Charles wanted nothing more than to escape that humdrum existence, so what better than to sail the high seas? At age 13, he began a seafaring apprenticeship, which would take him to smallpox-ridden parts of South America, to uninhabited islands in the Indian Ocean, and long after his training finished, to that frosty morning when the Titanic went down in the North Atlantic. He earned his stripes, soon becoming a second mate after preventing an entire ship from going up in flames when in India. At 21, he'd already achieved a lot and was awarded his first mate's certificate. He set off to sail around Africa, which almost killed him after he contracted malaria. Having already had a couple of lives, the young man tried out some new ventures. He prospected for gold in the Yukon territories, but that didn't work out for him. He became a cowboy in Alberta, and after giving that up, he just hit the road and became a hobo. After many months, he finally made it back to England without a penny to his name. He gained his master's certificate when he was 26 and started sailing around the world again. It would be years before he heard the name RMS Titanic, but he would become a first officer on that ill-starred ship when it was in its trial period. No icebergs were hurt during those trials. Then came the historic night. Leitler's watch had ended, but he gave the order to look out for small icebergs that were in the ship's vicinity. He told the ship's quartermaster to make sure the ship's drinking water wasn't freezing. And then once he knew things were safe and sound, he retired to his warm bed. Leitler then heard the collision, which sounded like a painful grinding as the ship was forced upon the iceberg. He got out of bed and went to the deck, still dressed in his PJs. After talking with the other officers, he believed that the vibration he and they had heard was not a great cause for concern. It was merely a scratch, and so he returned to his cabin. There was a cause for concern, though. Water was flooding into the ship. One of the officers raced to Leitler's cabin and in a panicked voice said, "Sir, the water is up to the F deck in the mailroom." Leitler got dressed and headed to the deck. The ship was making a terrible noise due to all the steam coming from the safety valves. The vessel was in trouble, but at this point in time, Leitler was not aware of the extent of that trouble. He didn't know the ship was going down, like down to the bottom of the ocean. It was so noisy he couldn't communicate commands with his voice, so he used hand signals. He now realized he had to move fast. He started getting women and children onto those lifeboats. People rushed around in a state of utter shock. The women and kids got onto those boats and the men stayed behind. Some of them would die and never see their loved ones again. He ushered some people into Lifeboat 6, and one of them was named Molly Brown, aka the unsinkable Molly Brown. She would go down in history as the woman who threatened to throw the quartermaster out of the lifeboat if he didn't go back and look for people in the freezing water. He had at first discouraged that, fearing those in the water would grab the boat and capsize it, then everyone would die. Back on board, and Leitler was getting more people into those lifeboats and making sure the boats made it into the water. The officers remained on board, and one of them later handed Leitler a gun. He told him, "You might need this." It was total chaos. Something was happening on Lifeboat 2. Men were trying to take it over. Leitler jumped into it, and with that gun pointed at the men, he ordered them to get out. Women and children first. At around 2 a.m., all the lifeboats were in the water, but there were still plenty of people on board. There were 4 more boats, but those were collapsible canvas-sided boats. At one point, only 15 more women could be found, so Leitler finally gave the command for men to get in the boats. Then, to his surprise, an officer turned up with more women. This time, the men dutifully got out of the boat and gave their seats to those women. For most of them, it was a life for a life. Leitler was told by the first officer that he should get in one of the collapsibles. He replied, "Not bloody likely, he wasn't going anywhere." There was still hope though, even at the end, since Collapsible B had space for him. Water flooded the deck, and Leitler managed to get on top of the officer's quarters, ready to get into that boat. This never happened. While he was on that roof trying to cut the ropes holding that last boat, the Titanic plunged into the water. Leitler knew where he was headed. He stared hard at the rising water and just dived in. He swam with all the strength he had to get to the surface, but as bad luck would have it, he suddenly got sucked in by one of the ventilator shafts. He was stuck and going down with the ship. But then God, or whatever he believed in, shone down on him. because a boiler blew up and the force knocked Lightler away from the shaft. He was now in the water with the other men, and there was Lifeboat B, albeit overturned. Officers and crew were around that boat in their numbers. Other men swam toward it, but when the officers saw that, they ordered everyone to swim with the boat in the opposite direction. Unfortunately, not everyone could get on. The sheer weight would have sunk it. As they waited for rescue on that overturned boat, 3 men died in the bitterly cold water. Lightler wasn't one of them. He was rescued. And that's where we come to the second part of the story. In the First World War some years later, his heroics would start again, and he'd be handed medals for his actions in taking out a German Zeppelin. As the war was coming to an end, he was the captain of a destroyer, and that sunk. Again, he was in the water awaiting rescue, and it was almost 6 years to the day after the calamity of the Titanic. Not long after that, his own ship took out the German U-boat UB-110. This became a matter of controversy, since a German captain later wrote that his men ended up swimming for their lives in the ocean. Even in war, the ethical thing to do would have been to rescue those men and capture them. The German captain said Lightler gave the order to start shooting the Germans in the water. Wasn't that a war crime? Years later, Lightler commented about his actions, saying he didn't believe in all that hands-up-in-the-air business. He said after facing constant German attacks, how could anyone have the audacity to think they could just surrender? He despised those submarines, lurking under the water, not fighting one-on-one. He called them an abomination polluting the clean sea. Lightler retired shortly after the war, mainly because he found it hard to get work. Even though he successfully defended what happened on the Titanic, getting a job wasn't easy. Despite his heroics, his name would forever be tainted with the sinking of that ship. But he was by no means done with sailing or wars. At the time the Second World War started, Lightler was living a quiet life as a chicken farmer. He still loved the ocean and owned a small yacht. He named it Sundowner. In 1940, Lightler's role in the campaign that was his life would be reversed. And that's because the rescued man would become the rescuer. The Germans had surprised everyone and blitzkrieged their way through Europe, which ended up with the entire British Expeditionary Force being stranded on the French-Belgian border at the port of Dunkirk. 400,000 men were sitting like ducks in a barrel on the coast as German planes dropped bombs on them. German tanks were moving in on land, only about 10 miles away. Thankfully, those tanks didn't move that fast. The event has gone down in history, and that's because 338,000 of those men were not slaughtered as some expected. The British had a plan, and that was to use everyone possible to go get those men. That included civilian boats, and guess who owned one of them? The British got Lightler on the telephone and told him that they needed his beloved Sundowner. Lightler replied saying, "If anyone's taking that boat, it's me." On June 1st, 1940, the 66-year-old Lightler took his son and his son's friend to Dunkirk in that yacht. They arrived safely and managed to get 130 men on the yacht, despite the fact that it had never had more than 30 people on board it before. Some of those men had been pulled up from small boats as well as from the water. German planes fired at them as they sailed back to England, but they never got hit. There was some typical British humor on the trip home, even as they faced being blown out of the water. One of the soldiers discovered that Lightler, their captain now, had been an officer on the Titanic. "Bloody hell," the man said. "I should jump over right now before he sinks this thing." The men laughed, and one said if Lightler had survived that, then he could survive this. In just 12 hours, the mission was over. Lightler's 2 sons fought in that war. His youngest son became a Royal Air Force pilot and was killed in action early in the war. His eldest son joined the Royal Navy and was killed close to the end of the war while he was in charge of a torpedo boat. Lightler lost 2 out of his 5 kids. By the 8th of December 1952, London was suffering from severe air pollution, something that was called the Great Smog. It's thought that the smog and Lightler's fondness of his pipe led to his death from heart disease. He died aged 78. Lightler has since been depicted in many movies, with the latest depiction being the guy from the movie Dunkirk, who takes his son to rescue those stranded soldiers. It's early Sunday morning, a beautiful day to be headed out to sea. I'm a South Korean crew member aboard the massive cargo ship the Golden Ray. While we're capable of taking on all manner of cargo, today we're hauling a load of automobiles and shipping cargo containers, full of all kinds of household and electronic goods. The Golden Ray is massive, the size of a 70-story building, and bigger than the aircraft carriers of World War II. But keeping her afloat is a challenge, and it takes the effort of the entire crew. The distribution of the weight around the ship has to be carefully calculated. Experienced ship captains called the Ray and the ships like her floating shoeboxes, given how very unstable they can become if the ship's load distribution isn't carefully managed. To do this, we assess everything we're taking on before letting a single item of cargo onto the ship, calculating exactly how much our expected load will weigh. Then, with the help of a computer, we plot where to place each item down to the very last car or shipping container. Even a tiny discrepancy in weight could result in disaster. This time around, we were a bit rushed in taking on our over 4,000 vehicles and a smattering of cargo containers, but the crew is still confident we did our jobs well. We're headed out of the port of Brunswick in Georgia and leaving the American East Coast behind. But first we have to cross the St. Simons Sound before making for open water. Hurricane Dorian grazed this part of the coast not too long ago, but the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers performed their usual post-hurricane assessment on the waterway and decided that it was safe for large cargo ships to cross. It's a great relief for me and the rest of the crew, as there's no telling what might happen if we were to strike a bunch of underwater debris. While the ship's thick steel hull would prevent a puncture, we're more worried about the ship's two propellers being damaged. These could take weeks to repair and would be a financial nightmare for the company that owns the ship. After a busy night loading cars and a few shipping containers though, it's smooth sailing out to open sea. We pass by many beaches and can see the American beachgoers gawking in awe at the size of our massive ship. I always like to watch people as we sail in and out of harbor. Getting to meet new people and experience new cultures is one of the biggest reasons why I became a merchant marine in the first place. Suddenly though, the ship lists slightly to its side, just a few degrees at first. I feel a bit of alarm rising up inside of me. The waters are calm and smooth. We shouldn't be feeling the effects of the waves at all. Something else must be wrong, I realize. A growing cold feeling of dread sneaking up my spine. As if to reassure my worst fears, the list suddenly grows worse, and what started off as a 2 or 3 degree list is now about 6 degrees. Across the various cargo decks of the ship, I can hear car wheels squealing as they slide across the floor. The brakes are engaged and they've been chocked in place, but the list is too great to resist. As the cars shift to starboard, I know deep down inside that the ship's fate is sealed. The comparison to shoeboxes by other sea captains aren't wrong. Our ship is very wide, and this makes it inherently unstable. It requires the careful pumping of fuel and water in ballast tanks to offset the effects of high seas or sharp turns. But nothing can stop the ship from capsizing if its entire cargo suddenly shifts to one side, as is happening right now. I can hear 16,000 tires screaming as their rubber squeaks across the stainless steel floor. I barely have time to react before suddenly the entire ship lists completely on its side. Furniture and all kinds of items go flying across the room, and I'm slammed into what was formerly the right wall of our engine room. With me are 2 other colleagues, and I watch one of them take a pretty serious blow to the head as he crashes against what was formerly the wall and is now our floor. The waters we're crossing aren't too deep, but deep enough to completely swallow up the golden ray. Escape from the room is impossible, as the door outside leads to a hallway which is now a vertical shaft. There's no windows here in the engine room, and we're basically deep in the bowels of the ship, so there's no hope of escape. The only thing we can do is sit tight and wait for rescuers. Luckily, we're not far from port, and haven't even cleared the sound to enter open waters yet. Without a doubt, dozens of beachgoers have already seen the accident, and must surely be on their cell phones calling for help, though hopefully someone in the control room got a radio call out before disaster struck as well. There's nothing to do but wait. None of my training has prepared me for this. We've been trained on how to escape the ship if it began to sink, how to fight fires, even how to secure cargo in raging storms, but nothing ever covered what to do if you were trapped in a ship capsized 90 degrees and escape was impossible. The engine room is hot, really hot. The engine stopped running shortly after the accident, and I'm grateful for that because any damage to the exhaust vents might have flooded the room with deadly carbon monoxide. Unfortunately, because the engine's cut off, the lights very quickly died, flickering off after a few minutes, which was all the battery power the ship had. That likely means that some of the batteries were damaged, but that doesn't matter now. I'm stuck alone in the dark with 2 other sailors, and the temperature is steadily soaring. Engine rooms on big ships are always hot, well over 100 degrees, but with no ventilation and the hot Georgia sun beating down on the ship outside, the temperature rises ever slowly upwards. As the hours go by, all 3 of us stuck in the engine room start stripping off clothes. We have no water, no food, and no cell phone or radio. Surely, though, people outside know that we're alive. All 3 of us take turns encouraging each other, pushing away terrifying thoughts of being left here to die. At least no water's entered the engine room, which means the ship isn't sinking. As the day wears on though, the heat rises. I find myself wishing that at least part of the ship would flood. I'd give anything for cool, refreshing water right now. Suddenly, we can hear banging on the hull right outside our engine room. Shouting for joy, we pick up whatever we can find and start banging back. We barely hear a voice through the several inches of steel shouting back at us. "This is the U.S. Coast Guard. We will rescue you. Hope, we're not going to steam to death in our overturned pressure cooker." An hour later, we can hear the sound of a blowtorch cutting through steel. We make sure to back away so we don't get accidentally cut or burned and await eagerly as the torch works its way through the thick steel of the ship's hull. After a half hour, we can start to see the metal on our side of the hull glowing cherry red. Then shortly after, the torch breaks through. It's a small hole, but it's enough to communicate with the people outside. The American Coast Guard has been pulling survivors out of the ship all day long, determined to save the life of every single crewman. I've learned that we're some of the last survivors being rescued, and that specialized equipment is being flown in to rescue us. The blowtorch can't cut a hole wide enough to free us. That would take far too long. So industrial cutters are being flown in for the job. For now, we have to remain in the overturned engine room. The heat is now over 150 degrees and it's hard to breathe. I feel faint and try as hard as I can to keep myself and the others awake. The hole that the Coast Guard cut was just big enough to push through bottles of water and food. And I didn't realize how dehydrated I was until I drank 2 bottles of water within seconds. I try to pace myself with the rest. I know that heat exhaustion can cause nausea and make you want to vomit the water you drink, which only adds to the dehydration. Right now, it's all about keeping our spirits up and surviving. Nighttime comes, and the Coast Guard officers outside the ship reassure us that they haven't given up on us. Don't give up hope, they tell us, and they push through more supplies. Someone always stays near the hole, so we have someone to talk to. And in the darkness, the voice of a friendly rescuer is enough to keep us going. The next day, just after sunrise, I can hear the sound of what must be the industrial cutters the Coast Guard has been waiting for. Diamond-tipped saw blades start chewing into the hull of the ship, but it's agonizingly slow going. The temperature didn't improve much over the night, and we're all starting to feel the effects of extreme heat exhaustion. Luckily, the Coast Guard keeps pushing through ice-cold bottles of water for us, and the cold water tastes like heaven. Hour after hour passes. The saw is gradually getting closer and closer, but impossibly slow. My head is swimming. The heat is so severe, it's really starting to get to me. I talk with the others and we sing songs to keep alert and keep our spirits up. After a few more hours, the saw blades are so loud that we can't hear each other unless we shout anymore. But at least that means the rescue is close. Finally, it happens. One of the blades cuts through the steel on the wall, and slowly a large opening is cut into the engine room. Coast Guard rescuers are there, waiting for us, helping to pull us out and along the small tunnel they've had to drill through the hull. In moments, I can see light for the first time in almost 2 days, taste fresh, sweet, beautiful air. Behind me, the air venting out of the engine room feels like a blast of a furnace, and the Coast Guard rescuers had to work with ice packs in their pockets just to stand the extreme heat. We are rushed off to the hospital, and later I learned that a 4th crewman was rescued from deeper in the ship. He'd taken refuge behind a blast-proof door, and that required a specialized saw to cut through. In the end, the ship is a total loss along with its cargo, but not a single one of us died, due in no small part to the heroic non-stop rescue efforts of the U.S. Coast Guard. Dogs are a man's best friend, or in some cases a woman's best friend. Endurance runner Danelle Ballingees certainly thinks so. One chilly winter afternoon, Danelle found out just how loyal, smart, and amazing her dog was. While hiking in the Moab, Utah desert with her dog Tasman, Taz for short, Danelle suffered a horrible accident. This is the amazing story of how Danelle's goofy, hyper, squirrel-chasing mutt helped to save her life. Wednesday, December 13, 2006 was chilly, with temperatures in the mid-40s, 7-ish Celsius. Just before noon, 35-year-old Danelle and her 3-year-old Taz headed out for a hike. Danelle was dressed comfortably for a short run in baggy running pants and a fleece hat. She had a few layers on her torso for warmth. Silk long underwear, a water-resistant shirt, and a thin fleece jacket. She also had on gloves. While locking her phone and wallet in her truck near the trailhead, Danelle almost forgot her fanny pack, which contained a bottle of water, 2 raspberry-flavored energy gels, 2 ibuprofen pills, and a plastic shower cap from her last race. Adventure racers will often put on a shower cap over their hats to prevent heat loss. Despite the cold, it was sunny as Danelle and Taz started their run. The 90-minute, 8-mile trek through the sandy red desert with its stunning rock formations was one of her favorites. Her route began on the popular Amasa Back Trail and then veered off it after a few miles. onto a more obscure jeep trail used mainly by locals known as the Minesweeper. From there, Danelle would scramble up the side of a hidden canyon and head toward Hurrah Pass, eventually looping back around to a road that led her to her truck. As always, Taz happily ran beside Danelle, occasionally darting off to investigate small creatures. An hour into her run, with 5 miles completed, tragedy struck. While navigating a steep slope, Danelle stepped on a patch of frozen lichen and her feet slipped out from under her. She skidded down an icy rock face on her butt, rapidly picking up speed. Out of control, she bounced off one ridge and then another before free-falling some 40 feet in a luge position. She slammed into a 4-foot square ledge, landing on her feet. Below the ledge was another sheer drop. Danelle surely would have died if she had missed hitting the protrusion. The pain was excruciating. Danelle lay there a moment, stunned. The wind knocked out of her. Worried that she was paralyzed, she felt her legs. Thankfully, she could feel her hands touching her legs. But when Danelle tried to stand up, she couldn't. She didn't know what was wrong, but her lower torso simply wouldn't support her weight. Later, Danelle would learn that on impact, her pelvis had shattered, with cracks throughout and breaks in 4 places. 3 of her vertebrae were fractured and her sacrum was split down the middle. Danelle knew she had to get out of the canyon. She hadn't told anyone where she was going, and she needed to reach an area where it was likely for her to be discovered. Also, Taz had managed to find his way to Danelle, so she knew there had to be a way out. At this point, endorphins and adrenaline were coursing through Danelle's body, helping with the pain. However, her left leg wouldn't move. Through sheer strength of will, Danelle scooted forward on her right knee, balanced, then reached back with her hands and dragged her left leg forward. Slowly, carefully maneuvering, Danelle reached the bottom of the canyon. She looked in her fanny pack and found the ibuprofen. She swallowed the pills and kept crawling. She battled through sand, brush, and some snow. Eventually, Danelle reached a flat rock near a sinkhole filled with water. Exhausted and in great pain, she decided to rest here for a bit. It was around 5 p.m. and it had taken her nearly 5 hours to crawl a quarter of a mile. Since it was growing dark, Danelle decided to stay by the sinkhole for the night. She drank the remaining half of her water bottle and tucked her hands between her legs because they were so cold. In the meantime, a swollen lump the size of her fist had formed on her abdomen. Her massive injuries were bleeding internally. Danelle decided that being thirsty was worse than maybe getting parasites from the sinkhole. She wanted to fill her water bottle, but it hurt too much to turn over. She reached backward over her right shoulder and filled the water bottle without looking. However, she only allowed herself to drink a few sips of water. Danelle knew that if she drank more than her body absolutely needed, she would pee the excess water out. Since she couldn't move, she'd wet herself. The urine would eventually freeze on her clothes and skin, driving down her core temperature and making it more likely that she'd freeze to death. Danelle ate sparingly of an energy gel, rationing the rest for later. As the night wore on, the temperature dropped into the 20s. Danelle worried about hypothermia. She didn't want to fall asleep. She was afraid that she'd never wake up. To keep her core warm, she did mini crunches, raising her head and neck. Periodically, she rubbed her hands and tapped her feet on the rocks. Taz snuggled next to her and his body heat helped. She couldn't turn over to cuddle with him though, it hurt too much. Exhausted and freezing, Danelle stared up at the night sky. There was no moon. The stars were abundant and amazing. The next morning, Danelle was cheered up by watching Taz play with a stick. She ate a bit of energy gel. She tried to refill her water bottle, but the water in the sinkhole had frozen overnight. She reached over her shoulder and broke through the ice with the cap of her bottle. Danelle spent 10 hours on the second day screaming for help. A few times she thought she had heard someone, but nobody appeared. Taz spent the day running off and returning, each trek longer than the last. Danelle appreciated the warmth of the daylight as the sun made its way across the sky. Every now and then, she'd allow herself a little water or a bit of energy gel. However, as afternoon became evening, shadows once again grew in the canyon. Danelle saw the shower cap from her fanny pack a few feet away. She realized it would help her keep warm at night. It took her an hour to crawl 2 feet to reach it. Meanwhile, a neighbor of Danelle's noticed something quite odd. All the lights had been on at Danelle's house for a few days. Peering through the window, she could see Danelle's laptop on a table and the doors were unlocked. Worried, she called Danelle's parents. As it so happened, Danelle's parents were also concerned. They hadn't been able to reach her. They called the police for a welfare check. The police visited Danelle's house but found no signs of foul play. It just looked like Danelle left without locking up. The second night in the canyon was worse. Danelle's frostbite was growing, as was the bulge of internal hemorrhaging in her midsection. The pain was unbearable. Taz wouldn't snuggle with her. She wondered if her screaming for help all day had frightened him. Danelle thought about her life, her friends, her family, wishing that she had told them more often how much she loved them. For a while, Danelle kept up her crunches and tapping to keep warm, but eventually stopped, overwhelmed with despair. She couldn't see the stars. The dark night was full of long, white stripes. She knew her body was shutting down and that she was probably hallucinating. Suddenly, a voice began urging Danelle to keep tapping, so she did. On Friday morning, Danelle dragged herself off the rock. Her pants came off because she couldn't lift her butt off the ground. She found herself worse off than before, stuck in a shallow depression. She spent 2 hours crawling back onto the rock. Taz kept disappearing for longer and longer periods of time. He would suddenly reappear to lick her face before disappearing again. Later, Danelle would realize that Taz was running the 5 miles to the trailhead looking for help before coming back to check on her. He did this even though he hadn't eaten in 3 days. Meanwhile, on a hunch, the detective assigned to Danelle's case decided to check out parking lots for local trails. He eventually discovered Danelle's truck tucked away in a little-known parking area near the Amasa Back Trail. At 1:04 p.m., he alerted Grand County Search and Rescue that Danelle could be lost in the desert. A rescue team quickly assembled at the trailhead and was organizing equipment and going over a plan when Taz showed up. He barked and ran in circles but wouldn't allow anyone to catch him. The rescuers realized that he was Danelle's dog and thought that they should follow him. Initially, Tad led rescuers away from the trailhead back toward town. They thought that was odd, but followed. Once Taz realized that the rescuers were following him, he turned around, almost like he knew he had attracted enough attention, one rescuer said. The dog darted through the search party and took off toward the canyons. Unfortunately, the rescuers couldn't keep up, but realizing that Taz would soon pass some other searchers who were riding ATVs further up the trail, they hastily radioed them to follow the dog. Taz soon dashed past the ATV of Bego Gerhardt, an Eagle Scout and frequent rescue volunteer. Taz stopped to look at Bego, who followed him. Taz ran further up the trail and stopped to look at Bego again before disappearing. Thankfully, Bego knew how to track. He found fresh dog prints that were a few days old, and footprints that looked like they could have been made by Danelle. Bego hurried back to his ATV and drove through the canyon following the tracks. Danelle had finally crawled back onto the rock and was laying there when Taz returned again. This time, he ran to the sinkhole puddle behind Danelle and started drinking. He drank and drank. He was really thirsty. Danelle started worrying about her water supply and yelled at him. Suddenly, realizing the absurdity of the situation, Danelle wasn't angry anymore. A kind of peace spread through her. She was prepared to die. Not long afterwards, Danelle heard the sounds of Bego's ATV. At 3:38 p.m., he found Danelle alive. Lying on her back, next to her was Taz, his snout on her chest. Danelle wept, saying that she was so glad to see Bego. He was amazed that, considering her injuries, Danelle was still lucid. He quickly wrapped her in a sleeping bag, shoved her hands into heavy gloves, and radioed the team that he had found her. 45 minutes later, another rescuer arrived on the scene, and soon after that, the chopper arrived. Danelle was found at about 4,800 feet, in a rugged, slim canyon just in time. Due to the weather and the rapidly fading light, the chopper had a very narrow space of time before it would be impossible for a rescue via airlift. Danelle was choppered to the hospital. Taz was taken home for the night by the officer in charge of the rescue. He didn't think it was fair that Taz should go to the humane shelter after his heroic effort. Danelle may have been finally rescued, but her ordeal was far from over. 5 foot 5 inches tall, Danelle weighed 120 pounds before the accident. In the hospital, they discovered that she had dropped 20 pounds during her ordeal and lost 1/3 of her blood volume. Doctors told her that most people would die in the first 24 hours sustaining similar injuries with that much blood loss. Danelle was very lucky to be alive. The only reason she was only able to survive for 56 hours before the rescue was because of her mental strength and amazing level of fitness. Danelle underwent a risky 6-hour surgery. Doctors reconstructed her pelvis with a titanium plate and a number of pins and screws. She also suffered from frostbite and had a number of scrapes and cuts. Word began to get out about Danelle's incredible survival. However, she wasn't really interested in talking to the media. Then, the popular morning news program The Today Show made her an offer she couldn't refuse. They wanted to interview her with Taz. Danelle, who hadn't seen Taz since she was airlifted out of the canyon several days before, quickly agreed. Danelle was wheeled down to the hospital lobby and Taz was allowed in. Danelle and Taz were delighted to be reunited. After the Today Show finished shooting, Taz went home with Danelle's sister, but he escaped, made his way back to the hospital, and tried to sneak in. Accolades, cards, and letters poured in for Taz, and some for Danelle too. One fan even sent Taz a Christmas present. In a box filled with dry ice were 5 pounds of hormone-free aged rib steaks and red and white Christmas stocking with a stuffed Santa inside. Also, Taz received a couple of awards, including an award for his valor from the National Society for the Ethical Treatment of Pets and the RSPCA National Hero Dog Award. Donnell stayed in the hospital for 15 days. Then she was in a wheelchair for several weeks and underwent months of physical therapy. Moving slower, but with plenty of determination, soon Donnell and Taz were back to hiking on the trails around Moab. Some 5 months after the accident, Donnell entered her first race. She walked more than she ran, but that was only the beginning. Reflecting on her ordeal, Donnell isn't sure what to make of the voice that urged her to keep tapping during the second night. She isn't particularly religious. She said, "As far as I'm concerned, I'm going to be the best person I can. I'm okay without an answer." Today, Donnell still competes in endurance events. She also coaches athletes and oversees races. After a long and happy life, Taz passed away in the spring of 2019. He is sorely missed by his friend Donnell. We bet that even if we offered to pay you a hefty sum to go back in time to World War II and to get yourself imprisoned in the Auschwitz concentration camp, you'd probably answer, "No way." This is assuming that we have access to our own special time portal, which, for the record, we do not. Ignore the hidden machine behind the curtain. Nothing to see here. But anyway, if you answered no to our offer, that would probably be a wise decision. Your odds of dying in the notorious death camp are higher than surviving through it to enjoy the prize money we give you in the end. Such a challenge would be too much even for our favorite guinea pig. But there was one man in history, the only person brave enough and crazy enough to volunteer to go to Auschwitz. He went by the name of Witold Pilecki. Before you question Pilecki's sanity, you should first understand that he didn't know how intense the camp actually was when he agreed to go. The thing is, little was known about the camp at the time. The knowledge of its happenings behind closed doors wasn't as widespread as it is today. As a Polish cavalry officer and intelligence agent, Pilecki's mission was to go in there and gather information about the site for the purpose of finding out what exactly was going on there. Then he'd report his findings to the Western Allies. Easy, right? His fight against the Germans did not begin with this mission. He'd had prior experience fighting against them in the 1939 Defensive War. As a man of resistance, he just couldn't sit back and let the Nazi plague take over. He felt compelled to do something about it, and that's why, when he heard about the open position to be sent to infiltrate the camp, he put his best foot forward and volunteered. What a good sport. Talk about taking one for the team. Pilecki orchestrated and presented his plan of how he was going to infiltrate the camp, gather information of its functions, and organize a resistance movement within its walls. This plan was approved. It seemed relatively simple, and why wouldn't the prisoners want to join the resistance? Well, knowing what we know now, in hindsight there are some major flaws with this idea. That is, the prisoners would have likely been very malnourished, physically weak with broken spirits, and some on the brink of natural death. Such a resistance movement couldn't possibly make a dent on the impact against the Nazis, right? Unless perhaps you didn't fight back with physical strength, but rather came up with a cunning plan using mind over matter. But how would this be done? That would be the challenge for Pilecki to figure out once he was there. His plan was put in place on September 19, 1940, when he purposefully entered an area where he knew the German army was rounding up Polish civilians. He carried false documents with him, registering under the name of Tomasz Serafiński. That day, he was among 2,000 civilians to be detained. Then, after 2 days in detention, suffering beatings along with the other prisoners, he was finally sent to Auschwitz, where he was registered as number 4859. Who knew what thoughts ran through his head when he first witnessed the atrocities of the camp firsthand? Perhaps he was internally kicking himself for going through with this crazy plan. That's what we might assume he'd be thinking on a human level, but there was no turning back. All he could do was remain strong and focus on putting his plan into motion. Thankfully, he had help. He probably recognized immediately that he would need to boost prisoner morale. The best way he could do this was by informing them of the current updates from the fronts of World War II and giving them hope. He organized his secret resistance operation under Nazi noses, delivering and receiving messages to and from the outside using a courier system, channeling reports to the Allies. Through this, he stealthily acquired secret stashes of food, clothing, and medicines for the prisoners. All the while, he was assisting prisoners in their preparation for escape. Thanks to his efforts, it was as early as 1941 when he'd informed Britain and the United States of what was secretly going on. The Nazis were actively exterminating Jews. Yet, one matter that remains questionable has to do with why nothing was done to end the mass murders that were learned about so early on, particularly by Winston Churchill. Perhaps Britain thought to approach the atrocity with tact and strategic maneuvering, but realized they couldn't manage it until they'd won the war. The matter is unclear. Pilecki, however, didn't yet realize that the Allies had no intention of liberating the camp. When his underground resistance group learned about the gas chambers by 1942, they scurried to come up with different plans to liberate Auschwitz. One plan involved the idea of bombing the walls and having Polish paratroopers fly in from Britain. But once Pilecki realized the truth that he was on his own, he decided he would have to find his own means of escape. If you imagine the frightening reality of his situation, that he'd entered the camp thinking he'd have help but was now left to fend for himself, it's easy to think that you might panic if you were in his shoes. In 1943, he escaped with 2 other prisoners. They achieved this by cutting telephone and alarm wires. Then they used a duplicate key to unlock the door. They then barricaded the door they exited through and crossed a river so that they wouldn't leave footprints to be followed. Pilecki had spent about a total of 2.5 years at the camp, sneaking messages to the Allies. If you think about it, 2.5 years was a long time to spend in Auschwitz, forced to live in horrible conditions. Most of us may not have lasted a day there. After his long ordeal and his plan for liberation falling flat on his face, he was captured in 1944 while fighting in the Warsaw Uprising. He spent the remainder of the war in yet another prisoner of war camp. And if you think that wasn't bad enough, he then joined Polish troops in Italy in 1945, agreeing to return to Poland in order to gather intel on the Soviet takeover. He was caught once again, this time by a Polish communist regime. It was during this time that he was interrogated on his espionage and tortured severely. After a trial, he was given 3 death sentences. Yes, that's right, not just 1, but 3. With this, Pilecki's heroic career ended with his execution on May 25, 1948, at Warsaw's Mokotów prison. He was killed by gunshot to the back of his head. A sad end to a very brave man who'd survived Auschwitz. He was 47 years old. It wasn't until much later in 1989 when the secrecy behind his true heroism emerged into public knowledge upon the collapse of communism. Well after his death in 1995, he received the Order of Polonia Restituta, and in 2006 he received the Order of the White Eagle, the highest Polish decoration. Pilecki was one of many Poles who'd helped Jews during the Holocaust. Many, like Pilecki, paid the price of their heroism with their lives. There are a lot of people like these who did not earn the recognition they deserved. They performed acts of goodness without anything to gain in return, and they should be honored. In one of the most remote and unforgiving wildernesses in the world, 2 strangers sit huddled in a makeshift tent they've built. The man and the young woman are freezing and on the verge of death. A snowstorm batters their makeshift tent. The wind blasts seem to the pair like nature itself has a vendetta against them. They're miles away from any town, and what they don't know is that as they sit and wait, the media is saying there is little hope the missing pair will be found alive. The storm abates, and suddenly the woman sees a plane in the sky, but her hope is crushed as it fades into the distance. "In the name of God," she says, "please come back." She's well aware she doesn't have long to live. The story starts at the beginning of the 1960s, a decade that would become renowned for its decadence and colorful youth culture. Just prior to that decade, there was the Beat movement, a counterculture that enshrined something that would become known as the road trip, with Jack Kerouac's book On the Road inspiring many young Americans to take off and explore their own country from end to end. And that's just what a young Jewish girl from New York named Helen Klaben wanted to do, to follow in the footsteps of people who turned away from convention and instead went looking for adventure. When Klaben was just 20 years old, she saw an ad in a newspaper asking if anyone wanted to share the gas costs and take a car all the way to Fairbanks, Alaska. She replied, and the two set off on a long journey. After a few months in Alaska, she knew where she wanted to explore next, and that was the mystical East. She wasn't sure where she'd go exactly, maybe India, maybe Hong Kong, but before that she had to get to a destination to take a flight across the world. That destination was San Francisco, a city on the verge of a cultural revolution. Early in 1963, Klaben met a 41-year-old Mexican-American amateur pilot by the name of Ralph Flores. He was an aircraft mechanic that hailed from California, and he too wanted to get back home and leave Alaska. The pair agreed to share the expenses of the journey, and off they went to their first destination, which was the capital of the Yukon Territory, Whitehorse, the most populated place in that wild part of the world. They had another stop after that, and that was at Fort St. John in British Columbia. It was winter and bitterly cold. Snowstorms raged and the plane was grounded for 3 days. A small single-engine airplane couldn't hope to fly over such an unforgiving territory in such bad conditions. Nonetheless, with the weather warning still present, the two took off again into the sky. Their next landing would be anything but smooth. The pair flew for hours in strong winds. the plane being tossed around like a dandelion seed in a strong breeze. Flores could hardly see anything with the snow blasting against the plane. He and Klaben knew they somehow had to get out of that storm, so Flores attempted to get above the clouds and out of danger. His plan was to come back down and find the Alaska Highway, which would lead him to the airport. That was the thing. He needed the road to get his bearings because, being an amateur, he didn't quite understand the instruments in the aircraft. On top of that, he hadn't even packed emergency supplies on board in case of a crash. There were no real tools, not much in terms of food supplies, nothing to keep someone warm, and not even a gun in case they came up against a rather hungry animal. The Yukon is full of bears, small ones, large ones, and utterly fearsome ones. They at least had a knife. It was a time of desperation, and Klaben started to lose her cool. She knew that the pilot was totally lost, but he refused to admit that. Then she suddenly saw a mountainside and some trees, and she knew they were going to crash. She said to herself, "Okay, Helen, here it comes." And it came with a bang. She closed her eyes and just hoped for the best, and when she opened them, she was alive. The plane had landed at the side of a mountain close to the Yukon-British Columbia border. She had a broken arm, and she had some broken ribs and a fractured jaw. There was nothing but mountains and trees around, and snow covered everything. Just walking around was an effort because the temperature at times would go down to negative 45 degrees Celsius. They huddled in the wreckage of the plane to escape the blistering cold. Frostbite was a certainty in these conditions if they stayed out too long in the open. As days went by, search parties flew over the skies and looked for the pair, but it was incredibly difficult to see anything in between the trees when everything is covered with snow. They literally had nothing to eat after they finished off some cans of sardines, tuna, fruit, and some crackers. There were no supplies at all after that, and they were only 10 days in. The one important thing they could do to survive was to melt snow for water. They had a box of matches and so could make a fire. With both of them in pain from their injuries and without the equipment to hunt, they just sat and waited and starved. Day by day, the pounds came off as their bodies burned their own fat reserves. Flores did try and make something that looked like a slingshot, but it was useless, and he soon gave up on hunting rabbits. They did have another thing though, and in a way you might call that an emergency supply for the religious mind. It was a Bible, something Flores took everywhere with him since he'd converted to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. He was a devout Mormon. He told Klaben that this crash they'd experienced had some significance in regard to the bigger picture of things. He told her to read the Bible and they would be saved. She had to convert. Each day, they heard planes rumbling overhead, and each day Klaben continued reading the Bible, hoping her devout accomplice was right about his God. He actually told her that if she read the whole thing and then accepted the divinity of Jesus Christ, they would be saved. She wasn't exactly comforted by this and didn't believe him, but hey, there wasn't that much reading material in the middle of nowhere. Weeks now passed and they made a discovery. They found toothpaste, and that suddenly started looking tasty. Each day they squeezed the tube and gratefully swallowed the minty cream. They knew it wasn't really sustenance, but it was at least something to put in their mouths. They also had chewing gum, and they chewed that for weeks on end. Things got desperate after a few weeks, and while they could at least keep themselves a little bit warm with insulation they made out of clothes and cushions, Klaben got serious frostbite and then gangrene in her foot. She could now hardly move at all. She was all but ready to give up the ghost and had lost about a third of her body weight. Flores just told her to keep reading that Bible and never give up hope of a rescue. Still, as time went by, even he seemed to have given up on one of those planes in the sky seeing them. Flores then told Klaben that since he could walk, he would go and try to find civilization. He walked off in the woods, leaving her behind to her own thoughts. She decided to write about what happened, but soon gave up on that when it started to sound like an epitaph. She wasn't ready to sign off just yet. 8 days later, and Flores came back. He told his dying companion that he had at least found what looked like a clearing, and so humans might have been there. There was also much more chance of someone seeing them from the sky once they were away from all the trees. They had to walk there and make a shack of some sort. It took hours to get there. Klaben's foot was badly infected now, and the pain of walking was unbearable. As they got closer to the clearing, they heard a noise, like a humming, in the distance. Flores went in search of that noise and then returned sometime later. He told Klaben he'd found a frozen pond and that he'd written SOS in it, and also etched the shape of an arrow that pointed to where they were. He'd done this with the snowshoes he'd made out of tree bark. He told Klaben he'd go out again with a mirror and try to catch sight of the pilot. She didn't want to be alone again, but he assured her that it was the only option now. Was there hope? It was day 47 of their ordeal, a day after Klaben had finished reading the Bible. And now we introduce you to a man of the wild, one Charles Chuck Hamilton. In March that year, as those two were freezing and starving to death, he was out in his plane trying to spot animals to hunt. He had a good eye for that kind of thing. He spotted no moose that day, but he did see SOS written into what looked like a frozen pond. He didn't immediately think about the missing plane. That had been weeks ago, and it wasn't something that was still on his mind. In fact, he and his passenger thought that the remark must have been left by a trapper, seeing as trappers did sometimes find themselves in difficulty in the wild. At the same time, Klaben had seen the plane in the sky. She made a fire and frantically threw green pine on it. Black smoke gushed into the sky. Surely, someone would see that. She was now in tears, full of desperate joy, ignoring the pain in her foot. Flores was out in the woods trying to use the mirror to flash sunlight back at the plane. Hamilton actually had to turn away from the black smoke since it was so thick and heavy, but it was then he saw a man standing with a mirror in his hands. Hamilton found a place to set down the plane near a cabin on an airport lake. He was about 6 miles away from the pair. Trappers were working at this cabin, and that's the noise the pair had heard. The trappers had been cutting firewood with the chainsaw. All these men got together with their dogs and set out to find the man with the mirror. Because of the smoke, Klaben hadn't yet been seen. Hamilton then left the trappers and said he'd investigate from the sky again. But now that fire had died down. When he looked at where the fire had been, he could just make out a tent. He then made a radio call and said, "I think I found the lost people." Night was now falling, and so Hamilton returned home, hoping the trappers had found those people. The media called him all night long, but he couldn't sleep anyway, thinking about the poor souls alone out there. At this point, no one knew if there was just one survivor or two, since only the man with the mirror had been seen. Hamilton only guessed the woman was the source of the fire. The trappers actually did find Flores that night, but Klaben waited the whole night alone at the shelter. It was now pitch black, and the rescue would have to wait until morning. Hamilton actually turned to his wife and said, "What if she's dead when I get there?" He flew off before dawn and landed a couple miles from where that tent was. From there, he walked in, and about 1 hour later, Klaben saw a hulk of a man striding toward her. A man she said was pixie-faced. When he met her, she embraced him and cried and kissed his grizzled cheek. The brave woman said she could walk out even with a terribly infected, frostbitten foot. Hamilton responded to that, saying, "If I can carry a moose out of the woods, I can carry you." It took some time, though, walking on snowshoes with a woman on his back. A frail woman, at least, who now only weighed 100 pounds. When Klaben was finally taken to a hospital, the doctor said she wouldn't have lasted one more night. Had they stayed another night, that SOS in the lake would have been covered. They were discovered in the nick of time. When Klaben was well enough, she met with a host of reporters, to whom she acclaimed, "Hey, I'm alive!" She was all good except a few missing toes. Klaben soon went back to Brooklyn, and Flores went home to his family in California. She never did convert and become a Mormon, but she later said the ordeal did make her more spiritual. The experience, she said, helped her to find herself. In an interview, she said most people expect they'd not be able to cope with the crisis, and it was a great experience to find out that I could. Klaben wrote a book about what had happened and never lost her sense of adventure, traveling through many regions of Asia and Europe and the Americas. She died in 2018, aged 76. Flores was also 76 when he passed away in 1997. So we guess these two had one last experience they could share. The now old Chuck Hamilton left the wilds and moved to Victoria, where he lives today with his family. He keeps a token of the event in his basement, a bit of the wreckage with the serial number N5886. Sometimes you just can't take the stairs. Maybe you're tired after a long week, maybe you're carrying something heavy, or maybe you suffer from limited mobility, such is the case of wheelchair users or the elderly. In times like this, the humble elevator, an invention that's been with us in some form since even the Roman Empire, is a godsend. So you step inside, you press the button corresponding to your intended floor, and wait. From there, you're on Easy Street. Or so you'd think. Because when you're unlucky, this mundane contraption has the potential to become your final resting place. Take the horrifying case of Marites Fortaleza, a mild-mannered 53-year-old housekeeper from Queens. Fortaleza worked for the owners of a 5-story townhouse at 48 East 65th Street on the Upper East Side, near the iconic Madison Avenue. If you have even a passing knowledge of New York real estate, you'll know that you need somebody to be absolutely loaded to afford a place like that. Warren Stevens, the billionaire investment banker who owns the place, definitely fits the bill. He and his wife Harriet bought the home for a stunning $8 million in 1999. Marites probably felt lucky to score such a lucrative position until one fateful Friday night in January of 2019. The Stevens were away for the weekend and Marites was doing her regular cleaning duties when she decided to take the home's private elevator back to the bottom floor. That's when disaster struck. The elevator jammed in the shaft during the descent, and just like that, Marites Fortaleza was stuck. Unlucky for her, this elevator didn't have a working phone or an emergency button, which is a legal requirement for private elevators in New York that aren't continuously monitored. In other words, with the owners away for the weekend and no means of communicating with the outside, she was in deep trouble. If you suffer from claustrophobia, you're probably already sweating. But here are a few more frightening facts. While someone can starve for as long as 70 days before dying, dehydration can take as little as 3 days to become mortally dangerous. 3 days, that's just a long weekend, which seemed to be exactly what the Stevens were taking. If Marites didn't get extremely lucky, then time really wasn't on her side. Right now, you're probably thinking, this is scary, but it's a freak accident. There's no reason to be concerned about stepping on an elevator. And sure, you're mostly right, but this isn't an unprecedented case. Even in New York City alone, elevators are notoriously prone to malfunction. Back in 1999, the same year the Stevens bought the house that Marites Fortaleza was currently trapped inside, Nicholas White, a production manager for Businessweek magazine, underwent a similar ordeal. The hardworking 32-year-old, much like Marites, was preparing to clock off on a quiet Friday evening. Feeling tired from a long week, he decided to take the elevator down from his office in the Midtown Manhattan high-rise where the magazine was based. When the metal doors shuttered behind him, it was 11:24 p.m., and Nicholas was one of the last to leave. Just as he was probably thinking about how to spend his weekend, set to the ambience of tinny elevator music, the elevator jammed just above the 13th floor. Talk about an unlucky number. Naturally, he was calm at first. After all, it's not uncommon for elevators to get a little jolt now and then. But when it became apparent that he wasn't going to be moving again, the panic started to set in. He screamed and yelled, trying to attract the attention of someone outside, but nobody was there to hear him. He pressed every single button on the interface but had no luck. He even attempted to call maintenance and was met with no response. It wasn't until he'd spent over 40 hours in the elevator that he was eventually discovered and freed. Nicholas was shaken by the experience, refusing medical treatment because he just wanted to go home and sleep the whole scary incident off. The McGraw-Hill Companies, the parent entity of Businessweek magazine, naturally had some questions as to how exactly Nicholas could remain undetected for so long. This wasn't a private residence like the house where Marites Fortaleza found herself trapped. It was a 50-floor building owned by the Rockefeller Center Management Corporation. When asked, they passed the buck to New York electrical company Consolidated Edison. Con Edison did admit that at 11:21 p.m. that same night, they did experience a voltage dip lasting 1/10 of a second, which may have accounted for some of the malfunction. However, this still doesn't account for why nobody was monitoring the elevator and why it took almost 2 days for Nicholas to be noticed. One theory is that the cameras the building claimed to have for the elevator shafts were just largely for show, rather than the live feeds that were actually being routinely monitored. In the end, we'll never know exactly why Nicholas White spent 40 hours in the elevator shaft. Nicholas himself was just eager to put the whole thing behind him. But while she was still trapped in that tiny personal elevator, that was a luxury that Marites Fortaleza didn't have. As the hours passed, it was probably beginning to dawn on Marites that she might not be saved in time. There was no food, no water, and perhaps most uncomfortably of all, no bathroom. According to U.S. life insurance statistics, the odds of dying in an elevator are 1 in 10,440,000. But New York State has a population of almost 20 million people, so maybe she was about to get unlucky. After all, accidents happen. Another similar accident occurred in New York City in 2005, 6 years after Nicholas's unfortunate incident in Manhattan. Ming Kwang Chen, a 35-year-old delivery man for the Happy Dragon, a Chinese takeout restaurant in the Bronx, mysteriously disappeared during a delivery to one of the Tracy Towers, a pair of 38-story apartment buildings at 40 West Mosholu Parkway near Jerome Avenue. When Ming didn't return from his delivery and his bicycle was found chained up outside, his friends, family, and employers feared the worst. After a series of delivery man homicides that had taken place over the last 5 years in New York City, they thought Ming had been murdered. Police began looking into the matter immediately. They canvassed the area with cadaver-detecting police dogs, sending police scuba divers into the nearby Jerome Park Reservoir, and asking door-to-door at the over 800 apartments in the Tracy Towers. They discovered that Ming had made all his required deliveries before vanishing without a trace. Little did they know, as they practically turned the building and its surrounding area upside down in their search, Ming Kwang Chen was actually right next to them the whole time. He'd spent the last 3 days and then some without food and water, trapped in a malfunctioning express elevator. He'd been trapped for over double the time that Nicholas White was locked in, clocking in at a terrifying 81 hours. Ming had been screaming desperately for help the whole time, but nobody had heard him. Much like White's case, the circumstances of how Ming could be trapped for so long is a little mysterious, with the building managers insisting that the cameras in the building were still fully functional. Ultimately, Ming was just happy to be free, though he was understandably shaken by the incident. He was treated for dehydration at a local hospital before being questioned by the police about the strange incident. Ming had managed to make contact with the building maintenance over the intercom several times during his confinement, but being a relatively recent immigrant from the Fuzhou region of Fujian province in southeastern China, he couldn't speak fluent English. The language barrier kept building maintenance from being able to fully understand and help Ming, keeping him trapped in his 4x6 prison. All in all, Ming was just grateful to be free in the end, though the incident may have soured him on the delivery driver profession. The cruel irony of where he was trapped wasn't lost on Ming either, as he commented that the people in the Tracy Towers apartment building had always been lousy tippers. Plenty of people out there have elevator horror stories, some more mild than others. Brian Acott, a man from the UK, was trapped just above the ground floor of his office building, but managed to pry the doors open and climb free. A Canadian man interviewed by the BBC, who identified himself only as Don, recounted the time he was trapped in an elevator on the 55th floor of the Empire State Building when he was 11 years old. He, his aunt, and 2 Danish tourists were trapped in the elevator for around an hour and a half, during which time he had to urinate in the corner. In one particularly funny example of an elevator mishap, Kenny Wheeler, another guy from the UK, was trapped in an elevator at his place of work for just under an hour. After nobody responded to calls for help, he posted a Facebook status update to try to get the people's attention. 10 of his friends liked the status, though only one actually called his place of work and got him freed from the elevator. But it isn't all fun and games. Lydia Carey from Nairobi, Kenya, was trapped in an elevator with a stranger high on an unknown drug. 19-year-old Australian student Kaleem Limbruggen caught some terrifying cell phone footage when he was trapped in an elevator packed with 14 people before the elevator began hurtling downwards at 90 miles per hour. Miraculously, nobody was seriously hurt in the incident. This was the kind of incredible luck Marites Fortaleza needed as she sat in the darkened New York elevator, waiting and hoping to be rescued before it was too late. Of course, not everyone is lucky in a situation like this. Elevator malfunctions have been responsible for some pretty horrific deaths. Take the harrowing story of Miss Wu, a 40-year-old woman in the Gaoling district of Beijing who died a death you probably wouldn't wish on your worst enemy. She became trapped in a broken elevator in her apartment building, which 2 repair workers had left in an unusable state without proper signage for 30 days. She was trapped inside the elevator the entire time it was out of commission, resulting in a grim and lonely death from starvation and dehydration. Ms. Wu became an unwitting martyr for the cause of better public maintenance in China after a series of deaths resulting from horrific elevator and escalator accidents that were the direct result of shoddy maintenance and repair. Ms. Wu's death can actually be directly linked to one negligent action from the 2 workers tasked with turning off the elevator's power. They called into the elevator to check if anyone was in there, but didn't, as regulations dictate, pry open the doors to check if anyone was inside. If they'd done this, Miss Wu may not have suffered such a horrible fate. Though she is not the only one. Many people have fallen to their deaths down elevator shafts, and in one example that feels like a scene straight out of a horror movie, a doctor in Houston, Texas named Hitoshi Nikaido was decapitated by an elevator, which cut off his head above the lower jaw, causing it to land in the car of the elevator. The experience was something out of a nightmare for one of his co-workers, Karen Steinau, who was trapped inside the elevator with the doctor's severed head. It's hard to even imagine something more horrifying than this. While Maritas Fortaleza was neither decapitated nor trapped in an elevator with a decapitated head, death from dehydration in the vein of Miss Wu was a real threat. As the hours drew on, she began to doubt that anyone would come to save her. Trapped without anything to pass the time, she began to lose all sense of how long she'd been in there. Would she just be another statistic? Another name to reel off in an article or a video about strange elevator-based deaths? Well, luckily for Marites, the Stevens were about to receive a delivery. When the delivery worker arrived on Monday, they were unable to deliver the package, so they contacted the Stevens. The Stevens then contacted a family member who could go and collect the delivery. The family member finally noticed that Marites was trapped inside the broken elevator and finally called the authorities. Police and firefighters managed to safely rescue Marites Fortaleza from the private elevator of the Stevens 5-story townhouse. Like all locations where a lot of people congregate on a daily basis, accidents happen in elevators. Sometimes these accidents can lead to pretty horrifying consequences, but other times, such as in the case of Marites Fortaleza, you just get lucky. We guess some of you have been in this position before, sitting bored out of your mind in your bedroom, thinking, man, is this it? Is this all life has to offer? I need excitement, adventure, I need to challenge myself. You peer outside your window and see a grumpy-looking man mowing a lawn. 5 days a week, that guy wakes up early and goes to a job he hates to work with people he fears for money he spends on things he doesn't always need. That could be me in years to come, you think. You're still young. You have to seize the day. Get out in the world. Do something with your life. You call a friend, he picks up and you say, hey, how about we go trekking in the Himalayas? In this day and age, people leaving their homes in North America and Europe to travel across the world is hardly a daring adventure. 20 or 30 years ago, intrepid young travelers were finding beaches in Asia that had barely been seen by anyone but locals. They were doing India and then taking that perilous bus ride to Nepal, sitting with chickens in the next seat and squealing pigs tied to the roof. They had no smartphones with GPS. They had no way of getting in touch with friends or family quickly unless they spent ridiculous amounts of money on an international phone card. In those days, when you went backpacking around the world, you virtually went missing. It was, for sure, dangerous at times, and it was pure adventure. It was a very different experience from the backpackers these days who guzzle booze out of buckets on a beach while live streaming the entire event for the friends back home. It's hard to get lost these days. It's difficult to go MIA. So that's how it was for the man we're going to talk about today, a man who defied death, who doctors have called a miracle. His story of survival perhaps tops all others. We mean no disrespect, but he shouldn't be walking the streets today. He is super heroic, and so it's fitting that his nickname in the media is sometimes the Iceman. Back in 1991, when he left his house and embraced his mother and father, he knew he wasn't going to hear from them for a while. Going to Nepal from Australia was a really big deal for a man just aged 23, especially as he was going by himself. This young medical student named James Scott was armed with a guidebook and a backpack and took off from Brisbane in Australia to Nepal. His intention was not to hang around in bars in Kathmandu and get down with that famously smooth Indian hashish, but to hike into the Himalayan mountains after doing a bit of training in a hospital. He was prepared in some ways because he hadn't spent his adolescence on his behind. He was keen on keeping fit and had trained at karate for 6 years before setting off on his trip. He was in very good physical shape, but his mental health was also very good. This would save his life. Saying that, you can be really fit and still starve to death or freeze to death at such a high altitude. There's a reason why when you walk around Kathmandu or the city of Pokhara, you can find a guide easier than you can find your own guest house room key. But no guides are involved in this story. Is there really a point in hiring a guide? Just don't go off trail. That's how a lot of people think. And that was what James Scott intended to do back in late December of '91. Just hit the hills and keep climbing. At first, he had a trekking partner, another medical student who had also been doing some work at the hospital in Kathmandu. When that was over, they decided to hit the mountains. Late December is about the coldest time to go trekking in the mountains in Nepal. The higher you go, the colder it gets, and everything is covered with ice and snow. As any expert will tell you today, trekking at this time of year can get a bit tricky, and if you intend to ascend by yourself, well, good luck with that. You could be looking at temperatures of -20 and lower, with a wind chill that feels like a ghost made of ice is walking through you. James did not stay at lower altitudes, and he did experience severe cold high up and during the night. The tea houses scattered around the hills were open, but since it was the off-season due to the cold, there were few other trekkers. The worst thing that can happen is you get stuck in a vicious blizzard, which makes it difficult to see anything, and that's exactly what happened to those guys. In no time at all, the two young men knew they were in trouble. James told his friend that they should turn back since it was too dangerous to keep climbing. The two disagreed, and James went off by himself. He wouldn't be seen again for a long time. He had the right gear, and he had some spare clothes in his backpack, but the only source of food he had with him was 2 chocolate bars. He decided to travel light, and his backpack only weighed about 22 pounds. He had a medical kit, 10 pairs of underwear and socks, lots of t-shirts, some long johns, some cotton pants, and a sweatshirt, as well as the gear he was wearing. He also had a camera and 4 books. Those books were The Silence of the Lambs, Great Expectations, The Lonely Planet Guide to Nepal, and A Guide to Trekking in Nepal. He'd had a map, but he'd given that to the trekking partner he'd split away from. When he failed to turn up in Kathmandu, his friends soon knew he was in trouble. They got in touch with his family back home and they said they were sorry to say, but James was most likely lost in the mountains. As this was happening, James was looking for any sign of footprints, but he became more disoriented the more he moved. He then found a creek and followed that, which was a sensible thing to do. But as he carried on, he found himself in very dangerous terrain, full of steep slopes, and at a certain point he found himself in the worst possible position. To continue going up was dangerous, and he couldn't find the path from where he'd come. He was stuck. His family were hopeful he'd survive for a few days until he was found. He had sufficient medical training to know how to keep warm and how to fend off frostbite. His sister said she would go to Kathmandu, but before she did that, she got in touch with the president of the Himalayan Research Association in Kathmandu. That man told her that she should contact an expert mountaineer that lived in Nepal. He was Australian too, and his name was Carl Harrison. It was January 7th when she arrived in the city, and by that time her brother had been missing for 16 days. That was already a long time. The outlook was not good. 16 days in the mountains in freezing temperatures without food was enough to kill anyone. More days passed, and now the sister was hoping for a miracle. Generally, when people go missing for so long at that time of year, it means they've died. She even went to see a Buddhist Lama to ask him for help. The Lama told her where her brother might be. She said, "Is he still alive?" The Lama replied, "You'll meet your brother again." She probably wondered, okay, but alive or dead? A James frozen like a popsicle was not a James she wanted to see. The sister went to visit mountaineers and showed them the place on the map that the Lama had told her James was at. They weren't too sure he'd be there, and that was because there were no trails around that area. Why would he have wandered so far off from the trails? More days passed and James was almost given up for dead. The winter snow and freezing winds were so bad it was almost impossible to search for him. His sister was told when the spring came they'd go in search of his body, so at least the family could bury him. That wasn't what she wanted to hear. Meanwhile, James was freezing his acorns off in an ice cave, a place where he could at least hide from the wind. He knew exactly how much ice to eat to keep himself from dehydrating, and he regularly checked the color of his urine. As a medical student, he was aware that too much ice might induce vomiting. His chocolate bars were now gone, and his only other source of food while he was lost was one small caterpillar. He was also aware of how to keep his head warm, the part of the body where most heat is lost. He kept his mind in shape by envisioning a rescue and never letting his hopes fade. He knew that by keeping positive, he could endure the experience. The problem was, as he starved, his body basically started eating its own fat reserves. After a few weeks, James became so weak, he could hardly move from his shelter, and if a helicopter should fly by, it would miss him. On day 40, he knew he was going to die. He attempted to walk away from his shelter, but after around 100 meters, he collapsed on the ground. He started retching, but nothing came out. This was the end. He felt at this point there was no hope, and rather than die slowly, he considered taking his own life. But how would he do it? He thought about using something from his medical kit to slit his wrists, but that seemed grim. He also knew that if he didn't eat any more ice, he likely would die in just 3 days. This is how he later described these final days in his shelter. "When I awoke, it was pitch black. The moon had turned again. I knew I'd given up, and I shouldn't have. I got up and tried to collect more ice, but it was too cold to eat. My mouth stuck to it. I thought it was too late." Little did he know that his sister hadn't given up. And in the skies, that mountaineer named Carl Harrison we mentioned was in a helicopter with a team looking for James. We should say at this point, they were looking for a body, not a living being. Harrison spotted something in the vast whiteness, and he was shocked when it moved. He couldn't believe his eyes. That's because James had heard the mechanical bird in the sky and had crawled out of his shelter. He dragged his colorful sleeping bag with him because that might be more easily spotted. His hopes then faded again when the helicopter flew off. James crawled back into his shelter, whereupon he urinated. The color was now black, but he had been seen. That helicopter just couldn't land. That evening, while lying in his shelter ready to die, James heard the first voice besides his own that he'd heard in 43 days. He thought he might be hallucinating, but the shouts got louder. James was now too weak to crawl out again, and so he shouted as best he could, "I'm under this rock." The next thing he knew, 2 Nepalese men were looking at him. They removed his hood and asked, "Are you James Scott from Australia?" He replied, "Yes." And then he burst into tears. He hadn't shed one tear since he'd been lost. The men hugged him. These were local guys who believed the mountains had a mystical power. They told James that he must be a god himself. No one, they said, has ever survived longer than 10 days out here in the winter. He was taken to a hospital and put on a drip. No solids, of course. He'd suffered a vitamin deficiency and severe malnutrition. But unbelievably, he didn't have frostbite. He is now Dr. James Scott, but because of his ordeal, there's still damage to his nervous system and his eyesight isn't so good. Still today, he sometimes has double vision. But he's optimistic and he's modest. After his time on the mountain, he said, "The lesson I've learned, simplistic as it might sound, is that no difficulty is impossible to overcome. I'm just an ordinary person who fell into an extraordinary situation." It's been 12 years, but you still remember it like it was yesterday. You and 2 of your countrymen were in Cambodia working for a charity that cleared landmines, but that didn't matter to the Khmer Rouge. The brutal regime kidnapped you, planning to execute you. You barely escaped with your life. So what are you doing back here? After a close call, few people would return to one of the sites they came closest to death. But you aren't most people. You're Chris Moon. and you've stared death in the eye more than once, and you're back in Cambodia for one reason only: to come face to face with your captor and give them exactly what they deserve. The year was 1993, and Chris Moon was a British Army captain looking for his next great mission. He had served his country with honor, but he wasn't done yet, and his desire to make the world a safer place led him to one of the most dangerous charities in the world, the Halo Trust. This high-risk group of volunteers travels all over the world to current and former combat zones to remove one of the most pressing threats to civilians: landmines. With over 6,000 volunteers worldwide, they're one of the world's largest anti-mine organizations, and their members have little problem putting themselves in danger for the greater good. Active in Africa, Southeast Asia, the Middle East, South America, and the Balkans, they often face opposition from the local government, but few countries posed a bigger challenge than Cambodia. Like many countries in Southeast Asia, Cambodia had a growing communist movement during the Cold War, but their leadership had darker plans, and the Cambodian Civil War brought the Khmer Rouge to power. A parliamentary organization led by the nationalist Pol Pot, by 1975, he controlled all of Cambodia and he enforced his rule with maximum force. Part of that was the extensive use of landmines, which scattered the countryside. Not only did both sides of the Civil War use them in combat, but many people used them to protect sites like temples from looting and invaders. The problem with landmines is they're supposed to be hidden, and when you hide that many, you're bound to lose track of them. The result? Cambodia has more amputees per capita than anywhere in the world. That made Cambodia a top priority for the Halo Trust, and Chris Moon was ready to answer the call. But the Khmer Rouge, which ruled Cambodia until 1999, were deeply distrustful of outsiders, and the parliamentary forces were notorious for hostage-taking and executions. Moon and his team were cleaning mines in the area when they were quickly surrounded by gun-toting Khmer Rouge soldiers. They wasted no time identifying themselves as civilians with a charity, but it didn't matter. They were taken into custody, and when the locals who'd been helping them asked about them, they were told they were taken in for interrogation and then executed. Moon knew he had to think fast. As a former army captain, he had been in tight situations before. The Khmer Rouge had many young, radicalized soldiers who wouldn't be open to talking to a local, and the gleeful giggling among their captors chilled Moon to the bone. Images of being forced to play Russian roulette like in the movie The Deer Hunter flashed through Moon's head. But something was different about the ringleader of their kidnappers. He seemed calm, intelligent, and cautious. He even had planted a rose garden in the middle of the jungle amid all the carnage. Moon knew if he and his fellow hostages were going to get out of here, he was going to have to focus on the man he called Mr. Clever. There were hard days of interrogation ahead, as Moon was separated from his partners and met with demands about why they were actually there. It took hard work, but he maintained their narrative of being civilian workers trying to clear landmines and appealed to Mr. Clever's intelligence. The execution of 3 innocent aid workers would bring a lot of unwanted attention to Khmer Rouge, and as a divisional commander, Mr. Clever did not want to get blamed for any problems with the regime. Pol Pot was notorious for killing his own people, and getting his attention was not something the ambitious young soldier wanted to do. After 3 days that felt like forever, Chris Moon and his men were led by their captors 30 miles through a mine-filled jungle to freedom. Chris Moon was free, but he was haunted by the experience. The Khmer Rouge had taken him to the brink of death, repaying his work to help their country with threats of murder. That chapter of his life wasn't closed yet, but there was no time to dwell on it. Despite his family worrying, he went right back to work for Halo Trust. He continued going on missions for them, clearing mines around the world. And 2 years after his close call in Cambodia, he was sent to another dangerous hotspot, Mozambique, where years of civil war and local conflicts had left the country riddled with almost 200,000 stray landmines. Clearing mines is taking your life into your own hands every time, but Chris Moon wasn't scared of this new mine-filled land. He ran every night along the perimeter of the base, taking in the new landscape. But his luck ran out one day while clearing long strips of mine along the former combat zone. In a safety lane supposedly already cleared, he came across an unknown mine. Mine drills are supposed to detect the metal in mines, but this was a newer mine constructed with less metal. Chris cleared it as safe, returned to the cleared lane, and triggered it, nearly killing him and causing massive injuries. With his right leg blown clean off and his right hand shredded, he crawled toward the remnants of the mine to inspect it before the medical team got there and flew him to safety. Chris Moon was no longer in a war zone, but his battle was just beginning. His leg was left behind in the rubble, and the doctors at the Johannesburg hospital treating him quickly determined that his hands couldn't be saved. Another battle was beginning for Moon. adjusting to the loss of 2 of his limbs. But he wasted no time tackling rehabilitation with the same determination that he approached everything else. Soon he was strapping on an artificial leg and hook, swimming in a rehab pool, and learning to walk so he could get back to his next goal, running. Moon had a powerful desire to do good, and he was determined to parlay his new circumstances into opportunities. His work in anti-landmine activism even gained the attention of one of the world's most famous activists for the cause, Diana, Princess of Wales, who honored him at an event not long before her death. When the 1998 Winter Olympics came around, he brought the ceremonial torch into the stadium to start the procession. Moon would have gone back to work clearing landmines as soon as he was equipped with prosthetics, but there was one problem. The metal in his new hand and leg would interfere with the metal detectors used to dig up the mines. So he'd have to help the Halo Trust another way, and he settled on raising money for the charity. He trained relentlessly, learning to run on his prosthetic like it was second nature. Within a year of being blown up by a landmine, Chris Moon was running in the London Marathon. But he wasn't done. He kept training, and he blew past the recovery times for people with similar injuries. In 1997, he ran the challenging Marathon des Sables and has since moved on to ultra marathons, including the Badwater Death Valley Ultra, running 135 miles in over 120-degree Fahrenheit heat. As an activist against landmines and for greater inclusion of people with disabilities, Chris Moon became one of England's most prolific fundraisers. Not only did he raise millions for charity, but he became a popular motivational speaker. His life story was even profiled in a documentary, I Shouldn't Be Alive, Kidnapped in the Killing Fields. Despite all he'd achieved and the trauma he'd survived, Moon found his mind kept drifting back to those 3 terrifying days he spent as a captive of the Khmer Rouge, and particularly to the tense interrogations and negotiations he'd shared with Mr. Clever. It was 2005 when he realized what he had to do. He needed to go back and find Mr. Clever. They had unfinished business. It wasn't the first time Moon had been back in Cambodia. He'd walked the length of Cambodia as part of a charity march a few years earlier, after the fall of the Khmer Rouge. But this time, he was here on a mission. It wasn't easy to track down Mr. Clever, but he managed and was ready to confront the complex memories he had of the man. Mr. Clever was the man who interrupted their mission of mercy and plunged them into 3 days of terror. He was also the smart man who eventually understood they were innocents and took them to safety. But Chris Moon wasn't prepared for what had happened when he finally looked into his captor's eyes again for the first time in 12 years. Moon had never forgotten Mr. Clever, and it turns out Mr. Clever had never forgotten him either. He greeted him politely, and the 2 men began to talk. Word had reached Mr. Clever of Moon's exploits in charity work, about his near-death experience in Mozambique, and of his triumphant return to Cambodia. Mr. Clever even took Moon around the sites of Cambodia where he had been captured. Many of the buildings had been burned down and the forest had overgrown some of them. Moon reflected that the place had been a site of terror for him all those years ago and was now one of peace. The mines had mostly been removed. The young men who were radical soldiers under the Khmer Rouge were now finding their own purpose away from war, and the 2 former enemies were able to find common ground. Moon won't share Mr. Clever's name, but he revealed that the former Khmer Rouge soldier had a 21-year-old daughter studying abroad in New Zealand. The age of Pol Pot was over, and with it came new opportunities and new freedom for the people of Cambodia. Moon, too, has made the most of his new start, earning a master's degree and founding his own company, Making the Best. Able to finally put the terror of his time in Khmer Rouge captivity behind him, he'll be the first to tell you he regrets nothing about his life and credits all the challenges he's overcome for making him the man he is today. He even hopes to meet Mr. Clever again one day and see where their journeys have taken them since those 3 days in Cambodia. But first, there's more marathons and a lot more money for charity ahead for Chris Moon. It's your worst nightmare. You're 35,000 feet up in the air and suddenly you feel like you're about to die. This is no panic attack because you knew you weren't right before you got on the plane. You start seeing double and have excruciating pain in your head. Suddenly, you just fall forward in your seat, your forehead making a direct impact with a tray of hearty Hungarian goulash you couldn't eat. The passenger next to you is more than concerned. He stands and shouts, "Is there a doctor on board? This man is seriously ill." It turns out there is. But a PhD in European medieval literature is no good to you. This is the worst place to be dying, and no one knows what to do with you. You certainly aren't as fortunate as the person we're about to tell you about. It's June 1995, and 2 doctors are waiting to board British Airways Flight 032 from Hong Kong to London. Their names are Angus Wallace, who's the head of the Department of Orthopedic Surgery at Queen's Medical Centre in Nottingham, England, and Tom Wong, a resident practitioner at the hospital in Scotland. Those guys, being doctors, made the flight on time. That can't be said for a 39-year-old Scottish woman named Paula Dixon. She had to get on that flight because she missed the one before. This had been a terrible day for her. She realized she might miss her first flight and so drove like a bat out of hell on her motorcycle to the airport. That led to a crash where there was no way she'd make her flight. Thus, she ended up with the doctors on Flight 032, which was kind of lucky because if she'd made that first flight, she'd no doubt have not made it through the day. As Paula got into her seat on the plane, she was pretty beaten up and looked distressed. She told the cabin staff that she had an accident and her arm hurt. Well, she was in luck because sitting on the flight were those two doctors. They soon took a quick look at her. "It seems you fractured your arm," said Dr. Wallace. They told her to wait until the plane was up in the air and then they'd use the first aid kit to patch her up until she could get it properly treated at a hospital in London. A broken arm is not really a big deal for a patient, and it's not much of a concern for doctors, especially not a renowned orthopedic surgeon. When the plane was at cruising altitude, the two men returned to the back of the plane where Paula was sitting. They got a bandage out of the first aid kit, and with a splint they patched her up nicely and left her arm in a sling. Job well done. They said they'd check on her again after the flight landed. The doctors thought nothing more of it and just watched the world go by out the window. The two had no idea they were about to do something that would make them famous. One of the cabin staff walked up to them and informed them that dear Paula had bent down to fasten her shoelaces and then screamed out in pain. She had told the cabin staff that the pain was in her chest. Again, the doctors returned to Paula's seat, both thinking that she'd merely bruised her ribs in the crash. After a quick examination, they knew she had actually broken quite a few ribs, and they were well aware of how painful that is. Fortunately, there was a strong narcotic pain relief medication on the plane, and so they gave her that. At that moment, both doctors became aware that they had an emergency on their hands because the woman began to have problems breathing, serious problems. She was now in a lot of trouble and the doctors knew what was up. Her symptoms showed that one of her cracked ribs had punctured her lung and the air that escaped was forming a bubble in her chest. It was a condition called pneumothorax, and if left untreated, it is deadly. This was now a life or death situation in the skies over India, and those sitting nearby were all in this drama now. The doctors thought about asking the pilot to land the plane at the nearest airport, but the problem with that was the change in air pressure might kill Paula. Then again, if they just left her, both lungs might collapse and she'd die. The escaped air from the collapsed lung could compress the other lung, and soon Paula would not be able to breathe at all. There was nothing else they could do. They had to perform surgery there and then. But how to perform surgery without any surgical tools? The doctors thought on their feet and started asking people in the cabin what they had in their hand luggage. A scalpel was likely out of the question, but something had to be useful. One thing they did have was lidocaine, which was a local anesthetic. But what they really needed to release that trapped air was a tube that they could stick in her chest. They found a tube in the medical kit, but that was a urinary catheter, the kind that goes through the eye of a man's penis and into his bladder. They couldn't do surgery with that because it just wasn't strong enough. Getting through a man's Johnson is not the same as getting through the muscles in the chest. Wallace then found a coat hanger, which he used to thread through the catheter. It was now reinforced. It essentially became something called a trocar, which is an instrument to draw fluid from a body cavity. Wallace then disinfected that tube, but all he could find at the time was 5-star Courvoisier cognac to do the job. They used the lidocaine to stop the pain and pushed that thing through Paula's chest. To stop air from getting into the other end of the tube, the doctors made a one-way valve. They did this by threading a small piece of oxygen mask tubing through a hole in a cap of a half-filled bottle of water. Now they had to insert the tube, and so Wallace made an incision in Paula's chest. They didn't have clamps for this procedure, so Wong was responsible for keeping the incision open. He didn't do this with his fingers, but with a knife and a fork, sterilized with cognac. Oh, and what a relief it was for Paula once that pressure was no longer in her chest and she could breathe again. In fact, after that 10-minute operation, she had something to eat and then watched a movie. Wallace later received an award from the British government for his actions in the air, but the doctor spoke out about the lack of onboard medical equipment in planes in Britain. He said the USA was even worse, and airlines over there had virtually nothing on board of use to doctors. We don't know much about what happened to Paula after that, but she had an easy recovery in a hospital. When asked about Wallace and Wong, she said, "These two big heroes saved my life. They really excelled themselves considering the equipment they had." Wallace went on to become renowned in the realms of sports medicine and was best known for fixing the broken feet of soccer star Wayne Rooney. Let's stick with excitement in the skies and give you these two amazing stories. Have a look at crazy rescue mission of hijacked airplane, Operation Entebbe, or what happens when you hide in the landing gear of a plane.